T-top, he don't pop. I said T-top, he don't pop. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah. Hey.
I didn't even want to forgive you, but God gave me a new heart.
I just want to make sure that. Bum, bum, bum. Said I'm on bomb stock. I'm on one.
Right there is one of my nephews. Yes, sir. A phenomenal brain. I think people don't give Wiz the credit he deserves for how smart.
They don't make sense. And I don't really like the way you're looking at me. I just found out that they bringing back segregation. And let me tell you something. Tell your friends and your family, I don't even know if y'all got cousins or not. Tell them to hurry up and put them signs up. Y'all act like we want them non-flavorless chickens anyway. We want flavor. Y'all ain't doing us no harm. Y'all be messy like, come on, man. And I ain't trying to go against y'all because I got a little bit of y'all in my blood too, but we don't give a damn. They don't make sense. And I don't really like the way you're looking at me. I just found out that they bringing back segregation. And let me tell you something. Tell your friends and your family, I don't even know if y'all got cousins or not. Tell them to hurry up and put them signs up. Y'all act like we want them non-flavorless chickens anyway. We want flavor. Y'all ain't doing us no harm. Y'all be messy. Like, come on, man. And ain't
Y'all know we here for each and every week. All I say is like, share, and subscribe. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I started this week off, I guess, with a little bit of TV review. I watched this joint on Netflix, and it was a Netflix series, and it was called The Residency. And the joint was based out of the White House. And this is not even one of them type of shows where I really be like in my bag, like, oh, this is something I'm geeking to watch. But it was one of them joints you just stumble across on Netflix. And again, that's why I just give Netflix their credit for kind of finding, having shows to the point where if you stumble across, you kind of gonna be hooked. And it was one of those who done it, and I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna give no spoiler alerts on who actually did it, but it is one of them joints where it was like you kind of just it had you kind of like on the edge of your seats the whole entire time trying to figure out who done it. I guess the closest thing I can kind of make that to is, I guess, is the game. What is that game called? Clue, where people got to decide who did it. So, and the reason why I do mess with Netflix, because what's the lady who played the crazy person on Orange is the New Black? I kind of like that they found a new show for her. Kind of allow. I mean, of course, it's not probably no show that they can kind of continuously do like endless series or endless seasons of. But I like the fact that they just build that whole entire show around her and kind of allow her to just wish she could. Most people got familiar with her before Netflix was even actually Netflix. That was, I mean, Orange is the New Black was probably the main show that kind of even got people really locked in with Netflix. So I do respect that they kind of ran it back with her on this show. And like I said, it was a good job. Like it was, 8 episodes? I believe each episode was like close to an hour. I think the episode 8 may have been the longest episode. It may have been like an hour and some change. But like I said, it was a good job. It was literally like one of them, like, and I just like that even you realistically would never know who did it until the very end, because it was just like, even the way it was kind of played out, it made you kind of think everybody did it, and it kind of gave you reasons why everybody would did it. So I do like that. Like I said, that was my first time actually watching one of those whodunit type of shows. So like I said, it is on Netflix. The joint is called The Residency. I do, like I said, it's a good joint. It's one of those ones, like if you need something to watch, or you just, I mean, even if you don't need something to watch, you're just trying to look for some good TV, I would highly recommend that. I did watch Raising Kanan. We can get into that a little bit later in the episode. But I guess my biggest thing that I want to kind of get right into is because it was something that I talked about maybe a few weeks ago. I mean, not even was it a few weeks ago, or was it last week? It was the Renni Rucci situation, where Renni Rucci made a post about having a kid, and it's so crazy where sometimes you got to actually listen to lyrics. So, because if you kind of don't really listen to the actual lyrics, or kind of really don't, sometimes maybe not even follow some artists, it may be a little bit hard for you to detect who this person is talking to. So, of course, Kevin Gates put out a new project, and on his project, he got a song called, what is this song called? I believe it's called Say What. Is it Same Way? I want to say, is it same? I believe it's Same Way. Let me look. Kevin Gates, is it? Yeah, Same Way. And towards the end of that song, he got a verse where it was like he said Renni, but even in the song, like if you actually listen to the song, you kind of may have thought he was talking about Drika, but he said the girl name, he said Renni. And like I said, and the only reason why I kind of was like, maybe it was really Renni Rucci, because if you listen to the details on the song, he was talking about like them having something going on in Virginia. And if you go on YouTube and you put in Renni Rucci, Kevin Gates, their song that they had together, they shot that video in Virginia. This is when, at the same time when Kevin Gates was and when he had what's the young dude from here, Young Mo, when he had Young Mo signed to him, and he was in here shooting video. So that video with him and Renni Rucci was shot in Virginia. So if you actually listening to the lyrics, where it was kind of like, I get where the baby father may feel some type of way, but I do want to play this clip, and I do have like a kind of can double down on my take that I had a few weeks ago. Where was this, Joe?
When we get to my house, get out of my shit. Great. How many times have you put me out? I don't talk to that man. That's you mad about some shit that's never. You mad about some shit that ain't happened. You mad about some. That's cool, babe. Let me tell you something. I don't have somewhere to go. It don't have to be your house. I will. That's like your 100th time putting me out. Exactly. Great. Great. Because this what you wanted. You wanted me to talk clear. That's what you wanted. That's what you wanted. I'm glad y'all see this. No, you're lame. You're lame. Love and Hip Hop is on that. This ain't got nothing to do with Love and Hip Hop. Love and Hip Hop ain't make you cheat on me. Love and Hip Hop ain't make you act weird with me because of a nigga putting a song out that was 5 years old. I didn't do nothing to you. You get on the phone talking about I'm hyped by the song. I got on live and cleared the shit up. Ain't nobody did. Oh, I'm not the one cheating. And I'm not. You don't like to hear the truth. I'm not. It's my cheating the one that got people thinking your child could be somebody. And I cleared up that song 5 years old and nothing about the song right here. When we get to my house, get out. Don't change from 5 years ago. It's the same song from 5 years ago. There go y'all couple goes. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. It been fuck me since you were cheating. It been fuck. You been the hoe, not me. You been the hoe, not me. Go fuck, boy. I'm about to punch you dead in your shit. I'm about to punch you dead in your shit. You keep on fucking. Keep on. Back to the strip club. I wasn't in no strip club when we got together. So shut the fuck up.
I ain't the one who got caught cheating.
I never cheated. That's the thing.
Who the fuck said you cheated, bitch?
You cheated.
You stupid asshole. I said I ain't the one who got caught cheating in the world.
You cheated.
Nigga,
not me. I've never cheated. I've never cheated. You with the Roches, the Rolos, the Sky Blacks, the all of them. It's not about a storyline. It's real life. I ain't cheating in real life. You are. You are. You are. You are. You are. I don't need a storyline.
I got real shit.
You are. You cheat in real life, not me.
And what? Why you not leaving?
Not me.
Fuck, leave.
Now, I try to make my family work.
Yeah.
Call me crazy.
Everybody say that.
Call me crazy. Hyped up about what? About a nigga releasing a song from 5 years ago? No, you said I was. You just got on the phone with your friends and said I was. I never was hyped up about nothing. Never was hyped up about nothing. I got on live to clear it up like you won it. You said I didn't do enough. You said I didn't do enough. You said I didn't do enough. Be for real. Be for real. You said I didn't.
I ain't the one.
All right, so real quick, I guess for backstory for people again, like if you didn't know, you kind of can't catch this drift. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I do kind of feel a little bad for Black Zach. But no reason why I feel bad for him a little bit is because I was like, damn, even Say Cheese kind of just made it a Renni Rucci Kevin Gates story and just called him Renni Rucci's boyfriend. I'm like, damn, that's kind of like that would kind of hurt my ego. I don't necessarily know. Because that song is extremely old. Because I mean, even for people in the DMV, if you kind of even familiar with Kevin Gates and Young Mo even having their fallout, that might have been like 3 or 4 years ago. Like probably like so it's kind of just like I don't see why he upset unless it was one of those things where it's like maybe he knows something that we don't know. But if I'm just going off of that timeline of the music, because this was like even probably before her and even Lotto even had their back and forth, so it was kind of just like. I don't know how I would feel. I do feel like that sometimes that is a lot of insecurity where it's like, I mean, I get it, it's Kevin Gates. And if you kind of just one of those men, I think where you kind of feel like, I only think I would be insecure if I think my girl is only with me because I got bread. Like if in my mind, I feel like the only reason why she really with me is because I got money, and it kind of even listening to basis or my strong foundation of this relationship because I got money, I probably realistically I would feel some type of way too. I would, because it's Kevin Gates. I know Kevin Gates got more bread than me because Kevin Gates has a more successful career, and Kevin Gates is a successful touring act. Like he's constantly on the road. He's not a festival artist. Kevin Gates constantly do his own tours. Constantly, he got a steady fan base. He constantly putting out music. So I'm just saying, and then realistically, women find Kevin Gates extremely attractive. We didn't watch Kevin Gates hog spit in multiple women's mouth on stage, and they come up there willingly like, hey, spit in my mouth. So if I know for a fact that my relationship may just be built on just bread alone, like if I feel like, because like I said, backstory for some of the people who may not know, Black Zach and Renni Rucci, both of them are from North Carolina. So I don't know how long, because Renni Rucci is a popular dancer before she became a popular, I mean, well, I can't say popular rapper, but a known rapper. She was more popular for being a dancer in North Carolina. So I don't know how long he been shooting and shot at her. So if he maybe felt like I just caught her at the right time and right moment, I'm sure in the back of his mind, it still may be some form of insecurities where he been shooting his shot and she wasn't paying him no attention. So it's kind of just like, I get where it's coming from, but it looked weak. But then that will be one of those things where sometimes I do think when I hear these stories, and you can kind of eventually I can tie this into the Jess alerts. I can kind of tie this into, and I do like the fact that LL Cool J wife, and where this is going on, I like the fact that LL Cool J wife just did a podcast interview where she was sitting here saying how like she had to have the reality check with herself, like, hey, I'm married to a sex symbol. So it was like she had to check herself. Like, I think she said a cousin of hers or his, and they kind of, set her down, and they had the conversation about like, you can't get up. Like, this man is married to you. He taking care of home. He's not embarrassing you, but women going to say stuff. Women are going to find him attractive. And I do think sometimes, like, especially for some of these women, if you really want to have a super successful career, I do think you kind of almost got to find a man who's willing to just be almost play the, like, he got to be he almost got to be the nanny. He got to be the woman of the house almost at this point. Where it's like sometimes where I know people everybody wants to have the best of both worlds. But if you even if we kind of look at it realistically, if you're being honest, Jay-Z took a huge backseat since him and Beyonce been together. Like, think about it, who realistically, I mean, of course, Jay-Z is Jay-Z, so nobody never want to say it, but the active working person in that relationship is Beyonce. Beyonce the one still putting out albums. Beyonce the one still on tour. Jay-Z ain't put out no album. Jay-Z ain't on nobody tour. So realistically, he's kind of playing, but nobody won't say it because it is Jay-Z. But Jay-Z is kind of playing daddy, like I'm dad, and mom is still like out working and chasing her career, where he completely fell back. Like Jay-Z, he might put out a verse. Like I don't even know if the last time he might put out a verse, maybe like 2 years at this point. I want to say it was like what God did at this point, maybe like 2 years ago now, or a year and some change. So it's just he not striving to still chase his career. And I think sometimes a lot of these people, like for the Cash Dolls and Tracy T, Offset and Cardi B, like a lot of them bump heads because it's ego. It's always going to be an ego thing. And in a relationship, if both people have egos and both people are still trying to chase, especially in the entertainment space, where it's like, yeah, I feel like it's gonna always end up coming up short because both of y'all still. One, I'm thinking if I'm a man, even for him stepping out on her, especially if you've been chasing her for however long, it's like, all right, you did chase her this whole time, but in the back of your mind, I'm sure you thinking, oh, well, it's just bread. As long as I got some money, she ain't going nowhere. So I'm gonna step out on her. Or the only reason why she with me is with some money. So sometimes that's why I be thinking, like, if I'm like, you don't never hear, and I mean, I could be wrong, but you don't ever hear like a mega star basketball or football player, their wife end up cheating on them because just for nothing. It don't happen. And I think sometimes, like, if I know if I'm a woman and I'm super driven and I believe in my future and I want to be like a megastar entertainer, or I just want to really be a household name, I may just, to me personally, sometimes it's okay to be like, bro, I'm just gonna give me a regular little dude like Stedman. Sometimes, and I understand most people don't never want to take it that way because everybody wants everything. You want all the boxes to be checked off. But I feel like a lot of times when you try to check off all the boxes, you're going to continuously bump heads because that man is going to have some insecurities, or that man going to feel like, well, I still got my own motion. I could do what I want. Like, okay, I don't care if I lose you because the only reason why I got you is because I got some paper. And that's most of the time, if you trying to send somebody like Renni Rucci, you dating somebody because he got some bread. Okay, cool. I lose this relationship. If I'm him, I can go get another Renni Rucci. Like, it ain't like Renni Rucci is Beyonce. Like, I can still go get another one of her. Like, I don't think it would be realistically that hard to kind of replace her. And that's not no shade to her, but that's just the God honest truth. Sometimes, like, if you really just chasing somebody off of money and it's not necessarily like a look thing. Because I felt like if he felt like he if he felt like he looked better than Kevin Gates, I don't necessarily think he would be tripping like that. But because it's Kevin Gates and he is a rapper as well, and you see how women respond to Kevin Gates, I think that's what really triggered his insecurities a lot, where it's like, I can't even control how insecure I am because it's like, bro, it's Kevin Gates. Like, why he putting you in a song and then he making it seem like y'all had a kid together? So that's why I say, like, even when I said this on the top, he was kind of like, nah, he got to be talking about Drika. Because if you listen to the verse and is he married to who? I don't think they still married. I don't know, because they never really come, like, when somebody even one of them do an interview, when somebody brings up the other one, they never kind of they don't never kind of talk. They don't never kind of talk each other. They don't talk down on each other. They don't never really address if they are separated or not. So like I said, I don't necessarily know, but like I said, listening to the verse, if you listen to the verse and you take out the Virginia part and you take out the name drop he used at the beginning of the song, then I could be like, ooh, okay, cool. This is a verse to Drika. But when he's in here, start the joint off saying Renni, I don't know too many Rennies out here besides Renni Rucci. And then, like I said, going into the verse, him talking about the Virginia part, they shot that video in Virginia. So that was the only reason why it's like, like I said, if those two parts wasn't it, it's easy to sit here and say that verse goes to Drika, but because those two bars are still in that song, it's like I can get why the baby dad would be kind of feel some type of way, because in his mind gonna be like, all right, when did y'all ever really cut it off? And people don't really know that y'all was ever public, so this could still be like something very sneaky. So I mean, like I said, I think sometimes the way you get them, or you kind of realistically, it's always gonna play in the back of your mind. That's how you can lose them. And I can't, it's hard to really sit here and say that. What else is it to that besides like, hey, all right, I know I got her off some bread, so now a more popular rapper sitting here saying I don't know. Well, so I guess my question to y'all would be, would you press your significant other to get on social media and kind of clear the airway and let people know that it wasn't that was something from an old junk, or would you just kind of just let it go?
I'm gonna let it go because it was old. Like how many years old was it?
She said it's 5 years old. The song was 5 years. Like
and it just got released.
Yeah.
So what do you? It's 5 years ago. We wasn't together 5 years ago.
No, they wasn't together 5 years ago. She was with somebody completely different. Shit, she was with somebody completely different 3 years ago.
Right, and we didn't have a kid together. We wasn't together. So what's the problem? It's not his child. We weren't together. So what would I be clearing up? And why are you so angry about it?
I mean, I get why you angry because it's like
it's a song. It was 5 years ago. We wasn't even together. So why are you mad about it?
Because I guess the way he said it, like we got kids, and I ain't never said we ain't never addressed it because I don't want to mess up your public image. Let's be clear. Renni Rucci got a couple kids, so I don't know.
Oh,
Like
she
got a couple kids.
Okay.
But the kid would have been before the new baby father, right?
For sure.
So then again, what would be the problem?
But I don't know. Maybe in his mind, maybe he know her. I mean, because people, if you're not a hardcore Renni Rucci fan, I can understand how you may not know who her other baby fathers are.
But you her baby father now, so we together or they together. So what are you mad about?
And that'd be you not doing your work if you didn't know who he was. Because even if that's the case, and you didn't know that's you not doing your work. You had a baby with this. You don't even know who her other kids.
Yeah, whoever kid's father is kind of crazy.
But it was before you, and you knew she had kids when you started messing with her. So again, why are you mad?
It's the male ego. I know that's what it is. It ain't nothing. It ain't too many other ways you got to really, if we being honest, got to dress it up. Besides, it's the male ego. The male ego will get the best of you. You hear, oh, more people gonna listen. You know for a fact people listening to this Kevin Gates show. I'm sure because I unfollowed Renni Rucci because she was posting this dude too much. So y'all done kind of made it a thing where it's like y'all posting each other. They be on TikTok live and all that together. So it's kind of like that male ego gonna hit you tough where it's gonna be like, all right, we can't just act like we ain't just hear this. I know people heard it.
It's not that. I could see if it was like y'all just released it, but that was 5 years ago. Let it go.
Yeah, I still be sick. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But why though? Because like you said, if you didn't, somebody picked this up. It wasn't like this song just got put out, right?
No, the song just got put out.
The song did get put out.
Kevin Gates just put out an album on Friday.
Okay, I didn't know if it. Okay,
no. Yeah, he just put out his.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's her. So that's what I'm saying. So listen to what I'm saying. So for you got to think about it for him, just put yourself in his shoes. This song just came out on Friday for him. She is just saying this song is old.
Right.
So he probably still, as a man, you want some reassurance where it's like, man, you got to come out and say something because the world don't know this song. Oh, we heard it on Friday, just like everybody heard it on Friday. Nobody else did. We didn't hear this 5 years ago. And if we heard it 5 years ago, how many people knew y'all was a thing? People didn't know y'all was a thing 5 years ago.
But do you? Because you know who you dealing with too. It's not like she ain't no slouch. So
yeah, I get that. It don't matter. But
she got a roster, right? She had
she definitely had a.
So that's what I'm saying. So you cannot get in your like if it was something recently, like damn, I just caught y'all together, then not cool. But you telling me if she said okay, this is 5 years ago, then why are you even making it an issue? Because like I said, you knew she had people beforehand.
I get it because he's just hearing about it. He's just so he don't know.
But you know who you dealing with. Like that's just like if I'm sitting here, I'm about to start talking to Amber Rose, and then I go public like I knew who she dealt with. I know she dealt with Kim. I mean Kanye. All you know what I'm saying.
But what if you didn't know? What if it was the one miscellaneous dude you don't know about?
But you still know she got.
So it don't matter. Listen to what I'm saying. Everybody, you're not going into no relationship thinking that it's your person has never been with nobody else. But if you felt like you knew about her entire roster, but you didn't know about this one person, that one person would sit here and kind of make you feel some type of way after you find out. If you find out about it publicly and she never said nothing about it, and he never that's what I'm telling you. Nobody didn't know. If you don't listen to the actual words to the song and you didn't know that they shot this video in Virginia, you can easily sit here and say this song is about somebody else. But because if you go watch, all you got to do for anybody listening right now, just go on YouTube, put in Renni Rucci, Kevin Gates, and go watch the video. The video is shot in that little part of Virginia right there as soon as before you get to Pentagon. Whatever the name of that little hood, that fake hood, right there by McDonald's, that video was shot over there. So in the song, he say something about Virginia. So it's like, what you like? Come on, dog.
But what if it's not about her?
Who is it about then?
No, I'm not saying we don't.
How many girls do you know named Renni?
We don't.
What other girl do I know you name? Let's go like this. How many girls do you know named Renni? And then what other girl named Renni you shot a video with in Virginia?
My only thing is because it's Kevin Gates. You like you said, you don't know who he didn't know.
Kevin Gates don't be really name dropping women names like that neither.
But they're entertainers. It's their job to paint a story.
So that's what I'm saying. You about to sit here and crash out. You about to sit here and crash out and do all this. Because what if it's like I said? What if it's really not about her?
But listen, if it's not about her, cool. Then, but listen to what she's saying. She's making it seem like it was about her. She said he recorded the song 5 years ago. Listen to what she said. She said this song is old. This song 5 years old. So she noted this. She heard this song before.
But it was 5 years ago. So then what is the issue? If you know I had other kids, but you still decided to mess with me, you can't be mad about who my baby fathers are. You still wanted to mess with me when I had other kids.
And that's why I say I feel like you just ain't do your work if you didn't know who all 5 of her kids' fathers is. Now, if she lied about it,
yeah, no, I guess, and then sometimes I'll be wanting to do. Sometimes do dudes even ask, or even do you really care? Like, if I really like you, do I even care? Sometimes I don't necessarily know if I care who your baby father is.
So then
Shit,
why
I
we
would
here
if we-
now? Why are you mad? If you didn't care then, why you care now? I'm with you
because it's the male ego. That's
But
what it is.
But,
That's all
who
it is.
is
But
he,
that's what I'm
though?
saying.
Who
But
is he to be embarrassed? What does he do? Who is he to be embarrassed?
He's a rapper and from North Carolina. And the sad, like I said, that's the crazy thing is 90%. Most people don't know who he is if you're not really into just like I'm just a music nerd, so I know who he is because I be
Then
on
why would
rabbit
I go
hole.
public? I'm not. We're
She
both.
didn't even bought him on Love and Hip Hop. So some people, if you actually watch Love and Hip Hop, like the newer, she didn't bought him on their newer whatever. What's they Love and Hip Hop Atlanta? She didn't bought him on them episodes with her. Whatever their last season of Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, she has bought him on it.
Kevin Gates or
No, Black Zach.
Okay.
You're not it's not like you this big name rapper like
Yeah, you got
it. But you know how men I get what y'all saying. I'm listening to him saying for even real, and that's why some blogs didn't even say his name. They just said Renni Rucci boyfriend. They don't even say his name because you're absolutely right. And I was surprised when I seen Say Cheese posted and they didn't say his name. I was like, damn, dog. That would crush my ego probably
that's
more.
My thing is just like, why am I even addressing it? Because now it look even crazy to you because just like, all right, it's Kevin Gates, and you who the hell are you? You know what I'm saying? Like you really fucking yourself up.
But listen to him. But you gotta be real. Most men, let's just be clear, because like I said, he can afford a North Carolina drug dealer lifestyle. So I'm not making it seem like he don't got like he got the starter kit for a rapper in the South. He got the jewelry, he got the foreign cars. So I'm not making it seem like I don't want to make it seem like for people who not familiar with like he's just some bum broke dude. He just ain't a mainstream rapper. But he's like if you see the local drug dealer who turned into a rapper, he got the whole entire thing. Like it's he's successful at something. If you see him, you're not gonna be like, oh, he's some struggling rapper. You just may feel like, oh, he might just be a popular drug dealer from North Carolina. I'm just not familiar with him.
Is he under the baby? The baby?
What you mean, like signed to the baby?
No, I'm saying like, is he like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how like out of North Carolina right now?
No, so let's be clear. People in North Carolina probably listen to him more than they listen to the baby.
Okay. I still don't see how you even crashing out over this shit for real. Especially because it's somebody that's, you know, saying big.
But listen to him, I get it because you're looking at it music industry wise, but you're not putting your male ego in it. It will be just like, man, okay, kind of. But it's still no. Let's just sit here and
I never seen the dude, but you have seen, like I said, I've seen Kevin Gates, and I've seen women like, oh, Kevin Gates, you know what I'm saying, like how they go crazy for Kevin Gates. So for me to you, I was just like, what? No, listen,
what I'm saying, you're thinking of it with a regular male logic. Like I can't be. You're being more realistic. Where I don't think most men can. If we being honest, most men cannot be that realistic with their self, where they can sit here and think. Like niggas just got egos. Niggas gonna feel like, man, I don't care. He Kevin Gates. In his mind, I don't know what's in his bank account, but in his mind, he may feel like he got more money than Kevin Gates. We all on the outside may be looking at like, bro, it's Kevin Gates. Like, get over it.
Yes, you should.
Because even if you listen to the song, like if you go actually even listen to her song with Kevin Gates, like even like they rap the songs like role reversal. Like she was rapping like if she was Kevin Gates and he was rapping like she was him. And just listen to the details on the sexual stuff that they was talking about in the song. The song called Hands on Your Knees. Go listen to the actual verses. I thought when I first ever heard the song, I was like, oh, Kevin Gates cracked this before. There's no way in hell y'all got to listen to him say, I don't believe, only rapper that I can believe that can just make believe some random and say the wildest stuff is Lil Wayne. If it's not Lil Wayne, I believe that you're writing this from a real place. Lil Wayne, that's it. Everybody else, I believe 90% of the stuff you're saying, it came from somewhere real, either off the TV, off a story you heard. I don't think most people can be that graphic, especially when you're talking about graphic. Because like Lil Wayne ain't a graphic rapper. He just say crazy stuff. But like when you can get that graphic in detail and I can listen to a song and hear some type of chemistry, that's why so many people used to think that Drake and Nicki that had something before, because in there, when they on songs together, it sound too personal and sound too intimate when they're rapping to each other. And I think sometimes most people is like, and that's why most people crash out. That's why, look, perfect example. That's why DeAndre Sanders crashed out with the Jacquees thing, because sometimes people like, you ain't that good, dog. This music don't sound this real. Because you ain't that good at what you're doing. Like I get if I felt like you was that good, I know you ain't that good. So this music is too intimate for me not to believe is not something. So that's why I said I'm not mad at him for crashing out, but like I said, I just do think realistically, and we can kind of tie that into the Jess Hilarious situation. I do think sometimes realistically, man, you got to be okay with just saying, I'm going to be the megastar and my significant other got to be at home taking care of the kids. And the reason why I say that, because men do it all the time and women be cool when it's a man doing it. I don't understand where it's like, if you're going to sit here and say, hey, I'm going to be this boss megastar, why can't you date somebody who can just stay at home? Because DJ Envy and Charlamagne, wives don't work in a job. And them niggas will, and they say it proudly. Like, my wife don't got to work. She run the house. She pay the bills. She do everything. And they say that shit with their chest. Like, that is a bar for success as a man. But when you hear women talk about it, it's like, Jess Hilarious husband, boyfriend, whoever he is, he still got to work. And when he's just like, he kind of like, I'm not mad at her for dating a regular dude, but it's kind of just like, you made it took off too long, dog. And so, like I said, because I don't feel like shouldn't have to play the clips. I feel like if you actually just into pop culture, or you should know by now, or at least heard Jess Hilarious rant, she had on her Instagram live, and she basically was upset. She was upset with the Breakfast Club. She was upset with Lauren LaRosa. And what really kicked it off, and that's even for me, it was kind of like, I told y'all this already. And you kind of, even when you look at the comment section, you see people where it's like, I can tell people who actually listen to the Breakfast Club, and then people who just may watch Breakfast Club clips, or you may just, you don't even, if you watch videos on the YouTube. And I understand, I think people, even when you take in content, I think people are different. Where I'm somebody where I don't care about taking in content to laugh. Like, I'm not really, I even get mad sometimes when I listen to, not the Breakfast Club, but like if the Brilliant Idiots and like Andrew Schultz trying to make too many jokes. I'm like, no, bro, I want to hear your actual opinion. Don't joke your way through these opinions. And I think Jess Hilarious, I said this a million times on here, Lauren just does a better job at that. If I'm listening to the Breakfast Club and I was actually a Breakfast Club fan for the last 15, they're going on 15 years now. So let's say the last 13 years before these last 2 new years, I heard Angela Yee give the news. I heard her give, like, she giving me in-depth, and for most, let's be clear, for most podcasters, because you may not have time to take in all the news, or you don't feel like reading through the shade room, 9 times out of 10, you probably listen to the Breakfast Club to get a better detail on what the actual topic was, what I may have listened, because you know that Angela Yee gonna give you real details. Jess Hilarious could not do what Angela Yee did. So if I'm listening to the Breakfast Club, more
Yee than Jess is
100, it ain't even close.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't even close. It's just like, it's not like, it can't be. It's almost like going from you can't go from like an elite pocket quarterback to man, that's almost like going from Tom Brady to trying to go to Jameis Winston. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, yeah, if you're here for a good time and a joke, yeah, I'm cool with Jess Hilarious. And Jess Hilarious is Jameis Winston, and fucking Lauren is, I ain't gonna lie to you, would be like, when we talking about swap out for Yee for what you looking for, that would be like the Yee and Lauren thing would be like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, but it's the same style of quarterback. It's just like, all right, whichever one you feel like is better, you can just argue about that. But that just from Yee or just to Lauren, it was like Jameis Winston to Tom Brady. Like getting rid of Tom Brady and then bringing in Jameis Winston. And it's like, you can't, and realistically, that's why I can tell, like, let's be clear, Jess Hilarious has a huge fan base already via social media. And I think because, of course, this is America, people so hung strong on celebrity or followers, because that doesn't make her good at this job, because she got a bunch of followers. That does not mean that she was going to be good at doing what segments. Like I said this before, she would be perfect for, but I don't even necessarily know
social media.
No, she for what she do clips wise. Yeah, everybody can do clips because you can cut it up and chop it up however you want. Mm-hmm. But when I'm talking about, even if you just talking about just platform wise, she would have been perfect if she would have took Melissa Ford's spot on Joe Budden podcast. She could do, which she don't have to read off no topic. She could just punch in and give her opinion. She could took King. She ain't got to take Melissa Ford. She could do what Queen's Flip do. But that's my point, where it's not. But for that role on the Breakfast Club, bro, you have to know how to read. The sad thing is, for if you
because you got Envy and
yeah, I don't need that. And that's why when I see people in the comment section sitting here saying, "Oh, she brings a comedic leaf," nigga, what is fucking Charlamagne then? Like, what happened? Like, since when did we not come for the laughs and giggles from Charlamagne? When he don't need somebody else to bring no laughs and giggles. No, I need somebody to come in and actually make this show still sound like a news show. You got to remember, the Breakfast Club be getting picked. Like, their clips don't get just picked up on the Shade Room, especially during this when it's like politics season. Bro, their clips be getting picked up on CNN, Fox News. You can't have somebody picking up. You can't imagine Fox News trying to pick up a Jess Hilarious topic point on politics. Are you serious? But that's when I know for a fact that people don't really listen to the show. So if you're giving your opinion and feeling like, oh, Lauren, just actually listen to the show and remember the structure of the show, bro. They was during the election, like they did a live stream from Howard Homecoming. Bro, Jess Hilarious don't know nothing about she don't know nothing about politics. She don't even know how to kind of just like, because Envy don't know a lot, but Envy know how to ask the right questions. Envy know how to sit here and say, like, he gonna admit, like, I don't know, but I know how to learn and how to ask the right questions so I can learn and it won't mess up the flow of the conversation because I'm gonna still ask as somebody who's an adult. And I think sometimes, a lot of times people try to just, after a certain age, bro, you still have to show up as an adult. I don't care if you don't know politics, like if you don't know everybody on the ballot, but you had to have some form of opinion as an adult. And for Jess, it was kind of just like, I don't know and I don't care. So I'm not even trying to learn. And it's just like, bro, they even got a second. They have to have another person come and read the actual news. Like Angela, you used to do all of that. So just imagine if I'm iHeart, why do I want to pay someone? Now I'm basically paying two people to do one person job. So that's just my whole thing for people who's like, oh, well, dog, you don't listen to the Breakfast Club because now they got somebody who reads the front page news and okay, they're cool. Even if Jess was still doing Jess with the mess, all of that was still Angela Yee segments. It was front page news and then it used to be rumor reports. So even still, the fact that they got to have somebody else do front page news let you know how bad, like, come on, though. What are we talking about? And for people, and let's be clear, and I think, and we talking about insecurities, even with Jess, it just screamed her insecurities. Corey Holcomb just brought it to like, because let's be clear, Academics said it even 100 times worse than what Corey Holcomb said. But because, I mean, sometimes the shade room and stuff, they may have just didn't want to pick up the Academics thing. Because Academics said literally the same exact thing, but 100 times worse. He called her a DEI hide. So that's my point. Like what Corey Holcomb said, he just like, and the reason why it hurt because it was just honest. Like I'm sure that, because guess what Jess probably do? She might not even pay attention because, of course, like, yeah, it's easy to say, don't read the comments. Don't read the comments on the shade room. But we talking about people who are reading the comments on YouTube interviews, and you talking about when y'all having real conversations. Again, when those politicians come in and Lauren in there and she's asking the right questions because she's knowledgeable of what's going on. She's talking like an adult, even if she's not as great with politics as an Angela Rye or even a Tesla Figaro. She still knows, she's still knowledgeable, she still understands politics to sit here and ask the right questions or to be able to give pushbacks on certain topics with just to just be like dead air, even when it be just certain entertainers in there. Like, bro, Lauren, just do a better job. There's no way in hell you can sit here and tell me you actually listen to the Breakfast Club and you listen to those two people, even if you listen to them interview people. You can't sit here and say you feel like those two people do the same job well. They don't. And that's why it triggered her so much when Corey Holcomb said it. Yeah, they've been already had their beef. And that's like Envy said, like, bro, y'all two already been beefing for 11 years. Before you came to the show, you and him already had smoke. But you allow him to make you want to crash out. But you only reason why I made you crash out because you see the fans and ain't nobody trying to villainize you or sit here when you told people said something about that. That was months ago when you had that little situation. You told her to hush and you told her to shut up. Cool, that happened months ago. But the reason why it happened is because you know for a fact that she's doing this job 100 times better. It ain't, because guess what? If she sucked at that job, you wouldn't care. You wouldn't feel no type of pressure. You wouldn't even care. You would allow her to wash herself out. Like, let's be like that. Just to me, even with that whole Jess thing, like I said, I know people who actually listen to the Breakfast Club or everybody in their mother feel like Lauren do that job better all around the board. I don't, like I said, I don't for laughter. I got Charlamagne and Envy here. It was cool. Like if Jess was replacing one of them, then I get it. But we talking about replacing Angela Yee, bro. I don't need somebody else to make it laugh. And I hate when I see people like you, either you're close to your 40s and you sitting here trying to be like, bro, nobody don't like come on, though. It's time to be an adult. I think that's sometimes with a lot of people, like it's too much. You trying to laugh too much and you trying to run away from the reality of just being an adult way too much. Like, come on, though. Like sometimes it's time to grow up. I'm not trying to listen to the Breakfast Club and sit here and listen to somebody on their Stutter and Stanley. And I said this before this even became a big story. So that's why I kind of was like, all right, bro, this to me ain't nothing new. Like her crashing out was just like, bro, you just bad at that job. And you probably, and I think realistically for Jess, I think she thought that job was going to be way easier than what it actually was. I think that she thought she was going to be able to just kind of walk through and people were just going to keep just sucking her off because, oh, she just hilarious. No, after a while, people going to kind of, because especially for the regular Breakfast Club fan who've been listening to the Breakfast Club before that, and I get it, let's be clear. I'm not sitting here saying that Jess didn't bring some of her own listeners, and I be thinking they even be cherry picking the call sometimes because I look at the comment section. On YouTube channels, bro, 90% of the people on the YouTube channels be saying Lauren was better than Jess. And that's one of the reasons why I think that the Breakfast Club even felt so comfortable with sitting here taking it away from Jess with the mess to making it, I forgot what they call it. Lauren, what is it? Lauren with the latest. Like because you see it in the comment section. No, don't tell me Maryland lost.
They won.
Oh, they won?
He ended up game winner.
Damn. One thing I can say, just real quick, and we can get back to this. One thing I can say, I think Maryland realized that they messed up is they done fumbled the ball heavy on promoting their people, and I like the way that they kind of picked it up with this one. Like with these group of people, this group of players right here, they kind of really picked it up because they fumbled the rock. I felt like they like at one point in time, Maryland used to promote like when we talking about Steve Francis and what's the other the dude who got his wife on the reality show now, Juan Dixon. Yeah, they did a great job of that. They promote those teams. They promoted them heavy, like for some reason, and then I don't know what happened at Maryland where it was just like it was like a drop off. Even when you just go into women's basketball, like all of them, like bro, for the fact that you had Alyssa Thomas played there, and we live here and didn't know that. And even you can kind of tie that in because I meant to say something like, of course, during like the middle of the season when they had their no, as popular as Juju was, like, I mean, let's be clear, the game will sell out regardless because, of course, it's Juju. But I think really they just did a bad job where if you didn't live on campus, you wouldn't know that game was going on. But I do, like I said, a lot of times when I like even just cut on the radio or even they didn't even have billboards up in the area with all of them on the jump. So I do think they have done a better job with trying to pick it up because there's no way, like, come on, though. There ain't no way in the world they missed out way too much. Even for Lexi Brown with the Maryland, I seen her on Twitter one day and she was crashing out like, Maryland, nobody don't even know I went to Maryland. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. I live here and I didn't know she went there. But
I don't think that's something that you probably follow there.
What you mean? At that time?
No, I mean just period. Because like I said, the girls always been doing their thing. They've been a winning team, so that's what I'm saying. Because even like when Angel Reese was there, it wasn't a big thing because they were still winning games. That's what I'm saying. I don't think everybody really paid. You know what I'm saying? Like if you watch college sports, then you know what I'm saying.
I know, but I don't. But I think you're missing my point. I don't think you should have to. It's something. I think that's where most teams. I think that's where most sports go wrong with. I shouldn't have to watch the sport to know something big is in my area. Like I shouldn't have to be a diehard, and because realistically, to pay some, even when you talking about when we say videos go viral, if you just talking about just off of social media, it's not your average everyday listener. It's the casual people that are like, oh, I never even got familiar with this person, and then that's why the numbers jump up at an extreme level because the casual person who's not your everyday listener, they got a whiff of this. So I think even realistically, yeah, I shouldn't have to be a diehard. I don't watch Maryland football, but I know that Tua Vailoa, his brother went there. I never watched a Maryland college football game a day in my life, but I know his brother went to that school. So that's just my point where it's just like certain things where I shouldn't have to be a diehard fan to know, even if let's just say I watch wrestling games, we'll say if I didn't, just maybe because it might be different with professional, because I feel like just in this area it's going to be completely different. But I just do feel like Maryland has just done a bad job. Like just for you to sit here and say,
but that's why I feel like they're not a team that like because of course because they're not in the ACC no more. It's like they're not. Like if they probably still in the ACC, probably see more of promotion, but now because they're in the big league, it ain't the same. Like you the bottom of the bottom right now. You're not a top team. You know what I'm saying? In your division, in the Big West, you're not a big team in that conference.
So you mean for like football wise?
Football and basketball.
Shit, the basketball they won every year.
Just now.
No, nigga, every year. Hey, listen to us, and
not
that's why
the men.
Listen to them. When Angel Reese was there, they won the championship every time.
I know. I'm talking about the women always been good. Because that's when the lady coach was complaining about her not getting the same pay as the head coach for the men. I'm talking about the men wise. Like I said, the way they've been playing, they haven't been.
Oh, you know, for the men, but not even just still, but that for that conference for the men is just trash regardless. Even just that conference as a whole ain't a like. What's the other school like? What's the school that's gonna grab people's attention outside of like Maryland? So I get what you're saying. For the men's side, it's kind of just like. Yeah, whatever the case may be. I mean, I get it. Well, we took a hard turn, which I just because it was on the TV. But again, like I said, just with the Jess Hilarious thing, I just don't think I just think she suck at that job though. Like I don't have a real deep dive because I really listen to the Breakfast Club. Like I feel like for people trying to make it seem like more than what it needs to be, or it's like some long draw, like you just don't listen to the Breakfast Club.
I think my only argument for why can't it be 4? When she said like, I got pitched, the gig is gonna be 3, but if your pay don't change. And it's better for the, why can't it be 4 then?
Maybe because she feel like they're not. I can't even say maybe because they're not making it a 4-person. The way the segments is done, it's not a 4-person thing. because it's not a podcast, it's broke down in segments. So let's say the show starts off front page news. So like when they literally come in, it's like whatever the little 2 minutes or just letting everybody know in the room, hey, how was your weekend? Boom, boom, boom. The very next segment, which again is the difference between, because if this was Angela Yee, you would never notice. But because this is somebody who else do this segment, ain't even in the room. So it's like front page news is somebody who's not even in the room with them. It's somebody completely different. They read the front page news, and 9 times out of 10, it's something that got something to do with adults. So guess what? Just don't talk on there. 9 times out of 10 is normally Charlemagne and Envy who give, whatever pushbacks, because they not in that front page news segment, they normally talk about politics, or they talk about whatever's going on in the news. And which most of the time is politics. So those two are more. So like I said, it's normally that person who's talking, and it's Morgan Wood. She from the DMV. So shout outs to her. It's her talking, and then it be Envy and Charlemagne kind of giving pushback, but that goes again because that's Jess' fault. She don't have no push, and she don't have no conversation. So you talking about for a whole complete segment now, she don't give her opinion. So then they go into get it off with your chest. So then that's the fans or whatever people call it who listening to the junk saying whatever the case may be. So then she may be able to chime in if somebody talking to her or they want to say something to her in that segment. Then the next junk come in, and then it's at that time it was just for the mess, but now she done kind of ushered it into Lauren, because a lot of the stuff now in the news, and especially even in hip hop news, it got a lot of stuff to do with lawyers. So that's where Lauren kind of really got to shine at, because it was like when Jess had her kid or went on maternity leave, that's like when all the Diddy stuff got popping. So it was like Lauren really be into like the law stuff. So she reading, breaking down what's this lawsuit mean and this, that, and the third. She really kind of got to shine and made people kind of be like, oh yeah, this is kind of why we was used to listen to the Breakfast Club, because it's giving you that insider, like, damn, I didn't know that this would this actual, what I'm saying? Because most people, let's be real, most people, even if you follow the Shade Room or any of those blog pages, you're just looking at the headline. You're not really going into the details of what's going on behind the headline. So Lauren gives the details into that. So realistically for Jess, it's kind of like you could get damn near halfway in the show and she may only say like 10 words. Yeah, of course, if you're looking at it like, hey, my pay don't change, but I'm sure that still kind of hit somebody's ego, because you live in a world where it's like Lauren only got maybe like 100-some thousand followers, Jess got 5 million. So to kind of read, this person is not a celebrity. Everybody in the comments on the Breakfast Club YouTube channel, screw the Breakfast Club page on social media, because that's people who may not listen to the show. We talking about actually go on the YouTube channel, go look at the comment section on the YouTube channel. Like if it's a joke and Lauren missed, you see endless people in the joke like, damn, where Lauren at?
But see, I think that's my thing. I mean, I look at it, and you can look at it just like even with sports. You get hurt, somebody step up, the next man up. So I feel like you think you more entitled to that spot, but if you put in the effort and the work, I wouldn't even have to bring her in there.
No, of course, but again, that's because people don't never want to have a real conversation with the women thing, because it's like she had a kid at the wrong time, dog. And most people don't want to say it because you don't want to sound like a dickhead. And most women don't have no balls and don't want to say it. So it's only men who kind of be like, I want to say it, but I don't want to be the dickhead man who say it. But it's just the truth, dog. You got to plan that shit out. You can't just be like, I'm about to get a brand new job and I'm gonna have a kid.
Well, did she have the kid too early, or did she not?
She didn't have a job.
Did she not do her homework on what that job entailed?
Because I feel like
if you was doing all that from the jump, before you got pregnant, while you were pregnant, before you went on maternity leave, and you was doing everything and you was doing a good job at it, then you probably wouldn't feel it. You probably feel some type of way, but you kind of know, all right, I do a better job. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think both things are correct. I think one, she didn't do a good job. She wasn't doing a great enough job to the point where you could sit here and then go have a kid and allow somebody to come in and do a better job.
But but Shorty was like the second final, like she was a finalist into that pick. Right?
So like the people, so when they were doing the rotating chairs, the people who came up there the most was Lauren LaRosa. Because to be honest, Lauren LaRosa came up there more than Jess did. Like Lauren, out of when they were trying to pick who was going to be the third chair, Lauren out of everybody did the most of the fill-ins before it became. It was just permanently Jess. Before they made the announcement that it was Jess jump, Lauren was literally like the only person that was constantly in there doing the jump. So it was like, yeah. So she was realistically one of the finalists for it. It was her, and other person that people kind of really stood out. The most people was what's my girl name? The light skinned older lady. What is her name? It's blowing me because on top of my what's her name? Jordan? Is it? It ain't Jordan. It's
Claudia Jordan.
Claudia, there you go, Claudia Jordan. So she was. So it was realistically for most people. If you actually listen to the Breakfast Club and who had chemistry in the room off the rip, and it was like effortless, and like Claudia Jordan was kind of like, to me, she was like the the hybrid of both of them. Like she can read real well, and she had the super comic, like with her punchlines and all, and that kind. I mean, people I'm sure if y'all follow Claudia Jordan, I mean that's why she got her own show. What was it on Fox Soul before it recently just got canceled, because she can carry one of those shows on her own. And that my people, and I hate when I see so many people say, well, why Lauren can't go get her own? Why Jess can't start a podcast? Jess got a podcast and nobody listens to that shit. That's my point.
But if I'm looking at it, and like you said, it was 3 of them. I know, like I said, I know it was pretty tight. I feel like Jess probably got that edge over them two because
she got more followers. That's it.
Because of the followers, and you trying to catch, I guess, bring a new audience to the whole thing. So let's be honest, like that job probably wasn't yours for real. We just felt like, all right, you might bring more eyes because we given up Angela Yee. We don't want to bring nobody else that's not named. Like you had a name bigger than theirs, sure, and that's why we kind of gave you that. Of
course, that's why they gave you. Of course, but that's my hope. But my even thing with that is just like, even when we talked about B. Simone last week, like if you asking me out of like all of all the comedians, the social media comedians, to me, the best podcaster out of all of them is B. Simone. Like I won't take that from her. Like if she might, like to me, of course, sometimes the episodes go too deep and she always find a way to start crying. That would be my only bad takeaway. But that's cool because sometimes those conversations do get that deep. I just feel like she oversell it with I'd be like, damn, bro, you like every episode you cry. But if I'm just talking about off of quality of listen and actual like the details of the conversation out of all of them, I'm talking about DC Young Fly, Pretty V, you can line every last one of them, Funny Marco, and let's be clear, I know all of them have a different, like if you are one of those people and you just watching stuff because you want to laugh, then of course you're gonna like the Funny Marcos and you'll like the 85 South Show. But I'm talking about you're actually a podcast listener and you listening for information to get informed on something, or you want to actually hear people's opinions on stuff. B. Simone is better than all of them. So, but just even for Jess, it's kind of just like, I was like, maybe her and Charlamagne just got a real friendship, but I kind of didn't understand why he was forcing that so much, because I have never seen somebody be like, oh, I listened to Jess Hilarious Carefully Reckless. Like, I know, like, listen to what I'm saying. I was wondering, because again, I'm not somebody who liked to kiki, but shit, during the shutdown, knew a Rocker Bros who was really watching the 85 South Show. So I know people who actually, and of course they go do live shows and you can see the people in the jump. So people actually like that show. So it's like, it's undeniable, but you can't sit here and say, like, even you can kind of even debate shit. Look at fucking Mona, Don't Call Me White Girl. Like, I think people get confused where it's like, yeah, Jess is popular for her clips that she do on social media, but even look for Don't Call Me White Girl. Like, most people got hip to her because of podcasting with Gilly and Wallow. Like, that's a difference where it's not like I got popular for being a podcaster, not for getting clips and then me starting a podcast. It's a difference. And I think if you be honest and you actually listen, you can tell the difference. Like, I can tell the difference with some people who got good clips, and then if you really get into the detail with their junk, like sometimes I be even when we do this show, like the weeks when I know, like, it's too, the conversation as a whole was too good to just clip up. Like, we were having real adult conversations. You're not going to have a bunch of stuff to clip up for social media because those conversations be too in detail where they got to be took in context, where you can't just clip it up. But for most people who got, I swear to God, any podcast that you watch and they just got a bunch of clips, and the majority of the time you know them from clips, I will go out, I swear to fucking God, that podcast 90% of the time, if you try to actually listen from start to finish, is pure dog shit. I don't care. Pick whichever one you want. I'm telling you, real good podcasts don't have a bunch of clips, dog. Most of the time, because they cuss too much or their opinions be too strong. Like a podcast that built off of straight clips, I promise you, the full product is doo-doo. That would just be like you sitting here getting to have sex with a girl who got some fire news, and then you finally get the box and it's pure dog shit. I'm telling you. So anything that you see that's built up and then be like, oh, it do a bunch. Listen to the full jump from beginning to end. I don't care if it's an hour and 30 minutes or if it's a 3-hour jump. If it got a bunch of clips, I promise you, it's pure trash. Unless it's broke down into questions like what Club Shay Shay do, where it's like question, chop it, question, chop it. That's a difference. But we talking about just actual flow, and it's a bunch of people in the room and they having a conversation, and it'd be doo-doo, dog. And that just be my point, where you kind of just, and you can, but again, that's the difference between people who just be on social media and people who actually taking into
what about like Tonight Conversation type of situation, like where they mostly, I guess because I never listened to, like, I only see their stuff that's on social media. I never listened to it, but like something like that where they.
I think it just depends on. I don't think a man could listen to one of those shows completely through. I think a woman probably could, like, if you really like, and I think even for people, I think it's a time frame on where you at in life. Like when you looking for, like, because let's be clear, if you're dealing with let's say if you're dealing with a heartbreak. I remember after a bad breakup, and this is like when I moved out my Jonas Sula, moved in with the girl, then it didn't work out. I was in a space where it was like, and because in that space, I felt like I wasn't mentally ready to be in, and when I say I was mentally ready to be in a relationship, but I felt like I wasn't mentally smart enough to be in the rooms that this person was in. I went down a rabbit hole and I was listening to the what's my man name with the dreads, and he got this dread saved off on the side. He was like before the top tonight. What is this? Steve, I think Stefan Speaks or something like that. He had like, I'm saying, and it's so, but listen, that's why I don't judge people who go into those rabbit holes, because I've been that person on the opposite side of the computer who went down that rabbit hole where it's like you trying to figure out how to be a better person so you can, like, the next relationship you get in, you want to present completely different. Like you want to just be way sharper, and you feel like listening to these people because the titles are like, hey, how to be a better man and this, that, and the third. I remember even at one time it was a joke that was called and that's how I know I was in like a way weak space mentally, because after I got out of that space, I'm like, bro, why am I listening? This shit is corny as hell. It was called The Roommates. I'm sure for people, if you really was into like podcasts and like maybe like early like 2000 and was like 19 or 2018, they had a popular podcast at that time, but it was really like relationship, and they were some nice guys, and they were kind of just coming off. Like when you get into those spaces, I understand how some of those shows last, because it's almost just like a pastor. It's like, instead, I don't have the Bible here for you, but you looking for that healing process. You feel like, hey, I'm gonna go on YouTube and I'm gonna try to find this healing process on YouTube, and 9 times out of 10 it just don't beat it. So like I said, with the Just Hilarious thing, it's just, bro, she just, to me, she cheeks. I don't care what y'all talking about. She got a bunch of followers, cool. And to me, even for Jess, I would sit here and say, bro, instead of you sitting here even chasing the Breakfast Club, bro, you should have worked on, you're a comedian, you don't have no type of special. Like that to me is kind of crazy, where it's like your group of people is like, we can say whatever you want about B. Simone, but B. Simone got clips of her actually doing stand-up comedy on social media. I have never, and listen, I know people who personally have went to go see Jess Hilarious, but where's the Jess Hilarious clips of her on actual stage doing comedy?
I've never seen. I know she be promoting them, but I've never.
But that's my point. And people give her, I don't know what it is about her, and that's why when academics say she, and it was kind of truth to that even, and that's when Lauren was like, bro, I took up for you on Twitter when academics was going crazy on you. And because what he said was kind of true, like she caters to that yes queen shade room comment section. But if you sitting here saying, like, if I'm sitting here, you take the gender out, I could easily say, bro, she don't work as hard as, like, I seen clips of Desi Banks actually in comic shows. Like still got all the skits. Just how Jess got her skits, so she do whatever, but he actually still got clips of him. Like anytime I see him come down on TikTok, most of the time it be him at a comic club doing comedy. I don't see none of these stuff, even for her and Country Wayne to be in a relationship. Bro, Country Wayne got a special on what's his on Amazon Prime, or it was on Netflix. I can't, it was on one of them, but my whole point of it is these other people who are in your group, they still have done other things. And I feel like for Jess, it's kind of just like, I don't want to say, because I don't know her. I don't want to say she's just looking for people to give her stuff, but it's like, bro, you could still work harder at your craft than you even just in here worrying about the Breakfast Club. You should just kind of look at that as a paycheck and a way to just promote your stuff instead of you really getting the feelings and kind of making it seem like, I ain't like the way she did Lauren, bro. That to me was just crazy. Like, even kind of really just kind of throwing her under the bus, like that was trash. Like, dog, that was just, to me, just personally, like, I don't even know how she even still be able to come
back to work.
Yeah.
Well, why did they let it air?
What you mean? She did it on her own Instagram Live.
But it was a clip of them on the show.
Oh no, yeah. So they talked about it on the show. I mean, but they kind of had to. After she went on her Instagram Live, you kind of ain't got no choice because she done already done it on Instagram Live, and every blog page and picked it up.
But even still, even if she was totally correct, the way you handled it on air will make them not want to deal with you no more, because that was very unprofessional.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure that Charlamagne probably he probably got endless calls from the people at iHeart, and they probably was ready to be like, bro, we can clip her right now. But I'm sure he went to bat for her like, nah. I know he had to, because there's no other way you could tell me how like that. Like, come on, dog.
It's like she got too comfortable.
But then my question, only because we in this day and age where the engagement or the controversy brings more views. So would I really be? Would I even entertain it? Or I'm like, well, let's keep this going.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I get, yeah. For if we going off of Jess views and clicks. Of course, it made great for radio. Because even though I listened to the joke the next day, and people was called, like people who normally call to the show every day, like they are listeners who call, like they almost like are part of the show. Like that these listeners gonna call every day. Like they just like if you listen to sports radio, it'd be certain jokes that the radio hosts know some of these callers by name or even their voice because they call so much. So they got their regular callers, and like some of their regular callers couldn't even get through because the lines were so busy because people wanted to call and wanted to get into the mess. But yeah, all of that's cool. But I know DJ Envy, nigga, the way he was hurt. Like he really felt something. And listen to him tell you, he is one petty nigga. If you listen to the Breakfast Club long enough, you know for a fact DJ Envy hold that bitterness for a long time, bro. It take him a long time to get like he didn't have this little drama with him and DJ drama when it was him and Deezus and Mero. It's a lot of people where it'd be like, nah, he kind of feel some type of like he hold that grudge. And think about it, even for shit. Why Angela Yee originally left, or even when Jess like, the only reason why
like it's a brand like a high school and all that when she
but even when she said that, the only reason why Angela Yee left is because Charlamagne did that interview with Gucci Mane. Now, of course, Envy is a man, so Envy makes it so Envy and Charlamagne got to easily kind of joke about it a little bit, but I'm sure realistically the only reason why Envy probably felt like, all right, we was kind of out of pocket. So I get why Gucci Mane said whatever he said about me and Yee. Because y'all allow Yo Gotti to kind of go crazy on Gucci. So it was like, it was kind of fit, but I understand for Angela Yee, she a woman, she may have not looked at it the same way. So, I mean, it's just like I said, it just depends on what you honestly like. What do you, when you go listen to these shows, what you looking for from shows. So like I said, to me personally, I'm more of a Lauren LaRosa type of person. I like when I'm listening to stuff, I know I'm listening for the information. I kind of don't like, I'm not a fan, and I can even tie that into, I was on Twitter today, and I seen people kind of criticizing Joe Budden and them for not really going deep into the big lockups on the West Coast shows. Like they talked about it, but it was literally they talked about it for like 7 minutes. Like somebody clipped the whole joint up, and you seen people was kind of dragging them, and some people was shooting them bail, and some people was like, that's not really their get down. But I can't agree with that, because if you can do a deep dive on Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez, if you can go for an hour talking about Meg and Tory beef, there's no way you only give me a 7-minute joint on everybody from No Jumper getting locked up.
My only way I can look at it is I might still have to go travel. You know what I'm saying? Like I still might have to go these places.
So what then? But guess what? I know. Listen, go ahead and say what you about to say, because I know for a fact that's 2 reasons why people talk about Meg like that. And that's why why I can even tie that into. I'm listening to what I'm telling you. If I'm Meg Thee Stallion, if I'm Angel Reese, if I'm any of these women who are just high level athletes, stop trying to date your equal and date you a crash out. I promise you, if Meg Thee Stallion and Angel Reese had a crash out and they felt like every time I go somewhere, somebody gonna pull a LeBron James, what he did to Stephen A. Smith, I promise you, the conversation will be completely different when it comes to some of these women. But because these women date men who got something to lose, and that go to people in the comment section when I've made a video about the Jay-Z sitting here saying he thinking about suing Kanye. Bro, you a grown man. You suing somebody they play with your kid like that? You're supposed to literally go right across Kanye's jaw. And that be my point, where sometimes I get what you say. Yeah, if you feel, don't talk. If you felt like you don't want to talk crazy about what happened in the West Coast because you still got to travel there, you don't want to say the wrong thing, so you can't go back to LA, then that's how you should talk about whatever. But that be my point. I know that people you go over the extreme because Meg is not attached to nothing that you feel like ain't nothing going to happen to me if I say something crazy about Meg Thee Stallion. But the first time, just imagine if Meg or Angel, any of them, because women that I hear niggas have extreme crazy takes about, because you know that there probably won't be no repercussions towards you with it. But just imagine if one of them was sitting here like before Lord Durk got locked up, King Von was still alive, or NBA Youngboy, you wouldn't talk about them the same way, because you know for a fact me saying something crazy about them now it may come with some type of repercussion.
Because that's why I was say even listen to that. I felt like that's not really something that I'll be like, oh, I'm going to listen to Joe and them really see what they had to say about that, because I feel like that whole scenario, because like even like they don't really talk that much about Youngboy or anybody with like.
But these is grown men. I get like, and listen to what I'm saying. The NBA, if this was somebody younger, cool. But Big U is old. The stories that Big U was them, and we gonna talk about it in like 2 seconds.
Like even with the whole Jay Prince situation, I don't think they still on that.
To me, listen to what I'm saying. You cannot listen to what I'm saying. You cannot pick and choose what you want to talk about. If you're going to talk about hip hop, you got to talk about hip hop from A to Z. You can't, because I don't respect that. You're a man still. You can't have picks on I can't respect you as a man if you're going to have crazy takes about a woman or go in depth on, oh, Meg is this, whatever, or this woman, whatever. Because this is what I'm saying. They have, and that's to me, it's like, bro, They went 44. You went 40 minutes on the Jess and Lauren thing, but you went 7 minutes on a podcast that's getting locked up for podcasting. You're a podcaster.
Oh, that's what he got locked for.
Nigga, Big U is not a podcaster, but the other two dudes who got locked up him with the Bricc Baby be on No Jumper. I'm gonna play the clips from the other dude. What is his name? What's my man name? What is his dude name? What's his name? His name Loose Cannon. He be on No Jumper. I'm gonna play a clip of him on No Jumper talking to Wack and Adam, talking about Big U sitting here lining Nipsey up. Like, even if you ain't even play the clips or nothing. Like, you just nah, dog. That's why sometimes I get it. If you're not really into this space, I understand why, like, for casual people who don't just really pay attention and you only catch it on clips, that's why I respect academics. I don't care what y'all say, why you don't like him. He don't got no picks. That's why I can respect him more than I can even respect Joe Budden, because you can't have picks. Bro, people come to you, I'm coming for an opinion. I don't want to hear you gossip about women stuff all the time, and then when it's men business, how you skip the men business, but you got hot takes on women business? You can't give me a deep dive on Shaq telling Angel Reese to wear booty shorts, but you gonna skip, man, come on, dog. A bitch is a bitch, and y'all gotta stop. Niggas gotta stop giving niggas passes for being fucking bitches, dog. I'm cool on that. That's not a real place. That ain't gonna happen. So since we right here, let's I'm gonna go sit here and play a few clips from, I guess I'm gonna play the news clip first.
Well-known hip-hop executive has turned himself into federal authorities overnight. He's accused of running a dangerous criminal enterprise. His name, Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U. He helped launch the career of Nipsey Hussle. Well, he's now been charged with extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and murder.
During this investigation, federal officials say they received or recovered 49 weapons, 5 pounds of methamphetamines, 10,000 fentanyl pills, and large amounts of cash. Prosecutors allege Henley ran an enterprise like a mob boss and defrauded companies, the government, and even celebrities in the process.
I'm going to go turn myself in to see what's going on. They talking about I'm a fugitive.
Music executive Eugene Henley, or Big U, taking to Instagram moments before turning himself in and just hours after federal authorities declared him a fugitive Wednesday.
They just raided all my houses.
Mr. Henley operated Big U Enterprises, a mafia-like organization.
Investigators claim Henley painted himself as a hip-hop legend and a Los Angeles community activist, but is actually, according to authorities, the leader of a South LA gang who ran an alleged criminal enterprise.
The facts alleged in the complaint is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him.
More than a dozen others that prosecutors say are tied to the criminal case are also in custody. According to the affidavit, Henley is charged with violating the Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Prosecutors allege his organization, Big U Enterprises, was linked with the murder of an aspiring rapper working under Henley's label in 2021. They claim Henley shot and killed the rapper in Las Vegas after the rapper recorded a diss track about Henley. Officials say Henley then dumped his body in a ditch. Officials also claim Henley used his nonprofit organization, Developing Options, which purported to help at-risk youth, to dupe taxpayers, the County of Los Angeles, and NBA players. He allegedly embezzled hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of donations and grants by transferring money into his personal bank account.
Y'all don't understand what the FBI do to black men who try to help their community.
Henley served 13 years in prison after trying to rob an undercover sheriff's deputy of cocaine back in 1991. He has not yet entered a plea deal to the current charges, but could potentially face life in prison if convicted. We reached out to his attorney and are still waiting for a response.
Well,
listen to what I'm telling you. I got a couple more clips I'm going to sit here and play. But that is one of the reasons why I sit here and say I would never go to LA as a rapper, because I don't know them politics. Even when I seen the list of people that they sit here and said it was a story where it was like Adrian Broner finessed a dice game for $1.5 million, and Big U was trying to press him out because Adrian Broner didn't want to pay him $100,000 for checking it. And I kind of respect AB, because it's like, again, when we talk about men not having picks, like, you can't sit here and have picks. I respect Adrian Broner is a crash out. He pop off on social media. He be talking greasy. When I heard this story about AB finessing the dice game for $1.5 million is OD. But him not checking in with Big U, I respect that even more, because I'm like, oh, all right, cool. Adrian Broner ain't just one of these like miscellaneous people who be fake woofing and playing big for social media. He played big with the gangsters. He went to Cali, did him, and I'm cool. I ain't giving up. I respect that for that made me respect Adrian Broner. Y'all can be like, that's ignorant. I don't care. I respect the man for not letting niggas extort him. That's like somebody literally putting their hand in your pocket, like, hey, what you got in there for me? Or that's like back in the day when you was young, you knew somebody like ask you, hey, what's your shoe size, cuz? What size is them Jones? Like, you knew when somebody was trying to play with you like that. What you mean, what's my size? And the niggas who was really thorough, they used to be like, they're your size. So I respect Adrian Broner for carrying that type of energy. But again, I'm going to play this clip of the Slim, what's his name? Loose Cannon. He kind of played with Meek Mills. I ain't going to hold you.
Needs a bag. So what we do, walk in the club. Yeah, like 9 of your homies. It was like 30 of us. The security moved to the side. I said, Meek, you know what's this about? You started taking it off and handing it to me. You was polite about it, Sugar Plum. You was polite. Sugar Plum, you was polite. I hear Rose. He needs a hey, look. I got this. You got this artist you pumping. You don't want this to get out. We need 50. He brought 52, Crenshaw, and 48. He brought that money. He brought it fast. And when he brought it, I hit Big Useless and said, we on our way. Gave Meek Mills his stuff back and left.
And again, that's why I said, I've said this a million times. I don't understand why rappers be so pressed to move to California. If these type of things, because they were sitting here making it seem like Big U kind of had a strong arm on Shaq, Draymond Green, a couple of other people. It was kind of like, dang, if he making it tight on even somebody like Shaq, is like, bro, what would make me, and real quick, and that's what kind of even made me when it was like, when it seemed like LeBron was choosing the Kendrick Lamar side way stronger, because I don't think that it is just stopped with one gang. You're not about to sit here and tell me only the Rolling 60s is the only people pressing out athletes. You telling me no Bloods don't get down like that at all? So even for people to sit here like, I think LeBron want to play in LA. He want his kids to stay. He don't want to have to sit here and move. He want to just kind of probably go old in LA. So I think even him choosing the side with the Kendrick thing was a little bit more of like, I feel like a lot of that kind of had a little bit of gang politics to it. I don't necessarily know how many of y'all actually watch Lakers games, but every time the Lakers got a big game on TNT, I don't even remember which one of them TDE dudes it is, but he literally be at every game with a red TDE ad sitting courtside, not 2 rows behind. He's literally on Celebrity Row with a red TDE hat on. He be 9 times out of 10, he got a black t-shirt and a red TDE hat. The hat is red and the TDE letters is white across his hat. I've seen him at literally 5 Lakers games this season. You're not about to sit here and tell me LeBron James was supposed to be dumb enough to sit here and say I was gonna choose Drake's side over Kendrick Lamar, and you hearing these Big U stories, man, y'all crazy as hell, dog. And that be my point. Is sometimes I feel like when people talk, you got to talk in real details. You got to pay attention, and that's why even when you talk about podcasting, I think sometimes you even just to have a good 5-minute opinion, it may take you a whole night to watch stuff that you don't even feel like watching. And that's even just like when we talking about with this Big U stuff, bro. I couldn't tell y'all the last time I watched a No Jumper interview or even listen to Academics in a minute, because I felt like it ain't nothing he was talking about. And that's again why I like Lauren, because okay, Lauren give me enough details. I don't have to listen to all these other people. But sometimes if you don't have that space, I don't have no other choice but to listen to somebody like Academics. Why? Because Joe Budden skipped the whole entire topic. And that be my point. Is sometimes like if you're gonna do the job, do the fucking job for real. Don't have no picks on what you're talking about, because your listeners. That's what your listeners is here for. I want to hear your opinion, and I want to know some details on some stuff that I did not know about. But again, staying into this situation with these people, I do want to play this clip of. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know how. And let's be clear. In this RICO, in these charges, especially on these charges for Big U, they brought up Clubhouse topics, a lot of Clubhouse topics, and I do sit here and say. I don't know who run Clubhouse, but they should shout outs to all the West Coast gang members, because people was joking about that on Twitter all weekend, where they were sitting here saying like, bro, the West Coast and the West Coast gang culture keeps Clubhouse alive because literally anytime you hear Whack 100 crashing out on somebody, 9 times out of 10 the clip come from Clubhouse. But this clip I'm about to play right here is the loose cannon dude. He was on No Jumper. He was talking to Whack 100, and they was talking about basically he was trying to sit here and say he felt like Big U had something to do with Nipsey passing.
So basically, because he'll be like he'll manipulate things. Like we'll go and do something, and as soon as we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to counting everything, right?
No, that ain't that's the robbery. I want to play the Nipsey job.
You get a call from Big U telling you Nipsey just got killed.
Yeah.
You panic, call Nip. Nip answer the phone.
Yeah, and
you like
just talking on regular. So it's like at the end of the day, I didn't even think about it because
you don't even warn him that you got that call from dude.
No, because their relationship was so fucked up. It'd be like they be hot one minute, then they be cold the next minute, and then they be lukewarm. Like you
and
just
30 minutes after you get out the phone with Nip, he get killed.
Yeah, I got it.
So you think he hit you a little too early?
Yep, he hit me a little bit too early because the homie Shitty double back 3 times. You hear what I'm saying? And first he shot him, boom, go into the alley, came back and shot him, boom. It wasn't good enough. And then he came back and he shot him again. But now it's like
how did he know?
Yeah, no, but
that's crazy.
It's deep. So it's like I don't know who to trust.
Now let me ask you a question. I heard this. I don't know how true it is. I heard that Shitty and Nipsey had a fight.
Yeah, they had they had a fight like a week before that. When they had a fight, Shitty ain't known for fighting.
Yeah, not at all.
He known for doing the other things. So at the end of the day, it's like Nipsey beat him up. Nipsey is what's like 6'4", 6'5". Shitty is like 5'5", 5'6". You get what I'm saying? Like frails. Like he
and the crazy thing is, I'm not gonna sit here and say I feel bad, but because the West Coast style of podcasting has built this community and its fan base up on talking too much. Like people listen to No Jump, or you listen to when Adam have these gang members on the show, is because you feel like you want to hear these type of stories, but realistically, these stories don't make good for not going to jail. They make good for other people's entertainment. Like, am I going to be locked in? Am I going to watch? Am I going to listen? Of course you're going to listen to this type of stuff. But realistically, if you committing these crimes or you are affiliated with people committing these crimes, you should never be getting on nobody's podcast talking this loosely. And especially, these ain't like these people talking about stuff that happened 30 years ago. You talking about stuff that was happening during the shutdown. Nipsey ain't been gone nothing but I think like 5 years. So you talking about ain't no statute of limitation on these crimes that you talking about? So that's just my whole point, is like when you even breaking these stories down, or you even talking about extorting Meek Mills and this, that, and the third, like this stuff is on like people when they all got picked up, all they doing is all these clips is resurfacing. People are reusing and repurposing these clips. So it's like you building an audience off of your authentic stories, and these stories you telling them they sound believable. Rappers and athletes aren't sitting here denying none of these stories. So it's kind of just like, damn, all right, even when I heard the Meek jump, I'm like, damn, Meek, y'all want like cake and ice cream. It's not. And I think even when you hear some of these stories, you kind of just like, and I get it, sometimes you get older when you maneuver certain places. Like, let's be clear, I feel like if you old, I'm not going to sit here and say, me personally, I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to have to go nowhere where I feel like I got to sit here and tap in, or I got to sit here and pay somebody for protection. And we could talk about that in a little bit when we get into the Sauce Walker situation. Like I feel like this week was one of those weeks in hip hop where it was like, damn, like what's next? But it was kind of like, I wouldn't want to check in, but that kind of made me even respect a lot more when you hear that story, you see that video of Lil Durk and them pressing the game out, and they in the West Coast and they pressing him out. But at that time, they probably so young. And that probably at that time, I understand, like, I ain't even gonna say that young, because you seen how Lil Durk and them move. I mean, off of what he in jail for right now, because it's kind of like, yeah, just because we in Cali don't mean we can't get our handles on some junks. So it's like, and we gonna bang out. And that's why I'm kind of not even mad at Game for kind of just like not even dragging it with them in the club, because they let you know, like, yeah, we from Chicago, and what you know about Chicago, we carrying it like that when we come to Cali. That kind of course, this is the ignorant part of my brain, and this will probably be hypocritical later on when we talk about some more of a non-rap stuff. But I kind of respect Lil Durk gangster. Like, he never cut his gangster off for nobody. It don't matter where I'm at. I'm not about to let you play with me. You're not going to play with my name. But even to hear that story about Meek, it's kind of like, damn, Meek, you went out like, oh, you in the club and let somebody take your chains off in the club? Like that to me just sound crazy. Like, and I never heard Meek come and deny those stories. Like, so it's kind of just like, and for that just to be floating on the internet and you never see this dude get beat up or nothing, it's kind of like, damn, shout out to Lil Durk, free Lil Durk. I'm not mad. I respect a good crash out. I honestly respect a good crash out. Is that what the only other clip of that? I believe. Oh no, I had this one John they was talking about when Big U was talking about Wiz Khalifa.
What about Wiz?
Oh, Wiz Khalifa. Now that right there is one of my nephews. Yes, sir. A phenomenal brain. I think people don't give Wiz the credit he deserves for how smart and intelligent he is. You know what I mean? Like he's smart on a whole nother level. Like Wiz gonna be in this business years to come. He's gonna be one of the figure. He's a man of the community. He has donated for the last 5 years. He has donated every year to the organization. He I think he gave us $25,000 last year for the football organization. In the terms of we bought football jerseys, uniforms. He paid for our field. He's performed 2 times for us a year for the football program. He by far he's done far more for the Crenshaw community than any person up to date.
So you know what's so crazy? So when I heard this Wiz Khalifa story, I kind of thought it made me think two things real quick. I kind of made it like, all right, if I'm somebody like Wiz, that really ain't a lot of money to somebody like Wiz Khalifa. Like, all right, if Wiz sit here and say he donated 25,000, or even let's just say 50,000, what's 50,000 if you're talking about for your safety? Because now you sitting here saying, if I donated to them 50 bands, I know I can kind of move around Cali as freely as I possibly want. I'm kind of not mad at that, especially if I'm not somebody where it's like, I think for Lil Durk or somebody like a Jeezy or something, it depends on your aura and how you kind of carry yourself or what your rap career is known for. Because I understand for somebody like Durk, he probably like, man, I'm just bringing me and my man, we gonna be strapped up and we gonna bang out how we supposed to bang out. So it's differently, but for somebody like Wiz, who's not known to have like a big entourage, or Wiz Khalifa not really known to be on no gangster time, it's kind of like, I'm not mad at it. Like when I'm hearing that story, I'm saying, all right, 50,000 really ain't nothing to Wiz. And if I'm looking at it like I'm paying 50,000 for my safety, where me and my family can kind of move around and I ain't got to worry about nobody trying to pull no sneaky backdoor moves on me. I kind of was like, all right, I get it. So I maybe feel like it depends on the artist. And even for some of the athletes, though, it's like, I get like, even if Draymond, let's just say he say Draymond, especially, I don't know, Draymond may be a little different, but like Shaq seemed like he really, like, even if you listen to some stories, like when Shaq be getting into like his LA story time, like after certain games, how he wouldn't sit here and go like straight home, and Shaq really be wanting to move around outside, and Shaq don't got, like, I don't even know Shaq got any homeboys. So it's like, that kind of like, maybe that's cool for Shaq. Cause Shaq, and he a freaky man, so it's kind of like I could easily see a nigga pulling a backdoor on Shaq with like, Shaq probably would be realistically the easiest person to pull a lick on because he always so horny. So I kind of would understand that Shaq would probably like, he may have like 2 different sets of gangs in his pocket where it's like, all right, I'm gonna get him 100 bands this year, and I'm gonna get him 100 bands this year, and I'm Gucci because I'm gonna move around LA and do me, and I kind of want to be good money wherever I move around at. So I like I said, I try to think twice about it where it's not like, don't be ridiculous and make it seem like nobody can't get extorted. I know people can, but it's kind of just like, I feel like it's like, who are you and how you kind of carry yourself, or what you want your name to be like in the streets. But again, like I said, I just don't, me personally, if you are a podcast, I don't respect you skipping them type of topics, dog. I'm sorry. Like, we go to some women stuff real quick.
And why did you end up popping your balloon? It's giving a little studious. Maybe you read books on vacation as opposed to maybe, it's just giving studious to me.
Like his outfit?
Mm-hmm. Just the whole vibe. I like the glasses. I actually really do, but it's definitely giving very book reader when I want to maybe turn up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
And why did
So I guess, I mean, I'm sure y'all seen the clip, and of course it was a tweet. It was a viral tweet going around where it was sitting here saying, "I love to pop the balloon show because now they let me know why so many women are 30 plus and they single." But to be honest, like that sound, like the way she made it sound, if you did not watching the actual video, it sound like, dang, bro, you don't like men who read books. But if you get if somebody's describing and saying you look like you read books, you get what she was saying. Like his suit was OD baggy. It wasn't that he had a suit on, but it was like he ain't have one. It's a difference between if you got a suit on and you look like Ghost, or you got a suit on, you look like Ryan Clark, and then you got a suit and you look like, I only got this suit because I got to go to court. This is my first suit I ever had to wear before, or this is my first funeral. I ain't never been to a funeral before. That's how baggy his suit was. So I understood what she was saying. So it was kind of, but again, that's why I like the Pop the Balloon show, because I kind of get to really see how, like, the stuff people can't help but say, you got to kind of say it, because it's like, I'm here, and you kind of want to be entertaining a little bit, but you being honest at the same time of what you really don't like. So I'm not mad at her for saying it, because you looking at the dude and you looking at his suit, it's like, bro, this suit baggy as hell. Like, why is your suit that baggy? Like, if I own a suit, I don't want my suit to be that baggy, especially in 2025. There's no way in the world I'm not going nowhere with a suit that baggy. And I know for a fact, most women, when they looking at a man in a suit and tie, you want the man suit and tie to fit like Ghost. Like, yeah, I'm cool on that. So I'm not mad at her for that one, but I did like that tweet, because it is like, you do get to see how many women kind of just be like, bro, super, they be rough on these dudes on this Pop the Balloon show. I ain't gonna hold you, but I like it. What's my other girl?
There's a video floating around of this girl talking about how y'all are intimidating men with y'all degrees. Y'all know how y'all love that coping mechanism, but let's really tell the truth about it. Let's tell the truth. Y'all are not intimidating most men. What's happening is, a lot of y'all, when you get these degrees, you get it so that you can feel bossed up, so that you can feel like you that girl. A lot of y'all couldn't compete in looks with other women, but you can in things that you can obtain, like degrees, houses, cars, material items. And so once you get those things, it makes you feel like you're a better caliber of woman, right? And a lot of people can tell this about you just by being around you. It don't even have to be limited to men. I done been around women who, once they get them degrees and get the money, their attitude becomes very nasty. And they think that it's all about them because they got those degrees and because they have money. Then they start looking down on people, talking crazy to people, and they just develop this really nasty attitude. And men find that to be off-putting. Most people find it to be off-putting, right? But you think it's intimidation when it's really, you're just nasty. You think that you're better than people because of what you've obtained. Materialistic most of the time, right? You think you're better because you got a luxury car, because you live in a nice house, a penthouse, because you got a bunch of designer. And you got the mindset of how men maneuver when they get money. You think that that money is attractive to men. You think that the power that you have is attractive to men, but most men don't see it that way, right? So when you be out here, you trying to figure out, well, why these men don't want me? I got so much to offer. I got this. Yeah, that would be great if you were a man, right? And that would be attractive to women, but you're not. You're a woman. And so a lot of y'all, you so focused on obtaining all of this materialistic stuff that a lot of y'all end up being homely looking. You forget about the fact that you need to upkeep your looks. And so men are not physically attracted to you, but you somehow in your mind think that because you got so much to offer material wise, that they're going to overlook it the way you would overlook it when dating a man who got a lot to offer material wise. But again, that's not how it works when you're dating men. No man has ever looked at a girl and was like, yo, she busted, but look at that Louis bag she carrying. She dropped a Benz though. Look at that mansion she live in, right? Unless he wants to use you, those things that you have material-wise can't override if he don't physically like you. Then when it comes to the actual intelligence part, a lot of y'all are sitting with bachelors, masters, doctorates, but you're getting played by men who barely got GEDs, men who can barely read a sentence out loud. What good is those degrees? What good is all that school? You being book smart if you're failing at life.
And let me say something just real quick. For women, when they get viral or get popular via social media for popping it, they really be popping it and they be dragging it. Like, niggas get lucky sometimes because it's just a large group of men who just hate women. But sometimes when it comes to women and they be really getting in that bag, because I've been following her on TikTok in a minute, and that's just because I like that. For some reason, I just like women with a country accent. But on that topic of what she was just saying, I agree with everything she said. And I do think we live in a day and age where women don't. I don't even see. I do think because we can stay on women, but I do think even for men, sometimes you get so caught up in the bag, and it's kind of you allow yourself to look like you end up looking like doo-doo, and that goes back into the Renni Rucci and Black Zach situation. It's kind of like, yeah, because you got bread, but okay, what about the dude who got bread and got a six pack? You got bread and you got a dad bod. You know for a fact that's when your insecurity kind of kick in because you was too concerned on getting the bag where you kind of put your looks to the side. And I do think for a lot, especially in this day and age, a lot of women like, yeah, you get into the bag, but them lunch lady arms go bananas. And so it's kind of just like, yeah, all right, you got a bag, you got the Benz, you got the da-da-da-da, but it's like, you don't even really like to get naked. Like you got, so just to kind of even paint a better picture for all the women who drive the foreign, live in a nice size house or a big townhouse or a big house, but you still only hunch with a shirt on. I'm telling you, that's like, bro, that you better give up that car. Go get rid of that phone, get in the Toyota, and get you a membership somewhere. Because you still got to get hit with a t-shirt on. That insecurity. That man see that insecurity. He still may hit you with this t-shirt on, but trust and believe he know that you dealing with that type of insecurity. So it's like you can't really never even drag your nuts for real because you still got to get hit with a t-shirt on. And this is one of them things where I think realistically, I don't think most humans know how to balance the two. Where it's like, I can be financially good money and I can still be physically attractive, because I think most people, that shit is like almost like if you can do both, like 9 times out of 10, you probably are a celebrity. Because I think for the average person who got to work for that, it's hard. Because especially now that people got to go back to work and get it. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I was laughing and popping and like, yeah, I'm glad people got. I ain't gonna lie, you could tell the difference on how crazy that traffic get on. I ain't even talking about the main streets like 495 and 395. You already know they gonna be crowded. I'm talking about when everybody be trying to hit them back streets where it be like, damn, the back street's kind of crazy at 4 and 5 p.m. now. You kind of know the difference between when people had to go back to work and they didn't. But again, like I said, I understand now because it's a dude from here. I follow him on TikTok, and he kind of be talking about like he had to go back into the work office, and he kind of be like, bro, I know I'm old and that work and going into the office be hitting me because now I got to come home and take a nap. And that was one of my biggest things because it was like, even when you talking about dating, I know for a fact it was like that was the advantage for women where it's like I've been in the house all day because you didn't have to go to work. You don't be tired, so you be geeking to go out on more dates. Now you got to get back in that traffic, and you sitting there, and it depends on how far you live from your job, and they take you an hour and 30 minutes to get home and to work every day. So now you're talking about that's an extra 3 hours into your workday commute. Yeah, you ain't geeking to go out on as many dates as you was. I think that was one of the reasons maybe, and I didn't say that the proper way maybe a few weeks ago, but I just kind of wanted to double down on that because what she said. Y'all got any thoughts or opinions on, I guess, women kind of chasing the careers and the degrees where it's kind of, it may lose the sexy a little bit?
I feel like you can get your sexy.
Do you feel like it's harder though? Or do you feel like realistically when you really get into that bag? Because most men do. Like, let's be clear. If a man drive, let's say if you drive a 18-wheeler and them niggas be getting a stupid bag, but most of them don't be in shape for real.
I feel like for women it's different because women want to present themselves a certain way. So I feel like they have more drive. Most women have more drive to try to keep up their appearance.
You believe that for real?
I think so.
From running to go up, get up under a knife, or actually put in the work?
No, actually put in the work. It's difficult, but I feel like they still try to put forth that effort. I don't feel like they just let it go. And
okay, only reason why I can give you a little bit pushback, and I can even kind of tie this into just even sports fans. Like, and I just pay attention because y'all know I just really pay attention to people. Even I'm one of them people. If somebody got a crazy or good opinion enough, I'll go look at their page. So it's like, when I even like on Threads or it don't matter, pick whatever page you be on and you talk, and people who are really good at like talking about sports and really like, I'm talking about like know the nooks and crannies and details of sports. I even said it about TV shows. I feel like for people who really lock in on something like that, where you become so good where people are coming for that opinion, like on a TV show, most people who give the good TV review shows, they kind of be like, they be on the plus size. A lot of the women who got like the crazy, really know all their WNBA and know all the women's college basketball players, like they ain't just the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark fans. They know the Georgia Monroe and all them other people and be like, maybe kind of be like the bigger Stud Jones. Like a lot of them stereotypes because it takes time to really lock in on some of these things to know this stuff. That put in a lot of time where you ain't putting in time into your look. Like most people ain't like if you ain't got it. And that's why I even was saying I seen people getting mad about when they put out for the WNBA, they put out the TV jumps and the Fever had so many jumps. I was happy. I'm like, nigga, I pay for this WNBA league pass. I don't want all them games on them because when they on them regular TV channels, you can't get it on the league pass. So it was kind of like, but I know like for people, when you get upset about that, that means realistically, you watch your TV in the house. I don't watch TV in the house. 9 times out of 10, when I'm watching TV and I'm trying to multitask and still go to the gym, especially when you talk about sports because they come on at night, I'm in the gym at night most of the time. So I wouldn't be able to want to watch my sports on my phone. So it's kind of like I get what she's saying, like, and that to me it was something where it's like I can easily kind of make it even a little bit more relatable because I know a lot of women who like got fire women's basketball takes. A lot of them women be plus size studs, and that's because they be in the house really watching these games and knowing these players. Like for somebody who realistically know a bunch of college players and you know their names and it's not just one team you follow, you know all of them, bro. You got a lot of time on your hand, dog. Like even when people back in the day when they be like, "Oh, you got a voice for radio," because you know you ain't got a face for TV. Like that was a thing.
But then I think that's the kind of thing where it's like for like when you said with the 18-wheeler, you're like, all right, he out of shape because he always working and all that, cool. But he got his money to make up for whatever he don't. But I feel even like with women, I feel like it's how they look. It might not be how they look to everybody else, but it's more so the position, how they bring it to how they look. Like they still get to, you know what I'm saying? They might not be the best. And like you just said now, a lot of them are heavy set women, but I'm pretty sure they put their shit on and they ain't looking like no bum.
No. So I think let's be clear. I do think that's the difference between women and men. I do like a woman who has money. She's going to present herself together where it's like, even if she got to go into a corporate, she's going to have a nice, whatever, her dress attire going to be on point, where different from a man really get into a bag where he kind of like, man, I got a bag. He don't even care. His t-shirt, his collar part hanging down to his shoulder. He got stains on his t-shirt or his sweatsuit where it may be like, it's like, it's because it's a different. I think it's a difference between maybe on even how the person get their money. Because if you see a fat street dude, he know he fat, so he gonna put the Nike Tech on his sweatsuit, gonna fit proper. He spent some bread on it, and he kind of just he's materializing his fat. Where it's a fat man who if you putting in real work, like let's say you work for Metro or you drive or you just even really into tech, whatever the case. If you really got to put a lot of hard work into making your money, you kind of lose the desire to where you even shop at. You don't even care. Where you'll see, like you'll go to Marshalls or you'll go to Ross and you'll have on, and you know the difference between the quality of the sweatsuit, especially if you're not in good shape. And that's why I kind of always say, hey, work out, because it's easier to put on a cheaper t-shirt if it fits your body the right way. But if you kind of like just super out of shape, it's kind of like it's harder to hide that body unless you just like a skinny out of shape. But if you a fat person, then it's kind of just like, especially as a man, it's like, all right, and you really ain't trying to spend no bread on your outfits. Like you trying to like keep your money just for tricking purposes. So now you got the super baggy sweatsuit on. Like y'all, and you know the difference between the way a Nike Tech sweatsuit fit and then you got just a random baggy sweatsuit you may have got from like Foot Action. Like that Jones just look like I don't even care. I'm here. I don't care. I got the bag though. But for women, I do agree with you. They will put it together 100 times. It'll make it more presentable. Like that girl, she may weigh 300 pounds, but her face gonna be beat to the gods. And she know for a fact, I'm gonna be on my Instagram just giving you boobs on up. I'm gonna have my titties sitting perky. I'm gonna have that nice bra that make them jump sit right, and I'm gonna have my face beat to the god. And I'm gonna have my hair done. And I'm gonna have my nails done. So you absolutely right. It's it's more easier ways for women to lower it in. But I do think a lot of women think because, and maybe they don't do it for men. They may just do it for other women because it's like, all right, yeah, you got the foreign and you got a nice jump, but it's like, man, niggas be horny, dog. So it's be like, sometimes it'd be like, and I think the older you get, like, and I think that's what, and I be telling Top that all the time. It'd be like, sometimes I'd be happy. We'd be like, I'm to the point where it's like, I'm not as horny as I used to be, especially the way the internet is now. It's like, you gotta be careful. Like, though, it was this little dude. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play this joint. He was a homegirl of mine sent me this joint. And dude was on stream and he was flirting with a nigga. And he was talking. You seen that joke? Yeah. Man, like, I wasn't even. No, he looked like a girl though.
No. My name is Kayshawn.
Kayshawn, I like your lips.
Yo, I appreciate you. You trying to get your pussy ate? What's the word?
Oh my God. Sadly, I don't have one. I'm JB's the #1 trans porn star. And like, America. I'm one of the top.
Yo,
black
no,
trans
don't
women.
say no more. Say no more.
What?
You have a great night though, my brother. You have a great night. You have a great night. No.
Poppy,
Have a great night. Have a great
Poppy,
night.
You just said you want to give my pussy. You don't want to
No, have a great night.
What's your name?
Listen, what I'm saying.
But see, what he just said right there, he wasn't wrong for what he said.
Who? Which one wasn't wrong?
The dude wasn't wrong for how he came out. Because like I said, you thought that was a woman. You left and then you got off once you realized it wasn't a woman, you got off the shit.
I'm saying though, it don't matter. His horny was already, you so horny. If she wouldn't have told you, you would have went. She could have took it. She could listen to what I'm telling you.
No, you could have.
She could have waited till she got you to the crib and then whipped out that Long John Silver, and then you would have been sick to your stomach. That's my point. I'm saying. He's saying sometimes you be on and niggas be on the internet and they be too horny. Because this be again, pause, no Diddy. This looked like a woman. If he wouldn't have came out and said what he said, I would have thought that was a woman. It looked like a woman, even the way they spent some real bread on their titties. Like they don't got them super plumped up, stupid looking fake Jones. Them Jones look natural as hell. So nigga, he would have been SOL, but that's my point of sometimes just being too horny. It be niggas on the internet you just be on it too horny, dog. Like it's crazy. It's so funny. How you know, like sometimes you can tell when people allow troll. It's this girl, and I don't know. I'm sure everybody probably seen her. She be going viral. She was like 6'8", but she didn't have no titties. And I'm sure people in the comment section. I didn't never really look at the comment section, but I could tell like the more popular she got, she hurried up and ran and got her breast done. But I'm sure that's because niggas kept saying she looked like a dude. Like you 6'8" and you ain't really have like she had like a butt, but it kind of looked like a BBL butt. So niggas was kind of probably like, oh, you 6'8" and you flat chested and you kind of got to be. So I'm sure people was kind of dragging it like, oh, you a nigga. So she went and got her titties done. So it was kind of just like, I get how like, man, the internet can get tricky. And I understand, like I said, it's not no knock to the woman who is very career driven, but I do think realistically, you got to kind of understand you still are a woman and men aren't going to be, unless it's a man that you probably realistically trying to just get over on you. Ain't no man really trying to sit here and be like, oh, cause she got a big house and she got a nice car. It's like, she ain't, 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna let him drive the car anyway. You may let him stay up in your junk, but you may not. Because I'm sure 9 times out of 10 for most women, especially the career-driven women, you done got finessed by the dude who what they call it, love bombed you. Like I remember Hunger, she was pressed, was like, yeah, I ain't never letting the dude just come in here and speedballing me because then he end up sitting here, got stuff in my drawers and all of this, that, and the third. Like he moved in, and it's like because he love bombed her, where it was like he was just like. So yeah, I get it get tricky though. That situation it get very tricky, but I just would sit here and tell women. Be careful, ladies. You can't just try to lead with the bread and try to be the new man because that's a lot of them try to do. And we kind of, when we tying it into money and we talking about how you look and your health and all of that stuff. I went out on a limb and kind of told you I felt like when LaVar Ball got his leg amputated, I felt like 9 times out of 10 for most people, if you've been around enough people when it come to health things, you kind of know what a sign of diabetes was. But he did an interview with Slam Magazine and he talked about it.
Then they cut off my foot. Then they say we got to go almost knee high for another surgery. And at the same time, they're doing them blood transfusions. I don't like them. Now, having an infection, but also not paying attention to diabetes. That's a strong thing. So instead of killing a big baller, they amputated my foot.
So again, that's why I say this so much to men. You gotta be careful, though. You listen to what I'm saying. You have to be careful on what you eat, and then you still need to work out. I'm not about to sit here because I'm sure most of us, unless you just you trying to be like a bodybuilder and you super strict, you still gonna have whatever your weaknesses is to your diet, where you're gonna kind of continuously indulge. I talked about that with my dad with the soda stuff. For me, it'd be candy. You still have, and that's why I was still saying you gotta go to the gym. You still got to do your cardio. I understand. As a man, you want to be strong, you want to bench a bunch of weights, cool, but you still got to get that cardio in and find that good health balance of eating healthy as you possibly can, where eating healthy to the point where it's not like you don't feel like you're punishing yourself. Because I know for a fact, especially when people first trying to lose weight and you're really trying to get on one of them diets, everybody can do a crazy crash diet. I done done it a couple different times where you'll go on a crazy crash diet. You'll take the ballerina teas or whatever detox teas you take in, whatever the case may be, to really try to crash the weight. But then it's like, all right, you get to that space and then you end up converting back to whatever it was. You may not go full throttle back how bad you was, but 9 times if you go back half of the percentage and you're not putting in the work, you're still going to gain back some weight. So realistically, just figure out like, okay, cool. I know for a fact that certain things I can't cut out then. That means I have to do this amount of cardio every week. So I can balance myself out so I can have my sodium levels and my blood pressure and all of those things leveled out to the point where it's not like, because let's be clear, it be people who be like super like The dudes who look like they take steroids, a lot of them be having kidney failure. You know why? Because they don't do enough cardio. Their body's not enough hydrated. So all of that, I'm 1%. Bro, a lot of them 1% body fat people end up having kidney failure because they ain't drinking enough water because you're trying to look a certain way. So you have to find a way to do it as the healthiest way possible. So you can't trick yourself out of the streets. Let me go a little funny real quick.
A guy in the NBA, his name is Grady Dick. So the announcers are having a hard time all season because the guy's name is Dick. It's throwing them off their game. I don't know what's going on, but listen to this.
This is Dick trying to penetrate inside. They try to go backdoor with Dick. Dick hard charging to the cup. Dick is going to score.
Dick was coming wide open backdoor.
Dick couldn't hit it.
Dick goes down.
Dick rises up. Dick goes down. Mobile win. Dick is out.
Dick struggling big time tonight. And
it's a big deal. The guy's name is Dick, and it's no reason to get too uptight, but NBA announcers are now stopping saying Dick's name. They're being macho. Like, hey, man, I'm not saying Dick anymore. Like, oh, yeah.
Oh, really? They're discussing how they're not going to use Dick.
Yeah.
Grady Dick's third bucket of the game. Brings it back to 19.
let's just call it Grady. Let's just call it Grady for the rest of the game.
Number 4, Grady. I'm not going to read his last name.
Hey, this boy balling right here, y'all.
I think I pointed that out, Grady Dick. I can't say his name.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how I didn't even know how the announcers even went to that far. Because I'm not gonna lie to you. If I owned the NBA team and you was working my broadcast, I'm telling you off the rip, don't say his last name, bro. It would have been Grady all season. I'm not going it just sound like, did you hear some of them jokes? Like, bro, you can't, there's no way you cannot make some of them jokes not sound funny. Dick for the back door, like Dick is penetrating. Like, what? Like, bro, I got kids listening to this. How I'm going to explain this to my kid? Like, I don't even know how that became a last name because I couldn't imagine being a teacher. Like, screw the NBA announcers. Like, this boy had to graduate. He went to college and graduated. So he went from elementary school, high school, middle school, all of these schools, and somebody said he had to be like, nah, dog, ain't no way. No, dog. I can't even imagine who came up with nobody never wanted to take a name change. Y'all ain't want to marry it, make it hyphenated. Like, nah, we carrying on this legacy of Dick. What the fuck? Oh man, let me get into this pastor with the YNs because I swear to God, bro. Like my biggest pet peeve in life, if I can deal with everything else, I can deal with the horrible dating, bro. Them ski masks piss me off so bad, dog. Like oh my God, like. If I could choose one crime, like if I sit here and say, all right, I know for a fact I'm gonna commit this crime and I'm gonna end up getting me a Netflix special, I'm telling you, it would be to smoke every person to come out the house with a ski mask on. Like if you come out, it ain't even cold enough. Like I'm talking like right now into summertime, like bro, that would be my Netflix special. Like that would the name of my Netflix series would be the Shiesty Slayer, dog. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I would want to try to at least get to 100 bodies. Like, I'm cool. Like, because this shit just pissed me off, though. Like, it's just so irritating. Like, nigga, like, bro, it's 60-something degrees outside. Why do you got this mask on? It's not no more sickness. It's not no more diseases. It's nothing. It's like, bro, nobody ain't saying nothing. Like, the people that love, because, of course, you somebody out on the street, you don't want to sit here and be telling, because somebody got a mask on, I don't even know how old they are. So I can't, but it just be like, bro, you can't, you came out the house like this. Like, that, like, bro, I swear, that is my biggest pet peeve in life. Like, literally, if I could sit here and say, I was going to go to jail for something, but I knew I was going to get me a Netflix series for what I was going to do in my crime. Dog, get me to be the goddamn Shiesty Slayer. I'm telling you, dog. And I want to get to 100 bodies.
And I'm here to tell you, as a middle school teacher at my old school, 7th and 8th grade, when everybody wants to be a YN, walking around with ski masks on your face. I take ski masks because I tell them, if you catch me outside of this school and walk up on me with a ski mask on, you liable to go see the Lord. Don't walk around with a ski mask on because it ain't no snow out here, and bro, you can't ski. And I'm here to tell you, as a middle school teacher at my old school,
dog, like I feel him, and and that shouldn't even be like
That's a pastor?
Yeah, that's a pastor.
Wow.
But he the pastor that you kind of you need, because bro, we all see it, and that be my point. Is like, I hate it because it's like, where is nobody's parent ain't stepping in? Because this ain't these don't be like. I'm not saying it may be some.
Who made it cool?
Who Shiesty? That's why it's called a Shiesty. But listen to what I'm saying.
He was known, but he wasn't known for.
You got to think about it. He got popular during the shutdown. So at that time, it was hard because you had to have a mask anyway. So that like it was so hard for us. Like you can't sit here and have on your store. You can't come in the store without a mask, and then you start discriminating towards the mask. So that's how you opened up that can of worms. And it's like now it's like nobody can't get this worms back in the can. Like, bro, I would just listen to what I'm saying. My personal present. I would rather a kids walk around and literally have a glizzy tucked under their joint and I can see it. I would be better. I would be prefer that than prefer. Safe? No, listen to what I'm saying. I would know just because I hate the point of because listen to what I'm saying. It be kids who be like in Virginia, like Manassas, Virginia, or you be by like Tyson's, or you be in Waldorf, and they all got the mask on. I'm like, bro, this area ain't even built like that. Why do you got this mask on? Because listen to what I'm saying. It's a difference between kids. It's a difference between people outside. You really living that life. And then it's a uniform to make you fake like you live in that life. So that's my point of where it be really be throwing me off because it be like sometimes you be in neighborhoods, but bro, this mask ain't even meant for this type of neighborhood.
Is it so because you got it on your face? Like if you had it on your head, I wouldn't care.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. Because people in DC, we've been wearing ski masks on our head for your whole life.
No,
like,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's not that.
Yeah, that don't bother you. It's you having it on their face.
On their face, yes, that's my point. Because back in the day, listen to what I'm saying. Back in the day, you look at you little nigga, you dirty, you can't afford a fitted hat. That's why you got the ski mask or the little skelly, the ski mask rolled on your head. That's been a thing before it was a shiesty. People in DC been wearing the ski mask rolled up to the top of their head. That been a thing, but that was for the dirty niggas who couldn't afford a hat. Them ski masks would be dirty as hell, be dingy as hell. That joint would be black and brown. You just knew he couldn't afford a hat. That's cool. That
Are you
never
okay
bothered me.
Without having the mask part on? Like they just got the joint around their chin.
I still don't like it because you're trying to,
either.
because I know what you're trying to portray. You're trying to portray something. Like you're trying to sit here, you're trying to wear the mask, even if you got your face out, you're still trying to portray something. I remember it was a dude in front of the dollar. I was going into a Dollar Tree and he was out there asking for money. He had the shiesty on. I said, bro, I'll give you $10 right now. Just throw the mask in the trash can.
What did he say?
He took the $10 and took it off. But it's like, who gonna give you? How you gonna be out here begging for money in front of the dollar store with a shiesty on, dog? Like, use your brain. Come on, dog.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, I give you $10 right now. Just come on, dog. Look, can we get rid of this junk? You're like, all right. But it's just he was grown. But it's like, come man, bro. That niggas be pissing me off, though. I hate y'all niggas.
What's your take?
Bring back segregation.
100% disagree.
Dead and bring it back. I want to know where I'm not welcome, okay? Put them signs back up. Colors only, whites only. Let's do it, all right? Rip the Band-Aid off, especially for a restaurant. Are you kidding me? Whites only? What do I want to do in there? What they got? Mashed potatoes, mayonnaise, hot dogs. Colors only, we got seasoning, turmeric, paprika.
Okay, I like this.
Okay.
You're saying that the black excellence.
Absolutely.
The segregation is to get the
colored excellence.
Okay.
Okay. What's the playlist in the whites only spot? They playing Carrie Underwood and Kid Rock. We playing Babyface and Diggable Planets. Ain't no overhead lighting. What are you talking about?
Wait, where am I going?
Coloreds.
Hell yeah.
Look at his hair. Talking about where am I going? That's the problem with North Africans.
That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. I'm in. 100% agree. Let's go.
Talk about where I'm going.
Oh, man, yeah.
What happens to you in the summertime?
Where are we putting the Italians?
Listen.
I just want to know.
I don't need their food. I don't like tomatoes.
So they're going on the white side.
Black people spend over $1 trillion a year. I would love for the government to force us to spend it on our own people.
This is very good.
Yeah,
I like this a lot.
I brought you over to the side.
And the black airplane?
Oh, come on, the Soul Plane, baby.
I want to be on Soul Plane.
Yes, it's going to be noisy on there, but that's what noise cancellation headphones are for. You know what I'm saying?
And they're going to have all the good movies?
All the good movies, all the good music.
Oh, man.
And while we at it, bring back sundown towns. They never left. But
what's that?
Well, a sundown town was back in the day during Jim Crow where black people weren't allowed to be in a town after the sunset.
Wow.
So those towns never left. They still exist in America, but they took the signs down. I want them to put the signs back up. I wanted to say.
And listen to what I'm saying. I agree. You know, because I mean, of course.
I don't see what she said wrong.
She didn't say nothing wrong. And I think realistically, that's maybe because, I mean, of course, I'm sure for most people, I mean, if you don't watch the news, if you don't watch the news, you may have not been hearing it, but they're starting to kind of pick up where it's like, it's mumblings that Trump is trying to find ways to kind of like, I don't necessarily know what the real wording is because I seen it on a news clip but I didn't really get couldn't get a good realistically a breakdown. So you seeing a lot of people seeing it. So now you start to see, of course, people finding clever ways to make it into content. But I agree. I think realistically, there are smart enough white people to kind of know, like, I don't think the segregation thing will play in our favor as much as it would back in the day. Like I seen, of course, y'all know, even with the WNBA Twitter, a lot of them was like, yeah, let's bring back the segregation now, and then y'all can have y'all great white hope and who y'all gonna watch her play against. Because it's just like some of those things where you see it, where it's like, damn, if they brought back segregation and you kind of really kept the sports in it, it was like like the NBA would be like, who would you watch? It'll be who would you be watching? It's gonna be Luka, Joker, Greedy Dick, fucking what's the other what's my all the white boys? Austin Reeves, Dalton Connect. What was the other white boy that used to play for the Lakers?
Tyler Hero.
Tyler Hero. No, what's the Caruso? Even with football now, it's like to the point where it's like, damn, even maybe 10 years ago, y'all would have been good money with a quarterback. But it's to the point now, it's just like, bro, that's why I think realistically, when you hear some of these conversations, I be thinking sometimes, of course, just like with people in general, and I don't even want to make it just a white thing. I think sometimes people get ahead of themselves and really don't fully think out what they're talking about. And you hear that a lot if you watch the news, when you're seeing especially a lot of the immigrants, or a lot of not even just immigrants, because if you watch the news enough, you'll see a lot of these like Republicans, they have like different little like speaking engagement or town halls in other cities and different like smaller states, and you see a lot of people who come out and be like, they voted for Trump, but they pissed off because they thought that he was going to lower the groceries or he was going to do this, that, and the third, and these things aren't going in their favor no more. So now you kind of seeing a lot of them get frustrated where it's like, damn, bro, we voted for you, but you kind of ain't making life easy on us. You making it like extremely hard on us. So it's kind of like, I can't even get like, I thought you was going like, and a lot of time, of course, when we played the clip of Charlamagne a couple of weeks ago, when we talking about the egg prices or whatever the case may be, but realistically, we talked about it was like just the price of food, where people like, you're not making life easier on us. So now you got a lot of people almost when it comes to voting with the buyer's remorse. But again, like with the segregation thing, I think especially in this day and age, I think black people would be kind of like, bro, we kind of cool. Like the shows that I watch on TV already all black anyway.
Do you think it's anywhere you would, like, if that was the actual thing, do you think it's anywhere like, damn, I'm gonna miss that? Like, if they separated everything whites only?
Nothing. Like, especially if I can still go to my little food spots, be like the Spanish joint. So like, if I can still go into some of the, give me some little Peruvian food, I'm cool.
What about the gym?
I'm sure somebody own a black gym. But even if they did, like, even if they still, if they sit here and say like, if I had to choose gyms, like, I still can go to gyms. I can go, if you even did LA Fitness, where it's like, all right, we got our LA Fitnesses where it's like, even, you know, this is what I'm saying. I talked about this on here a million times. It's certain LA Fitnesses where it's like, it's that joint right there on in Crofton. What is that? Gamebros, Maryland, or whatever that is called. Like right there in the Crofton, where it get closer to like to going towards like Glen Burnie. Yeah, nigga, that joint is damn near whites only. Like on the actual weight floor, listen to them, 90% all white people in there. The basketball court still got a bunch of like younger black kids in there, but on the actual floor lifting weights, nigga, it's 90% white people in that joint. If you go further out, like towards Reston, Virginia, it'd be a lot of Arabs out there. Like that gym, like it's a joint in it's an LA Fitness in Reston. Matter of fact, it might be like two different joints in Reston, and both of them joints is like, they like 45, like a lot of Arabs and a lot of whites, and it's only like that small 10% of black. So it's certain joints, but then if you go to like the Walkins Park, if you go to the joint, that y'all told y'all that joint in Woodmore where the dude got shot at, nigga, that joint is the hood. Like that joint is like, nigga, I know people who live literally right there in them townhouses and won't go to that joint because that's how ghetto that joint is. That joint in Woodmore is ghetto as hell. So if you're talking about like, so it could still be jumps where you can segregate them. You can just do LA Fitnesses. I know which one of them jumps where it's like, oh, it's gonna be it's heavy, a lot of whites in here, and then there's certain jumps where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna skip that one. Like I trust and believe. Like I'm really like I would have to be really geeking to get a quick workout to even mess with the Woodmore joint. Like that joint a little too ghetto for me. Like when I sit here and watch niggas argue with each other on the floor, I'm like, yeah, I don't want, that's doing too much. Cause it's not me even worrying about myself. It's me, the people around, like you, like niggas. Like I literally heard somebody in that joint one day. I'm lifting weights in there, and I'm heard two dudes getting in the argument with each other because they kept making eye contact. And then they're like, "What you looking at?" I'm like, "Bruh, it's like, nigga, we in the gym, dog. Like it happens. Like sometimes, like as a man, because listen, sometimes the way the machines be set up, it'd be like, them Jones be directly across. And as a man, sometimes I just close my eyes because I feel like me and this man just look. I don't want to come off as gay. And ain't even we mean mugging each other, but you just don't want to sit here and be like, damn, me and this man. Eye contact and through my reps, like, and you y'all looking at each other eyes. It's like, nah, dog, it's cool. Like, just for my own purposes, I'm gonna close my eyes. You got it, dog. I don't want to keep looking in your eyes. Like, I don't like, nah, I'm cool.
That's why.
Nigga, it's just the truth. But that's just to me, you just kind of that's just me knowing my surroundings and me just understanding, like, all right, dog, this kind of look gay.
Well, okay, but when you say that, is it just like because we like at the same machine or the machines is directly?
No, so all right, let's just see.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like, if you working, like you say, if you on the you bench pressing, but this nigga's behind you doing dumbbell, and it's like, damn, every time I turn around, you know what I'm saying? But is it just like because the way the machine's set up?
No, it's because let's sit here and say it's the way the machines, because sometimes them Jones be directly. So let's sit here and say
you on the treadmill.
No, let's sit here. No, not the treadmills. The treadmills, you not making no eye contact on the treadmill. But let's just sit here and say if it's the dip machine, if somebody on it like the jump, you sitting down and you doing the dip jumps, and right across is somebody pushing chest. Y'all still making direct eye contact with each other because both of them jumps is like you looking up when you using both machines. So it's not a machine where you can kind of just like have your head down. We're like, cause some machines, like if you want a leg press machine, you're not paying, you're not looking, you looking at your legs, you're not looking straight across. But there's certain machines or certain workouts where you looking directly straight across. So it's like they be having them type of machines lined up right next to each other. So it's like, even in certain, like sometimes in the gym, you will see people skip some of them jumps because they know for a fact, all right, somebody going 9 times out of 10 get on this machine, and I don't want to keep making eye contact with somebody in the middle of my workout. So I kind of just like, you would just switch them jumps. And you can even tell, like, even when girls be like, oh, somebody looking at my butt too much, like you can tell if you've been in the gym with long enough with any of those things, you'll kind of understand it. But I guess real quick, because we kind of been all over the place, to get back into, matter of fact, before we get into any of these other rappers getting shot and stuff, I want to play this clip from Don't Call Me White Girl.
Up thinking they cute because they light skin, they not even cute. Agreed. And they always hating on her. This is the truth. This is the truth. This is the end, the beginning, the forward, the end. Clarissa Shields, you look a mess. I don't give a what you wear, where you go. You just went to an NBA game dressed like you was going to a quinceañera. Put that back on. You hear that? That's what I think you hear when you get in the dress. You wear prom gowns to movie theaters. You be looking a mess. I just watched you fight from Brooklyn in a pair of soft butters. Butt naked. You look a fucking mess. You need a stylist. Some of it is not your fault. I find that people that have underbites are funny looking. When you look at Clarissa from the side, Clarissa give this. She can't help that. The top of her lip go into the bottom. She funny mouth.
Hey, dog.
She funny mouth, funny build.
I hope she got hands, bro.
Clarissa Shields couldn't be sexy if she walked into the boxing ring with her ass in her mouth. It's nothing sexy about that. She can fight. You know how I know Clarissa Shields is a lame? Because she started papoose. You know how I know she's a double, triple lane with cheese? Because after she started papoose, she let him walk her out to touch it, bring it, turn it, watch it, touch your body. You let papoose walk you out in a boxing match with different boxes of cereal and shit. They had to walk you out like you was on that shopping challenge show with a super. You needed a cart to walk in that gym for your to rap about zebra cakes and Mary Janes and tan.
So, real quick, just I don't have no take on that, but I just wanted to play that clip. I'm kind of really just because I know the just hilarious thing is I'm trying to really figure out which one of them is actually funny because they the same. Like I feel like they kind of got the same audience, like they the same person. One just like brown skin, another one light skin. So I kind of like maybe because my brain ain't there, so it's hard for me to really judge. So I kind of be wonder like who do people really feel like is funnier? Like if both of them was in the city at the same time. Don't Call Me White Girl or Just Hilarious. Like I kind of don't.
I don't think maybe I gotta see her.
I've never heard of her.
You never heard of Don't Call Me White Girl for real at all? Damn.
I heard the name, but I never say I probably gotta see her or even see more clips.
Damn, that's a tough. All right, so in other news, of course, like I said, it was a crazy day in hip hop. Well, not a crazy day, I mean a crazy week. So in other news in hip hop and Texas news, Dallas, Texas to be exact. I'm sure for most people, if you are familiar with, if you're familiar with Mo3, you may not even be. I'm sure you're familiar with how he passed, but you may not be familiar with some of the beef. So I do want to play a clip of some people in Dallas giving a backstory between the beef between Mo3 and Yella Beezy, and of course it's another rapper that's affiliated with it. But right now the main two is Yella Beezy and Mo3.
Ben knew the situation between Yella Beezy and Mo3. Mo3 got on a track and bragged about shooting Yella Beezy multiple times. Bragged about killing Trap Boy Freddie Homeboys multiple times. So I understand his mom and friends want justice for him, but let's call a spade a spade. These was two street niggas beefing, amen? It all started when Yella Beezy got Roy Lee knocked off. Now, why he did that, I don't know. Dude was a whole comedian, but allegedly, Yella Beezy had enough of this man and got him killed. Mo3 was not having that shit because that was one of his best friends, one of his only friends in the music industry, one of his only friends in the city. So what did Mo3 do? Catch Yella Beezy at a strip club, chase him through every light imaginable, and shot the fuck out him on the highway. Yella Beezy, being way smarter than Mo3, came back and got Mo3 friend killed named Lil Bubba. The murder of Lil Bubba was publicized and shown all on TV because it was mafia style. So they knew then hits was being ordered in Dallas. After that, that put Mo3 back against the wall, and he had to show that he was out here guerrilla status. So he started stepping on shit, robbing shit, shooting shit, bragging about it. 3 was a whole villain. Trap Boy and Yella Beezy could not take it, so as a result, they commenced murder. Allegedly, they commenced it. So we saying long live 3, and that's on me. But the truth of the matter is we have 2 young black superstars who was very successful, had children, supported their family and friends. They were great black men for the community, but they chose violence and threw it all away. This is Dallas County. I do not understand why Yella Beezy or Mo3 thought they could get away with this shit, but they about to learn real fast because Mo3 gonna get charged from the grave for all that bragging on them bodies he was doing. Y'all gonna see he wasn't no good guy.
So like I said, for people who don't know no backstory, and again, like this, I said, one thing you can do, and this is why I don't be mad at some of those rap pages like Trap, what's my man, Trap Lord Ross, the little white dude from the UK, and I've seen people on Twitter getting mad about it over the weekend because of some of these stories, because he do documentaries on all of these stories. But you can't be mad, and guess what? Let me tell you something, and this is just to anybody listening. There ain't no documentaries to be made if you ain't out here committing these crimes. You can't be mad. Listen, because he don't live in this dude is from the UK, so if he can find out information to make hours documentaries worth about a Dallas, Texas beef, that means y'all putting too much information on social media. Because it ain't like, no, he don't live, he's not even from America. So for him to have all that information and be able to do these documentaries about it, and both of them have been on interviews, they've been on Say Cheese, even after Mo3 passed, just recently, I want to say this was like last year, Yella Beezy did an interview with, Yella Beezy did a Say Cheese interview, and it was Yella Beezy, and it was Sean who runs Say Cheese, and they had like 4 or 5 other dudes who owned other blogs that wasn't as big as Say Cheese, but they big in the Texas area. They just not big nationwide. And Yella Beezy was on there kind of like pressing them like, y'all the ones who added the flame to a lot of these beefs, and y'all was running with some of these stories. So he was still trying to make it seem like he had nothing to do with this Mo3 situation. It was kind of pressing the blogs out like, damn, y'all was putting extra gas on these stories, and y'all was making these stories out of something that it really wasn't. But I mean, of course, these people live in Texas. So you hear just the same way in a minute of how people know, when I will get into it when we talk about Sauce Walker, like how people know for a fact one of the reasons his artist that got killed with him was because he sit here owe somebody 200 bands in Memphis, and he was in Memphis faking. So that's my point. But people in the cities, but people talk though. One thing, the craziest thing about this day and age, when people commit crimes, they just be getting loose in their lips and they can't help themselves. Like they can't help themselves but to tell somebody. After you tell one person, somebody else gonna tell something, because that's just how the day and age work. Oh, did you hear such and such did something and such and such? And that's what's so crazy, because even going back into Don't Call Me White Girl, because she got mad at Shannon Sharpe for the way he interviewed. I forgot to play that clip last week, but she was mad at the way Shannon Sharpe asked them asked those questions to Gilly about the young boy taking Gilly's son's life. But she was like, bro, you can, most of these blogs, when people pick them up, if you go into the comment section, if you wait a little bit, you go into the comment section, it'll always be people from these cities. Not, of course, maybe not on the Shade Room, because of course the Shade Room is more like mainstream media. But if you go into some of those smaller blog pages where it'd be like rap such and such, or this, that, so it'd be like some off-brand name in hip-hop web pages, those Jones be like, those Jones be more connected to wherever city or whatever scene these Jones is from. So like, even like when I guess the DMV wise, it'll be like DMV hoods and news. It's because like, but you know for a fact if something happened to a DMV person, you go in those comment sections, 9 times out of 10 you'll even see, they'll even cut the comment section off because people talking too much in the comment section, because people know what's going on because it happened in their area. So a lot of times when you hear these stories, you hear them because people be knowing what they talking about because they live there. And eventually when this story first happened to Mo3, of course, the video, it was going viral when Mo3 literally lost his life on the highway and the dudes was chasing him on the highway and gunned him down on the highway. Like, this is literally something people were watching when it happened. You can watch it in real time all over social media. So like I said, with that being said, it was the crazy, because I'm sure most people thought it was like, oh, this was over. They caught the dudes who did it. It was 2 dudes. Both of the 2 dudes end up getting locked up for it. But they never went to trial. So they never even had a court date for it yet. So I'm sure one of them had to snitch. And then that's when they coming back now in the news report where it
definitely been quiet.
Yeah,
I thought, like you said, I thought they
caught him, and then you never heard nothing else about him. But then now you hear it was like, okay, well, damn, they did get caught. It happened in 2020. You caught them, and they never went to trial for it. It's like, this is on camera. They caught the people, boom, boom, boom. But they was trying, you got to remember when the story originally came out, they made it seem like the dude, no, not road rage. It was a Jew who was jealous because it was allegedly supposed to have been one of the dudes who took his life was the dude, Mo3 was at the dude baby mother house. And the dude was supposed to follow Mo3 from his baby mother house. And end up on the highway. So they were trying to make it seem like it was like some jealous boyfriend type of thing. And Mo3 was like, they were trying to make it seem like, oh, Mo3 was holding his nuts on dude. He was hitting his baby moms. And that's what happened. So they made it seem like that's the way the story was painted when it came out. Oh, this is why such and such happened. So now you kind of like, damn, this almost like 5 years later, we're now sitting here saying, oh, nah, Yella Beezy paid for this. And the crazy thing is, and of course, when some people got upset about like, damn, how Yella Beezy even get he got a bond. I don't think he paid the bond yet, but he got a $2 million bond. So, like I said, I don't necessarily know. Like, what
would be so, because like you said, they haven't been to trial yet. What will be, because it's not like how with the Young Thug, like I'm bringing down a RICO situation, right? This is just one. Is this one incident, or is it more?
It's just this one incident. But I'm sure if you got, because even they said they got traces of the dude calling Yella Beezy before and after the crime. So before he pulled the hit on Mo3, they got on their phone records, of course, and most people be thinking like, all right, well, if this phone is attached, like when the police want to search your phone records, it's different from if your girl going to look at a phone bill.
Mm-hmm.
They can really sit here and do it and pin where like pin your phone towers and all of those things. So realistically, yeah, they did their homework, and probably one of the dudes, when they probably looking at the Jones, probably like, hey, I can give you the person who paid for this hit if you reduce my time. So yeah, they haven't went to court yet, but basically what even delaying it was one of them sitting here saying like, hey, I'm trying to do a deal, and now you got to prove that you got paid from him. So now when you probably can realistically, now they come and pick Mo, you got to think about it, they come pick Yella Beezy up, damn near almost 5 years later or 4 years later. I'm sure realistically the dude had some type of evidence or some type of proof to prove it. Now they went and go pick them up. But Yella Beezy he's literally been on a tour of interviews since this has happened. Like he done been on the Breakfast Club and talked about like how he had nothing to do with it since this had happened. He did, like I said, he did the Say Cheese interview. I'm trying to think who else he did. Those are the 2 to stand off the top of my head. I know for a fact he did that Say Cheese interview where it was him and all them blogs. It was in the Texas area on Say Cheese YouTube page, and he did one with the Breakfast Club. I want to say he probably did some other ones, but those are the 2 off the top of my head that really stuck out. So it's like realistically, I get it. Like even when it comes to rappers, of course, because Mo3 do got fans, and a lot of people, his music is way more like, it's more relatable. It's like in that Rod Wave type of box. So his fans is kind of like, it's a different type of blow. So it's going, It's gonna be a rough one. I don't necessarily know if Trap Boy Freddy actually got something to do with it, but I did see one of them blogs sit here and say the Trap Boy Freddy was supposed to be on the run. I don't necessarily know how true that part is.
So would it be like the what was the other one we talked about where was it wasn't Nipsey, was it? When they was trying to tie the label into having them killed. What was the one?
But when Mo3 did originally pass, a lot of people was trying to use that. You know, people at one point in time, everybody kept trying to say, damn, all these people who signed the Empire, they kept passing away or whatever the case may be. But no, this ain't got nothing to do with none of that. This is literally just some real live street beef. And that's one of them things where it's like, because so many rappers you get, even kind of tying it back into the LA thing with the podcast, is like, when people see views, it don't matter how street you, and that's the crazy thing is, like, street dudes treat likes and views just like they treat money. The more you see people engage, you like, oh, they like that story. Shit, I got stories way crazier than this. So that's the same way when people do with the beefs. If you sit here and see like, oh, I put out this diss song and this diss song did better than whatever song I felt like was my hit, or I did an interview. I done 10 other interviews, and none of these interviews and got over 1,000 views. But I did this one interview talking about all this street stuff I did, or this beef I got with this other rapper. Now this junk then done 500,000. I'm comparing it to my old interviews and barely got 1,000 views on it. To this one got 500,000. Now you intrigued to keep doing it, and it's not about no money for them. It's literally about the views, because you're doing these interviews on somebody else's YouTube channel. You ain't getting paid for this information. You're doing it on somebody else's stuff, and that's why so many people keep saying like when we call it Adam the Fed or whatever the case may be, because the Bricc Baby dude or the whatever the Lucy, whatever the other dude name is, I just played with the when he was doing the interview with WAP, they just all on No Jumpers podcast page. This ain't them on their own regular YouTube page, so you're not even getting paid off this stuff. You just randomly, I'm going on somebody else's platform, help building up their platform, helping them get views, and I'm not even getting paid for this. But again, that's just sometimes where you just see it as you just, so many people get so intrigued by just the likes and the views and like, oh, damn, this going to run up the numbers. So let me keep talking about this. And then it kind of just be like, all right, now you kind of see how things continuously keep playing out, where it's like, oh, man, they get tricky. But I guess while we talking about the street stuff, we can kind of wrap it up with, I'm going to play this clip. And this, again, we're talking about Clubhouse. I'm going to play this clip, and they on Clubhouse talking about what happened to Sauce Walker last night.
With Sauce now.
I think that white. I mean, that white
He
boy.
dead.
Yeah, he from there though. He had some more shit going on.
Oh, he from there?
Yeah, he from there. So
now
it
it's making sense, because I thought the nigga, I'm like, is this nigga from Texas?
Nah, I heard they stood over Walk and realized it was Walk and said, nah, you good. He knew what he did and ran out.
Oh, they stood over it.
Yeah, and realized it was Walk.
Oh, they didn't know it was him.
They ain't know him now. Buddy from there. He was popping it on that Sprinter. Like, I'm back here. You know, he was popping this shit. I'm here. Ain't nobody gonna do shit. I'm with South Walker.
Oh, yeah, he tripped. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. They got so many new niggas running around here, a bunch of names. I seen my guy, what's his nigga name? Trio something.
Yeah, he's a goof ass.
Yeah, he put a list of artists between Dallas and Texas. I mean, Dallas and Houston. It's a few names I didn't know. So it's a lot of new niggas bubbling. Well, I ain't gonna even say bubbling, but they down there. Cause me and you both know this urban shit, nigga. It's a little different.
So for people who don't know the backstory, of course, Sauce Walker got shot in Memphis, and he was with an artist that he had signed to him called, I believe his name is Say-So Peso. And of course, rest in peace to him, but he is from Memphis. So the backstory is that he owed somebody 200,000 or whatever. He finessed somebody at 200,000, basically ran off, got with the 200,000. Of course, Sauce Walker is based out of Houston, Texas. So I'm sure the dude signed to him. And of course, Sauce Walker got studios and a lot of stuff going on in Texas. So I'm sure this dude, he from Memphis, he probably moved down to Texas, so he run off. You ain't even, you don't go, all right, cool, I finesse somebody in Memphis. You probably thinking nothing of it. I ain't gonna say he ain't think nothing of it, because of course there is videos of them floating around, and they was in the Sprinter, and he talking crazy. Yeah, I'm back in Memphis. Where rappers scared to go. Rappers don't even want to come to Memphis. And let's be clear, I even made a video when I heard this story, and I'm like, bro, Memphis may be number 2 for deadliest places for rappers to be BSing it. It's Chicago's forever still gonna be number 1, because Chicago just got way too many bodies attached to their music scene. But Memphis is right behind them. And I think the difference between Memphis and probably Chicago is where Chicago's is a lot of like you got to really kind of be into the Chicago drill music scene to kind of know some of these people, because a lot of them never were mainstream. Where you got to think, but with Memphis, it's kind of like, bro, they be getting right to it, and it be their mainstream people, or it be somebody connected right next to a mainstream person from, again, rest in peace to Young Dolph, or then you talking about Big Jook from Yo Gotti brother, or Black Youngster brother, like all of these people, like yeah, they all in that same circle of things, but these people are celebrities, like celebrities, like Yo Gotti and Young Dolph are A-list rap celebrities. So it's kind of like Memphis don't be playing. Like, so it's kind of like, I don't even understand how you felt like you could be popping it and go back to Memphis. Like, you know that you got somebody for 200 bands. I don't know how or what in God's green earth made you think you should have been okay going back to Memphis. It's crazy to me. Like, I don't understand that part. But again, when we talk about the male ego is so fragile and so crazy and so dumb, I'm going to play this clip of Sauce Walker talking after he got shot, because that happened early in the morning. So this later on last night, he made a video.
You okay? RIP Say So P, man.
RIP Say So P, man. Salsa alaikum, salsa salam. Thank you so much, brother. It means so much to me.
I wish you would have
coming
stopped
to your
by,
store.
but I really want you to.
I'm coming. I ain't scared. I'm coming to that.
All right, we're gonna set it up.
Jump up. I'm
Come
gonna
on.
hop in that mother. I'm gonna rap a song in that.
Do a mic drop.
I ain't
Come on, let's do it. Habibi.
Take a picture with you?
Yeah, come on.
Take a picture, man.
Come on, I want to take a picture. You sure? Can you stand up?
Hey, man, my daddy on the phone. Ain't raised no. Hey, daddy, how many times your house got? Tell him. Bro, this boy. Huh? Say it again. Say it loud. 45. 15 years old. Nothing to it.
And listen to what I'm saying. And this is my point of sometimes when we talk about the male ego, where that pride just, well, like, bro, you literally, and let's be clear, when the story first broke, originally at first, they were saying Sauce Walker was in critical condition, and then it went to stable condition. So even though, like, you literally, you don't have to, like, you could put that bravado to the side, though, because you could have literally lost your life.
Because I think somebody said the reports was like the shooter was standing over top of him, but then when you realized,
that's what the dude just said.
When he realized it was him,
that's what he just said in the last clip I just played. He just like, yeah. So that's my whole point. Is like, why you don't even have to, like, bro. You like, I listen. What I'm saying,
but
I
that's
understand.
okay. But this is my question, and then like how you even say how some of these rappers try to, I guess, live out their lyrics or whatever the case may be. Could he really? Even though his life, yes, let's say your life flashed before your eyes, but if you known for popping your shit or still talking or just, you know what I'm saying, like don't quite like a Tekashi 6ix9ine, like when he did what he did, like even when he got jumped and all that, he had to address, you know what I'm saying, like he felt like he had to say something, because if he would have just kept quiet about things, he'd be like, oh damn, we knew you wasn't who you were, you know what I'm saying, who you were.
So I get what you're saying, and you may be right. It may be some people out there like that, but I think the people out there who are like that is just the delusional fans who don't know no better. Because I think for just people who actually have had life or death experiences, or you've been close enough to, you may not have been personally through it, but you've known, like, your friends, you literally, like, somebody who you have grew up with or actually done stuff with, where you kind of like, bro, you know that should be too close, and it's just too serious for you to sit here and feel like you gotta still pop it on a video. Like, who you popping it for? Because we could have easily been rest in peace to both of y'all, and it would have been over. Like, you don't have to sit here. It ain't even about you being scared. And that's my whole thing. Even sometimes when I sit here and thought about, like, when we talked a few minutes ago when we were talking about Wiz donating money to Big U Football League or whatever, and I'm kind of thinking sometimes where it's like, I mean, I get it. I guess if you set that image and that bravado for yourself, you kind of always want to live up to that image. But it's still at the same time, it's like, bro, I can respect sometimes where you be like, bro, I'm cool, I'm too old, I ain't even like. That's why I said for Wiz, him donating 25,000 or 50,000 to somebody football league, that ain't nothing to Wiz. Like, Wiz really got real bread, so I'm sure that's nothing to him. For somebody for like Sauce Walker, I'm like, bro, like, you didn't have to do that, though. Like, to me, that was just corny. Like, I ain't even go read the comments because it's nothing for me to even read, because I'm looking at it in real time. Like, bro, that's corny. Like, you could have literally lost your life yesterday. So for you to make a video like, nah, I'm gonna come back to Memphis and do, like, I ain't scared, and it's just like, bro, it ain't about you being scared. Sometimes it's just like, you can kind of like, I mean, it ain't your job to lead by example neither, but still, just as a man, it's like, bro, sometimes you just gotta, like, come on, dog. Like, it's a 911 call. Niggas thought you was, I'm gonna play the jump too. Like they thought you was canned food.
Briefing and an update on the investigation that's going on here at the scene that we're at. And it's a senseless shooting that has occurred that has resulted in a homicide. Today at 2:42 p.m., officers from North Main Station responded to a shooting in the 100 block of George W. Lee. When they arrived on the scene, they found two victims that are suffering from gunshot wounds. Our officers immediately started rendering first aid to those victims and called for a fire department ambulance. Unfortunately, one of the victims was pronounced deceased here on the scene. It's an adult male. The second victim, also an adult male, was transported to Region 1 Hospital, originally in critical condition, and we've been updated to say his condition is now non-critical. We have detectives from the Homicide Bureau and detectives from the Crime Scene Investigation, CSI unit here, along with our North Main Station officers. From what they've learned in the investigation, this appears to be a targeted shooting incident. The victims were outside by a vehicle. The suspect vehicle pulled up. Multiple people got out of that vehicle, fired shots without engaging in any conversation. They got back into the white vehicle and fled. They fled out of the downtown area in a four-door white vehicle. The Real-Time Crime Center immediately went into action, identifying that vehicle. We do have photographs of that vehicle, and the Real-Time Crime Center has assured us that that vehicle is no longer in the downtown area. We have put out a citywide broadcast to all officers in the city so that they'll be on the lookout for it. Now, as you can see, downtown is safe. We have officers here. You know, at Beale Street, we'll have EDU officers available. We'll have plenty of officers downtown. This was not a random act. All information shared with me leads to this being targeted towards these victims. We did reach out to the victim's family. They are here on the scene. We spoke with them and shared what information we could. Our condolences go with them. I think y'all were here and saw that they are truly heartbroken. And we've not identified the victims. The family just has heard rumor that it's their loved one. And we know a lot of times when they hear those rumors, it's probably true. But we're still waiting long ways from doing a positive identification. We know people know information about this. Anybody that saw this, anybody that knows about it, we want them to call our homicide detectives, or they can call in anonymously to Crime Stoppers. That number is 528-CASH.
Officers, social media is circulating that this could be possible rappers that were shot. Could you confirm that?
No, ma'am. So we've heard that rumor also, but it's way too early in the investigation. We don't have a positive confirmation on anything yet.
Again, like I said, it's just damn, dog. Like that's my only thing. My only thing with that was just with my biggest takeaway for Saul's Walk is like, bro, it's cool. Like you survived and it's cool. Like I want to hear you put it in your music later on for sure, but not doing the corny Instagram videos, like trying to prove how tough you are. Like especially not when realistically when they first took you in, like even on that 911 call, it's like, bro, you was in critical condition. Like it ain't nothing like that. You ain't got to play tough today. I'm cool. Like if you play tough a month from now and you put it in a rap song and you talk about how you survived this shot, I'm cool with it. I'm not mad at you for doing it. Do your thing, but not that. Come on, dog. Like it looked like you was in a damn.
That's why. So you spending the block back?
Where in Memphis? I wouldn't play in Memphis. Like if you got out of there with your life, I would keep it pushing, dog. Especially if it ain't really realistically ain't had nothing to do with you. You was kind of just like in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like you just had this dude with you and he had his own little situation. He from Memphis and he had something going on. I would just leave it alone. Like, bro, Memphis don't play no. Like, even when I'm hearing that story, it kind of made me be like, damn, Shaq Glizzy kind of really got out of that whole Memphis situation. You got away with your life. Like, yeah, you may have lost your chain and your music career may not be the same, but bro, like that could have went completely bad. Like they did this in front of a hotel. Like this is downtown Memphis. This is supposed to be like at a good spot. And even kind of tying that in, and it almost slipped my mind, but I'm glad because we talking about Memphis. What made me even think twice about it, it was like listening to that Big U stuff and seeing that Draymond Green was paying him bread and Shaq, and these is professional athletes, especially Shaq. Shaq is like iconic. Like his name is like, bro, that's not even his real name. His name is so iconic. He kind of go with like Shaq, Beyonce. It's like certain people who can kind of go with just signature names.
A megastar.
You're a megastar. So, but even with all that being said, it's kind of like, I think a lot of people owe John Moran an apology. Like all of that, when people are like, oh, he's so stupid, he's posting the guns. Like y'all don't be like, and this is what I hate because y'all, when people talk and you kind of know that these things are going on, y'all don't be real because you never heard nobody come out and say that. So why do I gotta wait for Big U to get locked up and now I gotta hear that? Damn, oh, he was extorting athletes. So now that kind of make it a little bit more sense with Ja may be like, I don't necessarily know if somebody ever tried to extort Ja Moran or whatever, or he may have been trying to sit here again, because when people, even when kids flash guns or even when rappers flash guns on the internet, you do it because you're trying to scare off somebody who in real life you may have smoked with. So even for Ja, even him feel like he needed to carry a gun. And now I'm listening to like, damn, Draymond Green was giving up bread. Like, bro, this is Draymond Green. Nobody thinking that Draymond Green got any type of ties to the streets or even what you even pressing Draymond for? Or even with the J.R. Smith and Adrian Broner, when that story came up with them, it seemed a
Also,
little
was
bit.
JR that they saying?
Yeah, the JR was in the dice game.
Okay, I just saw the picture of it.
They was. But I'm saying, but even for J.R. Smith, that for who people know J.R. Smith as and how J.R. Smith give it up,
you think you know it?
That it makes sense though for that to be J.R. Smith. Like that makes sense for him to get caught up in some of those things.
No. But to see that, then that's my thing. It's just like even like that one. I think I sent you in the family clip about what Gilbert was saying about in DC how it is. Like you got certain people who fuck with you. They want to see and that's why I kind of wonder if the whole checking in type situation. If I'm not moving, if I'm not out in these streets, do I really like that? That's what I'm saying. Is that you got to check.
No, so if you're not moving, let's be clear. Do you have to check in if you're not moving around and you're not really trying to be like out in the club scene, or you're not even out really trying to date girls? So I think sometimes it don't even necessarily got to do with just you clubbing. It got to kind of do with who you dating. Because this perfect example. Even look with the Pop Smokes thing. It was like he gave girls his address. Sometimes it'd be like, or even the stuff with Rich the Kid. Like think about them stories when Rich the Kid get lined up. It'd be women involved. Sometimes it was like, damn. I forgot who was it that just recently happened. They was talking about how they used the girl to line them up. Oh man, I can't remember.
Didn't he get out of it?
Yeah, but they used the girl to get the address. I can't. Man, but it happens all the time. So that's all I'm just sitting here saying is sometimes, like, bro, they'll put a woman on you as the play where they'll just get your address from a girl because niggas be horny. So that's my point where it's like, yeah, if you sit here saying if I'm probably like let's say somebody like Steph Curry. Steph Curry probably don't go out, don't do nothing. He ain't trying to date women. So he don't really have no business outside. So when he probably outside, he only outside with security guards, and Steph Curry make enough money, but he probably can realistically pay for 24-hour security. The same way with Jay-Z and Beyonce. It's some people who can afford 24-hour security. It's some people who can afford to move around with police detail and all that. But then there's some people who may not feel like they don't want to. Or some people who may feel like, man, my entourage thorough enough that I don't need to. Like old Carmelo Anthony, he probably felt like he ain't need to because Carmelo Anthony, the niggas he was running with, you got to think. If you listen to Carmelo Anthony podcast when he first started that joint and he was telling his stories before they start interviewing people, nigga, when he said David Stern sat him down and was like, you're going to be out the NBA if you don't stop moving around with who you moving around with. Like you think you're moving under the radar? No, I know the people that you moving around with, and you need to stop moving around with them people, or you ain't gonna be in the NBA no more. So that's my point. Where some people, where again for Carmelo, his safety made, but like, man, I ain't trying to go nowhere. I'm trying to move around. I'm trying to be outside. Because you got to think now it's not.
I think it's even one episode when it's him and Rudy talking about it, and like how both of them pretty much came up in that same era. And they was like how in the Baltimore, how you had to move around and how certain thing. And I think one of them was saying like, I can't remember if it was Rudy or it was Carmelo. It might have been Carmelo. It was like why he had to stop answering his phone because he was like, I'm tired of paying for all these funerals. I'm tired of being tied up to shit that I ain't got nothing to do with.
Of course.
So I get it.
But that's why some people are okay with just paying the extortion thing because it may be just feel like if you like again we talking about with Wiz, if it's just a one-time fee, boom.
But do you think it's just a one-time fee though?
No, it's not a one-time. It may be an annually fee per year. But this is what I'm saying. But think about what you just said with Carmelo though. It's a difference between if I got a one number, it's almost like a payroll. If I know that I got to pay $50,000 or $100,000 a year, cool. Already got that set to the side. Then instead of you sitting here saying every other week I'm paying for a funeral, or I'm bailing somebody out of jail, where you like again, i.e. like somebody like Lil Durk, where you constantly helping people in the streets because I'm not paying to get it started, but I got a bunch of street dudes running with me. So if I got a bunch of street dudes running with me, guess what come with street dudes? Lawyers, funerals, those things you got to pay for. Or hey, this person in jail, so now you got to sit here and help him fight his trial, and you still got to help him pay his bills because he crashed. He in jail because of you, or he was riding around with this gun because of you. So now you feel like I'm obligated to one, help him get a lawyer, and then to still make sure whoever he was taking care of, they straight. So yeah, eventually some people will be like, man, I'm tired of paying for all this. I'd rather just pay the extortion fee and kind of move around, and I don't have to never worry about paying nobody for the rest of the year. I don't got to worry about paying none of these other things. You just got to kind of like, it is what it is. So I understand both sides of it. But when I heard this, even in Memphis, I'm like, damn, I put two and two together and I'm kind of like, damn, I think people do kind of owe Ja an apology because I think a lot of times when we be thinking you getting this backdoor information from, because of course these athletes are still got egos, they still men. Some people, niggas ain't gonna come out and tell you, oh yeah, such and such was extorting me. oh, I know such and such was getting started, because niggas always want to play big. Like you hear, like I'm sure there's no way in hell the way Gilbert Arenas was ripping and running, or still ripping. It may be different because he was here in DC. But you telling me you never seen none of these stories? Like this never happened to you. Nobody never tried to press you out. It's no you.
Sure, yeah.
So that's my. But listen to what I'm saying though. But when you were giving these, when everybody was super strong on Ja, nobody never talked about that part of the athletes getting distorted. So maybe Ja feel like he got, because then I think people would have even been a little bit different from him, because Ja do move around.
But see, when you use the Ja situation, I think a lot of people probably do move around like Ja, but then it's like, don't bring that, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to show that, because I said that don't protect you anymore, because like I said, yeah, we know you got it on it, but that don't, like I said, even if you carrying it, because like I said, you still Ja Morant. That's how you should feel. Like, all right, I'm still Ja Morant. I shouldn't be able to be touched, because like I said, you are that guy in that city and maybe even in that state. Why do you feel like you have to show that off? That's like you said, like if we use LeBron, I'm pretty sure LeBron didn't have to pay no fees or whatever, because he is LeBron James, and all right, people ain't gonna really fuck with you like that.
Yeah, but I'm sure. I mean, I don't necessarily. I'm sure LeBron just probably tapped in with the right people. LeBron just do the right things for the right people. I'm sure, like sometimes even with LeBron, he'll just like think about for how many people be like, LeBron showed Doughboy so much love. They both from Cleveland. So that's kind of like, I don't know, because I don't know all the politics. Like I don't pay attention to, I don't follow as many male athletes as I follow female athletes. So I can't really tell you everybody's indulging who they indulge with, but I listen to a lot of these dude podcasts. I know I've never heard nobody talk about it, but you telling me on the news, they telling me, hey, this Big U thing, it's a lot of podcasts, Gilbert, it's a lot of basketball players that live in California who got podcasts, and you telling me none of y'all just Draymond Green name was on there. So you telling me, I know for a fact it ain't nowhere in hell he got the Draymond Green and he ain't get to none of y'all, nobody else? Come on, dog. What are we talking about? So that's just my whole point of like, that's why sometimes I don't respect, because I just don't respect niggas really keeping it real. If you're gonna sit here and have these microphones, be honest with people, and be honest to the point where you should sit here and be able to, especially with that Ja Morant thing, because it's no way, I don't play basketball, but there's no way I'm hearing these two stories and I'm putting two and two together. And but I've been said this about Ja Morant, but I kind of like, okay, this is the perfect time to bring this back for even for my audience to sit here and kind of think twice, like damn, was Ja kind of really awful? He probably was right. He was just on, of course, you can argue that he should have never bought it on camera, but I think he was on his P's and Q's trying to put his own safety, let me kind of protect myself at the same time. So that's just something for people to think about, because like I said, for you, the fact that you know that there was athletes getting this started, and then you get to see like how Memphis niggas really be giving it up, where it's like they did this literally broad day. This happened during the daytime in front of a hotel downtown. So that's like whatever city you live in, you know how downtown is in any city. Like that's not like, oh, this in the cut, this in the hood. No, this is downtown. Downtown is like people really don't be like, you don't be like when you crash out downtown or you do something illegal downtown, you really mean business. This ain't just for play. This is like, I'm trying to set the tone. I'm really trying to get with you. And that's what they did. They really got with them because they did it downtown. But I guess in other news, I guess to kind of switch the tone a little bit, because I did mention this story a little bit. Of course, Kanye West went on his he didn't have endless different little tweets and stuff. But the one, I guess the biggest one that stood out to me the most was him sitting here saying Jay-Z and Beyonce's two younger kids was, you can't use the R word no more, but y'all know it's just basically calling them slow. And because of realistically, a lot of people haven't seen Jay-Z's two younger kids. You see the younger girl, but you never seen the younger boy. So for him to even kind of say that, it kind of made people, of course, because people haven't seen them. So, and people not in Jay-Z and Beyonce's personal circle. So when you say stuff like that, it make people be like, damn, is he lying or is he telling the truth? And regardless of how it is, just to me personally, when I heard that, it was like, if this is my kid, especially, let's just say if it's true, let's say if his kids really are off a little bit, that probably would piss me off more than him if he was just making up a lie. So, and I seen people sitting here saying like, if they was Jay-Z, they would just sue him too. And I'm like, bro, but suing Kanye really gonna get for you? Because Kanye he was in court with Adidas. Like Kanye is suing Kanye. I feel like you're doing him a service. You're not really doing him. You ain't really checking him by suing Kanye.
I think you are. Because really, I feel like he's really hurting for money, and I think that's the main thing. That. But
what do you get? But I don't even know how can you sue somebody? How would you sue somebody for calling your kids slow?
Defamation.
But what if they are?
You gotta prove it.
That don't mean they don't give you the right to to sit here and publicize and talk down on them like that. That's why even like, but that's why I wanted to ask you about how last week we was talking about the whole Kim, not letting him, put out whatever. Now looking at how all this playing out, do y'all still think that she don't have the right? Because like I said, the shit that he's doing and just saying is just like, dog, it's not like, let the shit go, or you know what I'm saying? Like, you saying some wild shit, and like you said,
but that's my point. Over sometimes where I feel like he just need to get punched in his mouth. Like, I don't want to sue you.
But is he around to get punched in the mouth? Like somebody like that, because like I said, wasn't he in Japan or some shit like that? The last time I heard, he was in Japan. So that's what I'm saying. Is that's not somebody probably you can even touch because he's not out and about. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, cool. If he in Japan, I don't know what the laws is in Japan, so I'm cool. I'm sure from Jay-Z and Beyonce, I'm not gonna risk trying to get locked up in Japan or something. But whenever he comes back to America, this is Jay-Z and Beyonce. They got enough money. They want to get with you. They gonna get with you. If Yella Beezy can get Mo3 smoke, trust and believe Jay-Z and Beyonce can get up on Kanye West. And I ain't even saying I'm not even saying this to get him smoke. I'm sitting here saying as me as Jay-Z as the father, I want to be able to put physical hands on Kanye West. I just want to pop him in his mouth one good time. And I seen people like, man, Jay-Z got too much money. And again, like I said, when the first thing, if you come to your mind, if you say that somebody got too much money to lose to be able to defend them, you're not a man. I'm cool on that. I don't care. And I will double down. I will triple on that. I was arguing with somebody in the comment. I'm like, bro, sometimes y'all shouldn't have kids. Like, if you feel like money is the reason why you shouldn't be able to sit here and have any honor in defending your family, like, bro, you shouldn't have kids. And I didn't even know this person had kids. Like, I ain't even mean it like on it, like you shouldn't have your kids that you personally got. But I'm just saying, bro, that shit just be like niggas be sounding too soft and they be using money as the excuse. Like, I seen a girl sit here and say, oh, he's 60 years old. What do dog? I guarantee you don't want to fight Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan like 57. Joe Rogan is probably older than, I'm sure, two niggas that you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight. What's my man that played for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I know he like 50 something. You don't want to fight him.
James Harris.
You don't want to fight him. You don't want to fight Shannon Sharpe. You don't want to fight Joe Rogan. Like, don't make it seem like because somebody late in their age that you physically can't still carry yourself as a man. That's on you because you get old and you just want to be like, well, I'm old. I don't got to defend my family. Nah, dog, it don't work like that. Ain't no age and ain't no money gonna make me cut off me being a man. I'm not tucking my tail just because I got $1 billion. What the? Nah, dog. Because what you going to like, just imagine, listen here and see and say if it's nothing wrong with his son. And his son, they just young right now. But then when his son turned 15, he could be like, damn, dad, you just like Kanye, play with me. Like, that's just my point where it's just like, what? Like, what you going to sit here and tell your son, but I sued him, son? Like, just imagine, you talking about as a man, your son, let's just say there's nothing wrong with his son, and his son just got a functioning brain, and by the time his son turned 15, and he remember this and be one day, y'all just at a cookout, and be like, damn, dad, what you do to Kanye when he played with me and my sister on social media that time? Oh, I sued him.
So you punch him in the mouth, and he still keep talking, then what you do?
You ain't punch him hard enough, then. You punch somebody hard enough, they won't think twice. Guess what? Yeah, let me tell you something. And this is the difference. And this is my point. This is why I respect LeBron again. Because guess what? If you've been listening for the last 2 weeks after LeBron checked fucking Stephen, no, this nigga. Oh my God, bro. Stephen A. Smith is just a different type of he is a different type of. I want like when he passed, they need to study his brain because he a different type of nigga. But I don't want to jumble up the topic. But my whole point of it is though you see Stephen A. talks different about LeBron and Bronny completely different after LeBron and checked him. Because some men ain't used to no type of confrontation. Especially somebody like Stephen A. Smith. You used to just rapping off at the mouth and nobody ain't pressed you out. Or at least if somebody pressed you out, they done it behind closed doors so you don't have to acknowledge it. And that's why when you do stuff where the world can see, you gotta, when somebody publicly check you or somebody publicly make you look soft, now you gotta deal with it from the world. You gotta hear everybody's opinion on what happened to you. So it's kind of like, how do you can't sit here and run and hide from that. So now you see Stephen A. He talk completely different now. So that's my point. If Jay-Z sit here and find out Kanye West gonna be somewhere and he pull up and pop Kanye West or have a bunch of youngers punish Kanye West on camera where Kanye got to deal with that backlash now, like, oh, they stomped Kanye out. That's crazy. It was a bunch of youngers from Brooklyn. And now he gonna think twice, like, oh yeah, Jay-Z making it difficult for me. Like, I get it. I understand that people feel like, oh, Jay-Z and Beyonce, oh yeah, that's cool. If it was something else, if he was just talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce, then I'd be like, yeah, I'm Beyonce to the noise. I don't care. But this is your kids, dog. Your kids gonna eventually get old enough. And again, like I said, if there's nothing wrong with your kids, your kid, like, I can imagine one day your kids gonna be like the same way. When Marcus got older, he asked like, dad, like, damn, why you never used to come to the games? Because in your mind, you may think your kids ain't gonna think nothing of it. May not never say nothing as they a kid. But when they finally get old enough to have real conversation with you, they gonna eventually ask you some of these things. And if that was my dad and I turned 16, I'm gonna be like, Dad, you used to be popping it crazy on the music. How you let Kanye play with us on Twitter that day?
But that's what I'm saying. But Jay-Z never popped it like that. That's what I'm saying.
No, listen, listen. That's why I ain't sit here and say that Jay-Z was supposed to sit here and go shoot Kanye. I just said you need to punch him in his mouth. You still a man. You still a dad. Because if you wasn't Jay-Z and somebody, because guess what? So if y'all telling me that there's women out here who got, because that woman, we can get to that. We can play that clip of that lady getting on the school bus and getting right with them. Like it's like some people ain't playing with their kids.
No, but some people are not playing with his kid. But more so, when we hear Jay-Z, just like even with that law, with the lawyer and all that, he lets it handle in the court. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
cool.
not.
That's cool. That's a woman. You can't do nothing to that woman. That's cool. That's where you're supposed to handle that in the law. But you are a billionaire. Kanye West is allegedly supposed to be a billionaire too. I'm not taking Kanye to court, dog. Like I personally know you. We made a whole album together. We've been on tour together before. Nah, dog. I'm gonna punch you in your mouth. You're not about to play with my kids, like, bro. And that make me, and that's why I said sometimes, like, that's one of my biggest beef with black people. It's like, bro, y'all get some money, y'all just want to completely just turn into some of the softest people in the world. And that's why I kind of respect white people when it's their gangster. It ain't no dollar sign on them cutting their gangster off. If they gonna crash out, they gonna crash out. It don't make no difference. And that's why I respect black women more than I respect black men. Because a poor black woman, you play with her kids, she is taking it to hell. You go low, I'm taking it to hell. Shout out to that lady who got on that school bus and got right with that little ass kid. I don't care. You play with my kid, we're going to get right to it. I tell y'all that all the time. Everybody crash out level ain't the same. And some of y'all just sit here and look at the easiest way. I'm too old. Well, I got too much money. No, you just pussy. And you was raised as a pussy. It's okay, dog. Some niggas is pussy. Some niggas is dog. What my girl say after she won that championship? She said, one thing I did, man, I showed y'all I was a dog and I turned some dogs into dog food. And that is the hardest shit going. I swear to God, I need my Angel Reese t-shirt, and when you make it, put that shit at the top. I turned some dogs into dog food. When I said, dog, yeah, I don't give a fuck what ESPN tell you. You ain't never going to hear nobody say nothing like that. That's a woman, dog. I said, oh my God, this bitch is so hard, dog. That shit right there made me a fan for life. I said, dog, you just said you did what? Come on, dog. And she won. I ain't even popping on y'all because she ain't even playing the championship game. So I'll let y'all live. But again, I'm gonna tell y'all this. Y'all got 2 years, and we're gonna get right to it. And let me get to Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith is a cold. He a different type. Like his brain works so different, and he's so weird because he talks so fast and talks so just loud. Now he's because realistically, even just he trying to even figure out he was on ESPN. He apologized to Bronny. And then he said, I don't know why we ain't talking about Juju as much as we was talking about Caitlyn. Nigga, you got the TV. Why you ain't talking about? Everybody else been talking about Juju. The fuck are you talking about, nigga? If you go on the Nike website, guess who t-shirt sold out and who t-shirt ain't sold out. But like I said, y'all only got 2 more years of pushing whatever button you want to push because you know for a fact how you going to have to deal with the bun. The bun is the chosen one. So you can do whatever you want or however y'all going to dance it around and y'all going to have to figure it out. And that's just gonna be that's gonna be the craziest thing you've ever seen in life. Y'all gonna see somebody push a narrative for 2 years and then you have to change the tone completely to a whole different person. It's crazy to me. I don't even know what's the purpose of even trying to push it one way, and you know for a fact you gotta change it in 2 years. Like, why would I do that? To me, I would never do that. I would never come out. That's like me sitting here saying, I'm a diehard Jeezy fan, and then I'm just going to switch up and just be like, I know for a fact I'm going to have to change my tone in 2 years. Like, you already ready to change your tone in 2 years. Like, I can't believe him. I couldn't even believe the Bronny thing. The Bronny thing blew my mind. I was like, bro, are you serious? You did not just sit here and say I may need to apologize to Bronny. I didn't know that he was going to be like this. What? And shout outs to Bronny, dog. Bronny had his first, how many Bronny had the other night? Bronny had 17 points, and I mean, what he had? Where was it, John? I thought I had it already. I want to say it was like 17 points, 5 assists. It was something. It was something like that, but it was against the, who did they play that night? They played who was it? It was the Nuggets, the Pacers. I can't remember what team it was, but they did lose because I think that game Luka and LeBron didn't play. I think it was the Bucks. It was against the Bucks. It was because he caught Giannis with the little Jones. Yeah, he put Giannis in the mixer too. Shout out to Bronny. Like I said, you just got to kind of give him time. And I mean, I said that before. I think just realistically, of course, all the hype in the conversation because he is LeBron James' son, and I feel like a lot of that conversation was just because he's LeBron James' son. And a lot of people gonna walk their takes back, but I just couldn't believe Stephen A. did it like in real time. Like he ain't even wait a month. He he real live really just got on TV and was like, man, I might have been wrong. I just didn't see it. I was like, I respect Stephen A because he just understands TV. So he understands the shock value in what he say. But those were the two craziest things I heard him say. The apologizing to Bronny and then saying, why we not talking about nigga? Because you don't talk about Juju. That's why they not. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, nigga, you got the #1 sports show. They ain't talking about Juju because you ain't talking about Juju. Talk about her and they gonna talk about her. What, like, come on, dog. But you got it. And I like real quick, I guess because we talking about Juju Watkins, I'm not 100% positive, and I'm not a fan of how quick social media do run with misleading headlines. Because of course I was watching that stuff in real time. I don't know what the Jaden Daniels situation is for real. Like, I don't know if that's like people, they try to paint it like it was a dating type of situation. And maybe just because you ain't really never
looked like it.
Huh?
It looked like it.
It looked like it. And I think it only looked like it because you've never seen neither one of them in that type of situation before. Like, you never really see neither one of them keying it like that. So it kind of just was like for two people who really ain't some key type of people. And
if they went to the same school, then I would get it. Because you didn't go to the same school. Like, what would be your ties to him? And he was, like I said, it wasn't like, I get it, like we was watching the men's play. You know what I'm saying?
It was another game after though.
No, but that was the girls' game, right? When she came in there, that was the girl. That was
yeah, I mean, of course.
But that's what I'm saying. No, I get it. Like I said, if you saw me and him together, like we was just that's your almarada. You know what I'm saying? That's why we at the USC men's game. Then I can say, oh, it's just a friend connection. But the simple fact you came back out there to watch another, you know what I'm saying, watch another women's game, I feel like it's something there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to jump out there like that just because I just like the cuteness and the pureness to Juju. So I don't kind of want to throw that when I feel like people just can't wait to kind of just like I pay attention enough to a lot of just social media, and I just see like people can't wait to kind of really just throw Juju in the mix. So I don't kind of want to be like, I'm just not a fan of the way they kind of try to make that Jaden Daniels thing like something bigger than probably what. And of course they threw his mom in it because she was sitting there at the game, and then it looked like, and even the way they put the clips, I felt like the Jones was it was like out of order. I feel like him and his mother was sitting at there first, and they was having it like the mom was at the game like when Juju was playing, and then I feel like they clipped it up where it made it seem like, okay, him and Juju was talking and they was sitting like she was at him and his mom was at Juju's game when Juju was actually playing. That first video, it was like just him and his mom. It was just him and his mom there originally, and then Juju came. So it's kind of like, I feel like the way social media, they kind of flipped the Jones and made it seem like his mom came and sat in between them. No, his mother was already sitting right there, and then she moved so Juju could sit right next to him. So like I said,
she didn't come back. I thought she was gone. Like she left.
Who, his mom?
Yeah. From what I saw, I thought it's just like she wasn't in that seat right then. And then
they making it. No, like her mother was originally in that seat.
Yeah, right. No, yeah, I get that part, but I'm saying I thought she, like, say she went to. I mean, she probably didn't go to the concession stand, but like she went to the concession stand. That's when Juju came and sat down, and then she came down like, hey,
No. So what? The way I seen it in real time, it was Mom Dukes was there originally. All three of them was sitting there. Then Mom Dukes left, and then Juju was right. It was got right next to him. But they try to make it like the way the internet chopped the video up. Like if you didn't see it in the actual time, like they made it seem like Juju was there first, and then Moms came and sat in between them. Okay. Like, come on, dog. Like y'all, like get up. That nigga Mom's got way more coof than that. Like, let's be serious. And I'm the one who told y'all about the Moms before it even became a thing. So it was kind of just like, bro, like. That's the only reason why I hate the internet. Sometimes you got to kind of really pay attention because even when we talk about like, and that would kind of make me be like, damn, I need to sit here and really take in whatever you want, like even listen to the clips. And sometimes because the headliners could be miscellaneous, because I was watching when the Jets thing first broke, I seen one of these blog pages that I pick. I'd be watching sometimes and use them for my green screens. I watched them name the joke saying, oh, Jess Hilarious got fired from the Breakfast Club. I'm like, bro, did y'all watch this clip before you named it? I'm like, bro, delete this. She didn't say she got fired from this joke. Like, why you got the name it? And they eventually, because my comment ended up getting a lot of likes, so they end up deleting the video. But that's my point. I'm like, damn, like that's so crazy, because this is a page that I normally go to like use for headlines because they blur out some of the words already. But I'm like, damn, you just made up a BS headline. Like, this ain't really this not what she said in that video. She did not say she got fired from the Breakfast Club in that original video. So it's so crazy that people can kind of just be like, you can be lazy and they can just run with a one headline and make it something completely different. Like, that to me is just weird. Like, I was like, damn, that's crazy. Like, you can't even, some of these blogs that you kind of think is credible sites or kind of use them for your credible site, is like, you got to double check on some of that stuff on your own. I do want to play one of these other clips from this girl. Where did I get her from?
If you don't ever believe anything that I tell you on this app, at least believe this. Before going on a date, if a girl hints that she needs her nails done, needs a bill paid, or need any type of thing that has monetary value to it in order to take her out, she does not like you. Again, if a woman is saying that she needs you to take care of something financially before you can take her on the date, which it's her privilege to be able to go on a date with you, she does not like you. I need y'all to start understanding that if a girl really likes you, if a woman really likes you, you really don't have to do all these tricks and jumping through hoops and whatnot.
Okay, so I wanted to play that clip, and I don't even not necessarily believe if it's just if she asks you to pay for something, but I think sometimes if she's hinting too much at, oh, I'm trying to get this hair, or I seen these bundles on this page, like she talked too much about trying to get her hair done, her nails done, or anything before you know that like y'all flirting and you trying to link up with her. I'm not gonna lie to you, that to me kind of do scream like a red flag, because it's like I feel like she's hinting like too much at she trying to get something done and kind of want to see, like she almost testing you to see if you're gonna step in and be like, oh, how much is the hair or how much is the nails? Like, I don't care how much she hinting at it, fellas. Don't bite that bait, dog. Because she throwing that bait out there to see if you gonna bite. And all I'm just telling you is if you smart, you better kind of move around it and don't bite into it, because I'm telling you for a fact, I know what she's throwing it out there for. So I do agree with her. I do think a lot of times women kind of be throwing that little hint out there. And I do want to play this clip of Kanye, because we can kind of get in the first week numbers real quick when we're talking about Playboi Carti. Playboi Carti, of course, put out his album last week. Oh, and that other song that I was trying to remember last week is Trim. It was Future, and the name of that song was Trim. He went, oh my God, he went crazy on that Trim song. But again, I want to play. So I believe, what was Playboi Carti numbers for the first week? I believe it was something OD. It was almost like 300,000. Streaming wise on Spotify, he broke the record for. It was right after I think the only joint that was ahead of his was what is it, Scorpion. I believe Scorpion was like 500 million the first week on Spotify. So I believe Playboi Carti joint was 420 million streams on Spotify for the first week, and I think it ended up going to like almost, I want to say it was like two. What was it like? It was something close to like 3 something for his first week sales. I don't know why I can't. How much? Fuck are these numbers I'm looking at? Playboi Carti. Why I can't? Oh yeah, it was 300. It was 302,000. It was 302,000 units for his first week numbers. And again, like I said, it was 409 streaming on Spotify. So his first week Billboard numbers is 302, and streaming wise, it was 400. Yeah, it was 409 million. So shout out to Playboi Carti for whatever, all the people who fake like they didn't like it or whatever the case may be. It is what it is. But I do want to play this clip of Kanye when he was talking about first week numbers, because he kind of was keeping it in the bang with this one.
Every single musician now pays more. So yeah, I'm reporting live from Japan right now. And I was talking to my boy, and I was talking about how I released Bully just on my Twitter, and how I like the idea of being on DSPs, but I don't like the fact that they show the numbers, because every single musician now pays more money to get their first week numbers than we make off of the actual album. So then you got to make your money through brand deals and touring. And if you say anything against the brand deal, you can get your brand drop. So now they have a control of what you say. And when you go touring, you know who gets paid off of the touring. So they're eating every which way. And there had to be a moment where they said, we have to control what these guys are making on these album sales and these streams, because if we give them too much money, they're going to be sitting, in a hotel in Japan like, yay, as opposed to jumping up and down on a Rolling Loud stage. So I'm looking at, how do I get the music on DSPs without them counting it? Because I'm not doing all the ship vinyl and do the vinyl and this, that. Like I'm telling you, everyone in the industry is paying for the numbers right now. And that's what I'm not fucking with. So there you have it.
So I mean I agree with everything he said, and I do kind of and I am kind of still mind boggled how the industry has kind of allowed music, I mean, become from it just being a art and people just putting out music. When you're thinking about how much free music from like the Waynes and the Futures and the Gucci's, they put out so much free music via live mixtape or that piff, and now it's kind of just like artists are scared to put out music because you're so worried about the first week numbers. Like streaming is kind of, to be honest, for people, we feel like we get more music for free because of streaming, but we kind of honestly get less music. Think about how, because we might get albums for free, but even for somebody like, if I'm a diehard Wayne fan, most of your favorite Wayne songs or verses are from freestyles off of mixtapes. It's the same way for Gucci. It's kind of like, shit, I could really argue for Gucci, even though all Gucci music was original, but Gucci's best projects, Gucci's best bodies of work. If you sit here and say, give me Gucci Mane's top 10 songs, none of them are going to be off the albums. They're going to be all off of mixtapes. So it's kind of like we do live in an age where it's like, even as consumers, it's like, we kind of allow the music industry to trick us. It's like, yeah, we all go run to the streaming platforms, but then it's kind of like, damn, like all the good stuff was kind of like the free stuff we wasn't buying anyway. All the good music, the music that you really was like super fans of, it was like stuff we was downloading off a live mixtape. So it's kind of like when he say that he honestly being truthful with it. And again, like I said, and that's the only thing that blow me about Kanye, because you have so much good conversation and good information like this that can start off real conversations, but you water all of that down because nobody ain't going to talk about this as much as they would about the Jay-Z and Beyonce thing, or about you sitting here saying you didn't sleep with Iggy Azalea because you was doing it out of respect for Playboy Cardi. So it's like when you hear all of these, like, it's like, damn, dog, like you kind of just like, I hate when people do that because now you water down the actual good message that you actually could have put out, because I do think that's a real thing. Like so many artists are so worried about their first week numbers that they don't put out as much music as fast. Like if you really think about it, like think about how many mixtapes so many artists and put out, and even kind of just, and I can kind of tie this into Young LA. I'm sure for people, if you really on social media heavy, you have seen endless people start to use the "ain't I something swing, ain't I big," what is the what's the little line off the what is it, Young LA, I be serving everybody, don't I be with J Money serving everybody, that little whatever "ain't I" song from Young LA. And when I seen it was catching a vibe and people was kind of really using it heavy on social media and it was starting to go viral. Like if you get on Instagram and you making a reel or you doing whatever and it shows you how many people like that Young LA chunk, like, bro, that joint like a hot new song that came out. Like it made like, I think the last time I looked at it, it may have had like 20,000 people use that. For that, how old that song is. So that's like new, like whatever the hot new song is. Like you go look at, like, I mean, of course, I can't say like a Kendrick Lamar joint because that joint might be like in the hundreds, thousands. But whatever new trendy song that's like brand new that's out, that joint is running neck to neck. But I was thinking like, damn, is Young LA really eating off of that song? Because realistically, that's a Grand Hustle song. He ain't, because me and Top was talking about this. I'm like, he ain't put out enough music under Grand Hustle for him not to still owe Grand Hustle some money out of that contract. So I'm kind of listening. I'm looking at it like, it's tight that the internet made this song go viral, and I don't know why. Like it's just like, and that's I guess that is the gift and the curse about the internet, where it's like the internet really do have the power to sit here and make any random song hot. Because like, bro, I don't necessarily know how many of y'all, I mean, y'all don't even know if y'all even seen any of the recent videos of Young LA going viral, but it ain't been a good look for him. Like the videos before this song started to pick up was bad. Like he was looking bad, he was sounding bad, he was looking like a junkie out here.
But that's what I do want to ask, because like when you say he might not get no percentage of that, but do you, because even remember when you were saying like how you might just go to a song, just listen to a certain part, just keep repeating that one part. So is that really counting as even a stream, or even because you like if they just using that part and not even listening to the song?
I mean, it probably just depend though. It honestly probably depend, because I'm sure people, if you just making like TikToks and making Instagram reels to it, yeah, you may not be listening to the whole song. You may be just going to the "Don't I Be with J Money serving everybody," like if people, or the "Ain't I" part. But he even getting booked for shows, so he getting the money for that part. Like now the song getting hot again, people probably, you know, they like he getting booked in smaller clubs, so that's cool. He getting money off of that. But we even sitting here saying, I'm sure even if enough people may like I don't necessarily know if enough people streaming the whole song for the song to chart again, but I'm sure it's making some type of bread. Because I even listen.
Shit, to be honest, I want to know is like any of his shit really on streaming platforms like that.
I mean, that song is.
Because I'm like
that
because he was heavy on the mix. You know,
but I mean that song is like that was his radio song. That was his mainstream song. That song is for sure.
But probably not all his other. Because he used to have some hits. That's why I'm just kind of wondering.
Oh yeah, if you talking about like when him and Young Dro used to have that black boy, white boy swag.
Yeah, that's why when you say that, like how some of your favorite, you know, like Wayne and all that was from the mixtape era, but like a young LA, like
when him and Young Dro had that black boy, white boy swag mixtape and all that, or him and I know was it him and Young Dro, or was him and J Money? I can't remember. It was one of them. But nah, that stuff ain't on no streaming platforms. And all of those was original beats. But that's my point though. But think about how much music those people was putting out. Like even for Waka, like Waka got you can argue like if we keeping it a beam, you can argue Waka got a classic album, but a lot of Waka other big songs was off a mixtape junk. So it's kind of just like, or even a lot of like when people love like Waka and Slim Dunkin together, like a lot of them was mixtape songs. Now let's be clear, for some people like Waka, he ended up putting some of those junks on streaming platforms, but it is like to the point where it's like a lot of artists have confined themselves to numbers because it's like, okay, if the label not gonna count this as an album, people don't even want to put it out. So you kind of just so strong on I'm only putting out music that they counting, so you kind of watering yourself down. So I mean, like I said, I do think I did like that take from Kanye. I want to play this clip of Benzino because he kind of crashed out on this dude about this over the source, and he kind of made a point, but it kind of made me think like, damn, it's like, should it be some credentials when you sit here and question somebody on falling off? So basically, I'm gonna play this clip of this dude was interviewing Benzino, and he was sitting here trying to tell Benzino he fumbled by letting the source fall off, but then Benzino kind of was like, what have you ever done for you to sit here and criticize me on saying what I fumbled? You don't know what it took to even run a magazine company because you ain't built nothing to the level of the source.
You come up with no man. What? Don't.
I'm trying to have a hip hop conversation.
Look, man, that's not hip hop. You don't sit here and talk about what the fuck I fumbled or what the fuck something happened, man. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck have you fumbled?
I've given you nothing but praise for being the fucking for having the source and I want to talk about
no man. Listen, bro. See, I seen it coming. You wanted to do this. You felt you didn't do it last time, but you wanted to be like because all these other crackers out there be like, he fucked the source up. He fucked the source up. Nah, eat a dick.
Stop for a second.
The fuck out of here,
I don't. This isn't what I want, dude. I don't.
You did this.
No, man.
You come up with no man. What? Don't try to like this.
I'm trying to have a hip hop.
So I guess my question is, do y'all think realistically? Can you say that somebody fumbles something if you never even even attempted to try to accomplish that? Because I do think, I mean, of course, I think for that will kind of almost be like, can people even talk about sports if you ain't never played a sport? Like I do think that sometimes when people say stuff like that, it gets that place get kind of tricky because some people the voices that people kind of really appreciate is kind of like, yeah, they may have never done what you done, but that don't necessarily mean what they saying isn't valid. But I understand where Benzino coming from too, because it's like, it's easy to sit here and say I fumbled something, but you don't know how hard it was to maintain that, especially a business. Like it may have been hard to sit here and maintain the source. You don't know what my payroll look like. So at the peak of that jump, when I'm starting to look at the sales kind of die down, how I could be asking, like, how did you expect for me to kind of change it to something else? Because maybe at the time I couldn't afford to change it to nothing else. So when it died as a printing magazine, there was no space for me to even turn it into a digital space because, let's say all the talent that I was using, it was other people's writing ability. It wasn't mine. So it was like, what you wanted me to do. So I kind of get what he's saying, where it's like, it's easy to judge me on that, but it's like, what have you done to even understand that business model?
But why do you say you failed or you feel like he failed? Because we in a different day and age and there's no magazines of course, I mean, you do got XXL, but really is it who really actually go looking at that magazine or even look for a XXL magazine?
They don't. Besides when they do the
even
freshman cover.
even like that's just like even with a Slam magazine, do people really even look? Yeah, you might see it. They still what's name, but it's not out like magazines.
Yeah, I mean,
personally,
it's not. I mean, I don't necessarily. I haven't even. The crazy thing is because you just brought up Slam magazine. I don't even know the last time I even looked at the magazine section, even in the grocery store to look, because I mean I haven't seen a Slam cover that I probably was actually looking for. I'm sure you can still order them because but I don't necessarily know if they print them out outside or whatever you can order. So they probably print out enough that they probably figure, all right, well, we gonna print. I don't even know how they do it. I don't necessarily know the business model because I haven't tried to order a magazine from Slam. Because anytime I think about ordering something from Slam, it'd be maybe like a T-shirt or something. Yeah, because they didn't found out ways to change it into something like Slam magazine is still Slam magazine, but it's via social media now. So it's like, hey, well, we got this cover, but we turned it into a T-shirt or we turned it into a hoodie. So it's kind of like they still have a business. Even when I just played that clip LaVar Ball. That was a Slam magazine interview. But of course you could turn it. So I get what the dude was trying to say, but I think realistically, even if I'm somebody like Benzino, if you never tried to do this before, it's like I can't respect you sitting here saying I fumbled something because you don't necessarily know what the trial and error was to even trying to keep this magazine afloat. So I get like
that's what because you got to say that about a lot of magazines. Because like I get it if somebody was still running a strong, you know what I'm saying, like magazine, like right now, then I get why you could say that, but there's no other nobody's running a strong magazine front like that.
No, they not.
Because like when you think of like King magazine, Playboy, even Playboy magazine, like nobody's still running the digital world like that. So I can't say, well, damn, you failed. Because look at all these Instagram models that you can have, posted, on the thing. Yeah. It's this day and age now, and everything is different. You can't now if we were still into the magazines and stuff like that, then I get it. But now I don't see how you say you failed or times has passed. That ain't it no more.
I'll play this clip of Young Man.
Cheat on me before I leave, and in the interview I said I get like my nigga got like 4 times to cheat on me before I leave, and the internet love to be, oh my god, she's so motherfucking dumb. In reality, we all done got cheated on the stage. Everybody if you really in love with your nigga, you locked in, y'all been together, it's not easy to walk away. You got some women that's going to get the fuck home. Yeah. Some women that's going to, I think the first time they man cheat, they're out. It's not easy to walk away. Like after you done built something with somebody, y'all done been together for so long, it hurts. Of course you want to leave, but you're not just going to leave. Like y'all love to get on the internet. Oh, bitch, you so motherfucking dumb. You said 4 times. Yes, bitch. I know plenty of bitches in a relationship they get cheated on right now or been cheating on and they know they nigga cheating. Some women just not leaving their man. My first time is like, you hurting me. I can't believe you would do this to me. Okay, cool. We probably gonna get back together, but our relationship will never be the same. Mm-hmm. Right. It's never gonna be the same. Mm-hmm. Second time is like, oh, okay, so you a cheater. Third time, I'm already cheating back. Fourth time, out the door, you got to go, bitch.
So I guess my question to y'all is, do y'all believe that she only feel like this because of the quality of men she date? Like she feel like that comes with the territory because I'm dating a man that kind of lead, going back into, again, the original conversation when we talking about the Renni Ruccis, it's more of a money thing. Like I'm leading this with bread, so it's kind of just like, I feel like it comes with the territory. So I'm giving you almost a full, instead of it being 3 strikes you out, it's kind of like 4 strikes you out, where I kind of know for a fact, like, all right, because the type of man I'm dealing with, I know for a fact 9 times out of 10 he's gonna cheat. So the first time I'm not gonna be as up his arms like the woman who probably dealing with the man who working 9 to 5.
I think it's easier. It makes it easier for her to be able to accept it because she does have money.
All right, so I guess leading, I guess kind of just playing off of the Young Miami thing, I do want to play this clip of her and Lizzo. They had a conversation because, of course, and even from that original conversation where she was addressing that, all of these was coming from Club Shay Shay. So she did do Club Shay Shay this weekend, and it was a cool interview. So she had, I guess, a little moment where Shannon Sharpe was asking. I think that was another one of the things that Don't Call Me White Girl. Who was that kind of got mad because oh yeah, SZA got mad at Shannon Sharpe for the way he asked Coco Jones about her getting her body done. Like, why would you ask her? Like, what? She don't got nothing to do with me getting my body done. Why would you ask her about that? And he kind of did the same thing with Young Miami with Lizzo. So I'm gonna play this clip of Lizzo.
She's so fat, right? I remember that. But then they were like, ew. What is the ew? I have to know.
Like, how like people when you before like your weight loss, people used to be like, oh my God, she need to lose weight. She too fat. That shit not cute. That's what I was pertaining to, that part. Like people just was like, oh my God, she need to lose weight. That shit not cute. Like that. That was the ew that I was pertaining to.
Oh, got you. Because you were like, and then she looks so good. And people are like, ew, because Shay Shay was like, oh, because what? She did surgery or she did, you know what I mean? She's on Ozempic or whatever. Was that? I thought that you were kind of referring to, actually, I thought you were saying I got too little.
No. So what I'm saying now is like, people always have something to say. You get me? Like, women is like, you need to lose weight. Then you lose weight, and it's like, oh my God, that don't look good on her. She like you just can never be.
Right.
People can never be.
Oh, she's so fat.
Like, it's them if you do, them if you don't. It's kind of like what I was trying to say. Because it's like, for instance, sometimes I see some people saying like, everybody say you look good, but then you have the little 5% that's just like, she looked better when she was fat.
Wow.
Like, that's what I'm saying. It's just them if you do, them if you don't. But you're doing it for yourself, not these people. But I just was referencing to like, you can't make nobody happy, and they always got something to say when it comes to a woman's body. Why? I don't know. Like, why y'all always picking on women's body? It's like, you don't get surgery, and it's like, oh, you got a little boy body. Oh my God, she gained weight. She too skinny. Or you like a little boy. Then you do get a BBL. We don't like BBLs. We like natural bodies. So why would you get surgery? Like,
Yep. It's never enough.
especially when it comes to women's body, I don't understand what be the big issue anyway. Like,
oh.
So again, I mean, I do think, I mean, of course, the internet is going to always make things a bigger deal. And I'm not going to lie to you, I do appreciate the internet making Ice Spice put back on her weight. I ain't going to lie to you. I'm going to be honest with y'all. Like, I like Ice Spice with the yams. I'm cool. That skinny Ice Spice, I'm cool. No, nobody wants Ice Spice with extra ice in their latte. Like, I'm cool, bro. Like, keep Ice Spice with the thick Ice Spice. Like, I like that little picture that people was getting mad at her because she did a little interview with Jazzy and she kept trying to hurry up and cut the interview short. But I appreciate Ice Spice with the yams back. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like that, when she was running around super bony, like I'm not a fan of the Ozempic people doing the quick weight loss shit because it looks skinny, it looked nasty, it looked like you sick. So shout out to Ice Spice for putting the weight back on. But the Lizzo, I think people just with Lizzo is just kind of like they're gonna pick and choose with her. It don't matter what she do. And I do agree with Young Miami on that one. Like, she damn if she do, she damn if she don't, because I think just because of the way a lot of early Lizzo was like, hey, it's my body, I can do what I want, boom, 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 blah, blah, blah. And of course, I think a lot of people, especially the fitness people, was like, bro, you know that's not healthy. You pushing an unhealthy lifestyle. So then it's kind of this, like, you seen so many people feel like, damn, you led us down a wrong path. Like, you was super like big. And Monique did the same thing before. A lot of Monique jokes used to be like on skinny people. You skinny men, like that used to be Monique thing when she used to always talk about skinny women, and then Monique lost leg. But let's be clear, for anybody listening, you hearing, I don't care how you feel about Monique or you feel about Lizzo, you do need to lose some weight. You need to be in the gym taking care of yourself because your health matters. You rather see that than you sit here and seeing somebody pass away because they didn't take care of their health. Or even look at LaVar Ball where you got to get your foot amputated. So I think you don't got to play them stupid games with social media and don't let them make you feel like you shouldn't work out. But I do think you should do it the right way. I think you should take your time. And it's cool. I'm even cool with you showing off the process. Like, I respect when Lizzo be showing her workout videos, or even Glorilla, whoever. Like, I get, like, sometimes you may need a little enhancer to give you a jump start to make you feel like, all right, I really want to lock into the gym. Or for some people, it may be like, I need to buy enough workout outfits so I can look good in the gym. Whatever the case may be, just get in there. But I do think, I mean, I'm shout out to Lizzo because I have peeped that she'd been kind of been building up her own Twitch account. So I ain't mad at that. Like, and that kind of go back into what Kanye sitting here saying is like, artists got to find other ways to kind of make money to the point where they don't have to feel like they got to keep running up and down, doing tours and being on Rolling Loud and all them other jumps. And a lot of those festivals are starting to die off. J. Cole is doing his final version of Dreamville Fest, and Lil Wayne is headlining one of those days. I believe it's him and the Hot Boys. So and I did see some people complaining about that. They was like, damn, Lil Wayne just did a headline. But I mean, it's Lil Wayne, like, and it's the South. Like, you can't never go wrong with Lil Wayne in the South. And that Hot Boys tour is working right now.
But like 2 years ago now. 2 3 years.
I mean, cool, but you see, though, you know that it's a group, and that's only, to be honest, it's only on the internet where there's a group of people who just hate on Lil Wayne and try to make it seem like Lil Wayne is the worst thing you can go see live. Like, that's just a thing on the internet. It's just people on the internet who gonna just sit here and say certain things. That's just how they are.
I wonder, is that on their tour?
What?
Because they on that Hot Boy, the Louisiana tour thing right now.
No, they already been in North Carolina. They did, but just because I know people in there, they was in North Carolina like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, that's a spread. I mean, it's spreading out. So people who didn't see them then.
No, that's what I'm saying.
And then you got to think about it. For most people, even if they go to Dreamville Fest, a lot of them people don't be from North Carolina. So
no. I'm just saying because like how even last year with like how Broccoli Fest, Meg was on, but that was a part of her tour.
Right.
So that's why I was just wondering, because I know it was with the Hot Boys and all that.
Yeah,
So
it
that's why I was
probably,
wondering.
it don't, because I mean that Hot Boys tour, I don't necessarily know. I don't think that's a Rock Nation tour, because you know sometimes they do it like with like with some of those Jones, it depends on who they sponsored by, and sometimes those like those promoters, especially for those big concerts, won't let you double dip. So because they don't want you to mess up the ticket sale. So if you already was booked for the festival, then they do the concert, they be like, all right, cool, we're not about to make you sit here and try to do it twice, because we don't want you to lose whatever sales you got going on for that. What else was going on in the world? Oh, so okay, matter of fact, I'm gonna just play it.
The Northville Central School District has fired their high school girls basketball head coach Jim Zullo following a post-game incident with one of the Northville players. I want to warn you that some may find this video upsetting. After Northville's loss in the Class D championship game, Zullo was seen pulling the hair of senior Haley Monroe as the team waited for the medal presentation. The video has garnered a lot of outrage on social media. Zullo told News 10 ABC that Monroe directed an expletive toward him after he instructed her to shake hands with the opposing team, which is what he says led to the incident. We reached out to the Monroe family, but they have not issued a comment at this time. Now, in a statement, the school district saying in part, quote, the Northville Central School District is aware of and deeply disturbed by the conduct of the coach of the girls varsity basketball team, adding that the district will be following up with the affected players and their families to provide support and outline the actions they're taking in response to the incident.
So question, have y'all both seen the video?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as parents, how would y'all respond? Because this is a senior. So, I mean, so you're saying this kid is probably like either 17 or, I mean, 17 about to be 18 or maybe already 18. It just depends on when their birthday lands. So with a coach doing that to you, especially a daughter, we will keep it a daughter. Because if it was a boy, I don't think necessarily know if this story will even be a story. So like if this was somebody's son and his son had some dreads and you grabbed him by the dreads and had this same type of look, I don't necessarily, and it depends on how good the coach is. Like this was like an elite coach and school known for winning or whatever the case may be, and it may be like, it depends. I honestly depend on how good the coach is and how good the school program is, how I would respond if this was my son. But if this was my daughter, that coach would have been picking himself up off the ground. And he an older coach, he probably would have been finding himself in the hospital in the morning. So I guess my question to y'all is, what would y'all's response be?
I feel like it was like, was that supposed to be like, is that what they do? Teach them this? Like,
because it's a girl, no. Like maybe if it was a female coach, people probably wouldn't look at it that type of way. But because it's a male coach and it's a girl, that's the reason why it's a thing. Because if this was a male coach and he, like I said, if he did this to a boy, and the boy had dreads, I don't think nobody would care.
I think the problem is grabbing her by her hair.
Yeah, because it's a girl.
Now, even if it was a dude, I still think it was. I mean, because like I said, it's ways. Now, if you would have grabbed him by the jersey, like hey, you supposed to.
Yeah, grab him by the jersey, then it's not no story. But again, that's why I said. Even if it was a boy,
and you grab him by the hair, I still think it would be.
Yeah, I think it depends on how good the student is, and then two, how good the coach in the school is. Like if this was like, let's just see and say this was let's say just keep it all high school, but let's just see and say this was an elite winning program as a high school, like they known for winning state championships, and they might have just took a loss. Like this was the first, let's say they didn't win state championship 5 years in a row. This kid a senior, so his last 3 years he didn't win a state championship, and this was the first year they lost. And whatever, and they sit here saying it was because of a bad loss, and the student was having like a bad sportsmanship response, and the coach did this, and this kid was already he about to go Division I college or whatever the case may be. He about to go to Kentucky or something. I think everybody don't look at it completely different, but you're looking at it because it's like, all right, I never heard of this school, and you doing this to a girl, and it's an old white man. It's kind of just like it raised flag, and then it kind of make people jump a little bit more because he did it to a white girl, but the black girl kind of jumped out there with the coach line, like, nigga, what you doing? Like if you look at the video, he grabbed it. The girl head he grabbed is a white student, but the girl who took up for her was a black student. She kind of like gave like the coach a little push on the shoulder, like, and looked at him like, what you doing? Like, why are you grabbing her hair like that? So like I said, I do think realistically it's only a story because it's a girl, because I kind of, it's like, bro, you don't grab no girl by her hair, period. I don't care what the situation is. It's like unless y'all in the bedroom together and she like her hair pulled, you ain't never supposed to touch no woman by her head. So for him to kind of yank at the joint, it was kind of like, you out of pocket. So I can only imagine, like, if that was my daughter and I'm in the stands, like, yeah, that coach, me and him would have had that.
I think even if it was a boy, it still would have been the same result. Because let's say, like you said, if you keep in that high school, let's say this was like Carmelo Anthony's son, and he did that, I feel like you would have had, you know what I'm saying, like that would have brought some attention. You know, that's why I said he went wrong. He was wrong for what he did, It's other ways that you can check somebody or put, like I said, I would have been fine if he would have, grabbed about like, hey, we don't do that. You gotta shake hands. You know what I'm saying? If you checking somebody that way. But like I said, grabbing them by the head, that's unacceptable.
Again, I still think it's just a relationship. I think it's the coach and the player thing. I think it just depends. Because I grew up with what's my man? What's the white man from back in the day? He used to coach in Indiana.
Bobby Knight.
Yeah, like we didn't watch him throw chairs at people. Like literally throw chairs at players. And he had a job literally my whole entire childhood.
But that's college. We talking about high school.
What's the difference?
No, these are teenagers.
And what's the difference between a senior and a senior in high school and a freshman in college? They the same age.
Like I said, I still think I feel like if it's the high school level, I feel like it's a way to go about things. I don't, like I said, in college, you on your. I feel like you're more on your own. You're more. You can make your own decision on how you feel. Like if this was college, like in high school, you're not going to say if it's a player, you're not going to hit the rough. You're not going to hit your coach. You know what I'm saying? Because you will look at him as an adult. But in college, nigga, we both adults.
I mean, it depends because some people don't. Because the perfect example, remember that story back in the day when Diddy went up to UCLA and had to put hands on the coach. Because it just depends because some kids again, not getting used to get yelled at, and they still feel like, yeah, I'm in college, but I'm still a kid. Perfect example, like I said, with Diddy's son, he called his dad. His dad had to come up there and put hands on the coach. So that's what I'm just saying. I think it just depends on. I think it all depends on the relationship between the coach and the athlete, and I believe it just depends. I think that's what it realistically is more on. It's just I think it's just the kind of relationship, and I think realistically, you can't, as a man, you can't have no type of relationship with no female and get that kind of like type of Yeah, that one ain't gonna fly. It ain't too many ways you can dress that one up, especially with it's being a male coach and a female. I don't think it's too many. It's no way you can kind of make that one. I don't think you can make that work in nobody's eyes. Yo, man, Antonio Brown, because we talked about this, I feel like a million times, or at least once a week, we had these conversations that pop up. So Antonio Brown, of course, he has a baby moms, and I believe this is the baby moms he may have had maybe a few years ago. It was a video going viral. He was trying to throw like a bag of dicks at his baby moms, and the police was coming to pick him up in front of the house, or whatever the case may be. So anyway, she reached out to Antonio Brown via DM. She DM'd him, was like, hey, baby, how are you? Boom, boom. If you whatever, she tried to come off with like she started off very sweet and was like, long story short, hey, I need some help. I'm a little bit short on the rent this month. Can you help me out? And Antonio Brown was like, go suck a dick. She was like, but your son live here. You don't want to help keep a roof over your son's head. And Antonio Brown was like, go fuck yourself.
That's why the people. I mean, you agree with that?
Do I agree with Antonio Brown doing that? Hell, I don't.
Oh, okay. I thought you was.
Hell no, I don't. No, because I don't agree with I'm never going to be a fan of niggas allowing their baby moms to struggle. I don't care who she was dating or what else she got going on. If she has the majority custody of the kids and the kids live with her, you cannot let your baby mom struggle.
How far down the line is she when it comes to baby mothers?
I don't know because I don't know how many kids he got.
Oh, okay.
He got a lot. He got a lot. I think he might even got the most. I think he got like 8, something like that.
But still, I still don't feel like it's no.
No, it's still wrong. But then if he have a history, then why even have a child with him?
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. If you got, I mean, I don't know his, like I said, I don't know his real backstory, so I don't even know the real history to it. But I just still feel like if your kids live with her 90% of the time or 80%, even if they lived with her 75% of the time, you should always make sure that you got a couple extra dollars to help out during rough times.
But if we go back to the Jimmy Butler situation where you already getting taken care of or you getting the money.
I mean, it's a difference. If you're already getting 50 bands a month, then I ain't got no help for you, dog. Like
I'm pretty sure she's getting child support or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, but I don't know how crazy the child support is. Neither is Antonio Brown. Like, I ain't him, but let's don't make it like he was somebody's cat. Like, them football players really just start getting a bag like the last couple of years. Like a crazy bag where you can be like, oh yeah, if you got a baby by child support by an NFL player is worth something. Like, let's not make it like, and we talked about this a million times. Like, let's not make it like the NFL niggas is like the richest niggas in that. Like, if we talking about professional athletes, yeah, it's the WNBA players, and the NFL was before the last 4 years. The NFL was right out above the WNBA. Like, it was the WNBA, it was the NFL.
I think he got money.
Yeah, like money compared to me and you, but he ain't got money compared to another professional athlete. He
wide
ain't
receiver wise, yeah.
No, to what? To who? Cause not to what we got going on right now.
Yeah,
He ain't got money compared to Stephon Diggs or Justin Jefferson.
But if he was still playing, he would. He at the time when he was him, he was making money. That's what I'm saying. I don't see. I wouldn't. If you was comparing him to somebody, I'm trying to think like who a poop, like who is not. I feel like he got more money than Hines Ward, and Hines Ward is a Hall of Fame legend. But he had in his career, he made more money than Hines Ward did.
I don't know. I don't necessarily know. You might have to Google that though. I don't know. It's too many. Like his class of wide receivers, and even the people that was like the years right before him, bro. There's a lot of niggas who be broke. Terrell Owens is a Hall of Fame, and Terrell Owens has had made endless videos saying he was pop. I don't know how much money Antonio Brown got. Like, I ain't about to make it. I'm not about to go out on the limb and be like Antonio Brown having it his way. Like, he's some super crazy multimillionaire. I don't believe that. Because that's why I believe the way he be doing all that other stuff and running around doing podcasts and all that other extra stuff, I don't think he got it like that. I think even that's why if you kind of even judge who run and go get the jobs from ESPN, first it be the NFL niggas before it be the NBA people. I think that's why a lot of the NBA players be cool with just doing their own YouTube channels because they don't need the money as much as the NFL players do. So I mean, like I don't know how much bread Antonio Brown.
His last name was $3 million. That was with Tampa.
Yeah, look how long ago that was. Nigga, that was
2022.
3 years ago.
But I mean, so his last big contract was. Yeah, he got paid. He got paid for New England.
How much?
$10 million, and for
that was a year.
No, and the Raiders he got $16 million.
And that was both of them was the same. Them Jones was back to back.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, even in Pittsburgh he made 68. He had $68 million. So that's what I'm saying. He's not bad off. He's not.
Yeah, I mean, he's not broke, but he ain't like even all of them combined. Like for his whole entire NFL career is what Justin Jefferson just got.
Yeah, that's because we're in a different day and age now.
He ain't that far. They think he just 3 years ago. He ain't even made $100 million playing football.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't do the math.
No,
you just said 60, 16, and 10.
No. That was his second contract. His first contract. So that was his rookie deal. Yeah, his rookie deal. He made up 1.5, and then his next contract with Pittsburgh was $41 million. Then the contract after that was $68 million. Then after that, it was $16 million. Then after that, it was $10 million. And then that's when he went.
So like I said, his again what just okay, cool. It was 100. It was 100 barely. So let's just say it was 110. Again, like I said, Justin Jefferson is just his last contract for these next 3 years coming up. He made more these next 3 years coming up than Antonio Brown made his whole entire career.
Shit, but they say right now reporting his net worth is a negative $3 million.
So that's my point. Like, let's not make it like these athletes be great with money. That's why I don't be feeling like if you don't get it, if for women who, if you really into it for the money, if you don't catch them while they hot and don't kind of milk the situation, that's not a long-term plan, especially for them athletes.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's why I feel like what you do, like when you had them babies and when they probably took you child support, that's when you had the money. That shit don't, you know what I'm saying? Unless you going back to court, that shit don't, it stayed the same. So if they caught him when he was hot,
yeah, I mean, I still wouldn't leave my baby mom's high and dry. But I mean, if you ain't got it, you ain't got it. But I wouldn't, if you ain't got it, I wouldn't carry it the way he carried it anyway. I would still just tell her like I ain't got it right now. But I mean, I'm sure she looking at it like I don't know what her rent is, but I'm sure it ain't probably nothing crazy because again, she said rent. She ain't even say mortgage. So I mean, I guess I don't necessarily know how to explain that one. Oh yeah, rest in peace to George Foreman. I don't even know how we got this far into the episode without saying rest in peace to George Foreman. And realistically, for people who listen, sometimes I'm really not a fan of the rest in peace thing, but some people I feel like it's just almost undeniable. I don't try to force some of the conversations because I feel like George Foreman is just such not even just a boxing. George Foreman, especially if you had your first if you like, if right now, if you probably like in your late 30s, early 40s, I'm sure your first apartment, you had a George Foreman grill. Like that was just something you just had, like moving out of your parents' house, and you really, hell yeah. And especially if you really don't know how to cook for real, nigga, George Foreman grill is a lifesaver, dog. Like George Foreman is like, and I seen somebody, and I'm gonna name this episode is like George Foreman, what did he say? George Foreman grills walk so air fryers could fly. Like George Foreman, dog, was like, Nigga, George Foreman was clutch. Like you really like, especially if you was one of the people and you was trying to fake like learn how to like cook chicken like that, and you was trying to like be on your healthy stuff. Like boy, that George Foreman grill was like some chicken breast in the George Foreman grill was clutch as hell. Or even before you knew what good salmon was, and you was like, this was like when you was buying the salmon by the pack, George Foreman and the salmon. Like, yeah, nah, George Foreman was elite. So you gotta kind of like George Foreman get the double. It ain't even just about being an athlete. George Foreman get the rest in peace just off the strength of the George Foreman grill. Like if you ain't never even seen George Foreman box before, just off the strength, and George Foreman used to have a TV show before. Like one of them jumps where it was like on some like Cosby Show type of like type of vibes, hanging with Mr. Cooper, one of them type of jumps. So yeah, shout out to George Foreman. Again, rest in peace to George Foreman. He passed away at 76 years old. That's that. I mean, of course, the older you get, that's still young, especially if you got older parents. Like you, like 76 is real young. But for boxing and just for how many, like that's the only thing about them boxings though. They take them pause again, them blows to the head. Them Jones, I feel like them Jones add up. Those take away a couple of years out your life, like extremely fast. Like so again, rest in peace to George Foreman.
But with somebody like that, because shit, he ain't boxing what years, right? 30 something years.
Yeah, but he took some pause. He took some blows to his head. He been in some real fights. He been in some real fights, like he ain't on some Floyd Mayweather dancing around the ring. When George Foreman was George Foreman, he was in the ring brawling with niggas. Like ain't no like back in the, you got to think about back in the day when George Foreman and Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield and all of them was like when you talking about elite boxing at their prime. It wasn't the technique for boxers at that time was like, can you stand in front of your man and you beat this man to you can damn near try to kill this man in the ring. And ain't no I'm on my Floyd Mayweather. That's why people used to give Floyd Mayweather so much hell, because Floyd Mayweather was like the first boxer like popular after them. Like after that, George Foreman, Lennox Lewis, and even the smaller like Roy Jones and Phoenix Trinidad and De La Hoya, like Mayweather was like the one right after all of them. So you think about for all the people who grew up on boxers, damn near only winning fights by knockouts, you ain't really even hear nobody, a draw or TKO, or the win by decision. Like you grew up on boxing, you grew up, especially on that age group of boxing, it was knockout or nothing else. I don't remember watching no fights and it came down to no draw until later in time. Like that was some Floyd Mayweather, like, this person won by unanimous decision. Hell no. Like I grew up on boxing, like you won because you got knocked out. You had to knock your man out to win. You ain't win by no unanimous decision. So again, like I said, rest in peace to George Floyd. I said George Floyd. George Foreman. I'm screwing my words up. Who else? It was something else I wanted to play. It was
dating this girl
I
for
got
like
a question
3 years.
When you was talking about the comedians and all that earlier, I was watching the King's Comedy the other day. Do you think they could do a reboot like that right now? And if you did, who would be your lineup?
No, if I'm keeping it honest, I don't think none of them niggas is funny enough. I just don't. I think all of them are funny because we kind of used to like social media funny. But if you sitting here saying like, I couldn't like, I feel like you could say a bunch of names, but I don't necessarily. And I think that's why so many people try to even hang on to the Dave Chappelle's and Chris Rock's. Cause like you gotta even think about for them. None of them really get pushed out because it's not like even like the young social media comedians, like, yeah, they young, they funny for social media purposes, but and people still go, let's be clear, people still go see the 85 South show, and people go see Wild 'N Out and stuff when it's live, but I still feel like ain't none of them even knocking on Kevin Hart's door. Like you gotta think about it. So that's my hope. Just real quick before you ask that question, think about it how like for Kevin Hart, the new age group of people, he skipped the DC Young Flies and all of them and kind of making a bed for Casanat and Drewski.
Right. So when so looking at it, and I was just thinking like, if I had to fill that role, like Kevin Hart would have been my Steve Harvey. He's the host of it, right? Mm-hmm. So then the other acts are not as big as Steve Harvey, but they still in there. Like I would have put like a Donnell Rawlins, Cat Williams, and Mike Epps. Like that would probably,
all of them niggas is old though.
Right. No, but that's what I'm saying. But even when they did the King of Comedy, it was most of them, they was no fresh act. They was already had their role. That's what I'm saying.
No, but listen to what I'm saying though. I hear what you're saying, but all of them are closer to all the people you just named, they are closer to DL Hughley age than they were to DL Hughley and them age when DL Hughley and them did it. When DL Hughley and Bernie Mac and all of them did the Kings of Comedy, they were closer to the age of like DC Young Fly and Chico Bean and the what's my man named Desi Banks and all of them. Like I don't necessarily and that's why I think I don't even want to be just as hard on just for any of them. Is like I kind of need to see more. I need to see more stand-ups, and I shouldn't have to just pay to go see you to know that you got a good stand-up. And I think that's one thing that people you can't knock some of them white comedians for, and you kind of got to give them their credit because like at least they record specials. They put money, they invest in themselves, they record their specials and put it out. And of course, 85 South Show had the joint on Netflix, but I feel like it was just them like doing like it's just doing their show, but it wasn't really a stand-up special. Like I can't tell you a joke. Like when you sit here saying the Kings of Comedy, like you gotta think about it for like when you talk about niggas like Martin and you talk about Bernie Mac, all of them, they still got like jokes that people can quote to this day. Even for Kevin Hart, at least Kevin Hart still got the all right. Like none of them don't. Like all of those new social media comedians don't have that. Oh yeah, you got a character that you may play that people may find funny. Y'all do funny skits, but what's your all right? Like y'all been around on social media for 10 years and you ain't got a all right. Like I don't care. You can say whatever you want about Kevin Hart. He at least got that under his junk where he can be like, nigga, I had at least, even if you don't say the whole special was a classic, I have a classic material that became a thing. Like that was a saying that I had people where people can sit here and say, I can at least give Kevin Hart that part of his comedic out of one of his specials. He got a moment. This a classic moment from a comic special where Bernie Mac's got I ain't scared of none of you niggas, or he got him downstairs, or some milk and cookies. Like he got all of them. Like they got moments. Like Martin got the moments from You So Crazy. It's crazy, delirious. Like Martin got jokes from them. Jamie Foxx got jokes from them. Shit, if you can even go back to Eddie Murphy and like niggas got classic moments from their jokes. Shit, even Dave Chappelle for some of his newer jokes, like when he was really going crazy on the transgenders, like he still had moments where he was talking crazy on them specials where people remember. Like I watched the Country Wayne joke, like he ain't have one. Like I respect him for putting out a special, but he still ain't had one of them moments. And a hot take that's not a hot take. If you really watch both of them Jones, I know people love Bill Burr. Andrew Schultz stand-up Jones is 100 times funnier than that Bill Burr Jones. Like and Bill Burr and Andrew Jones was him telling that whole story. Bill Burr, he was still kind of like he was telling a story, but he was kind of bouncing around and just hitting, like trying to do topics and like whatever. And his Jones, Andrew Jones was 100 times better. I don't care how y'all feel about Andrew Schultz, his Jones, and I know people love Bill Burr. Andrew Schultz Jones was 100 times funnier than that Bill Burr Jones.
So you think that's probably an impossible remake to do a?
I ain't saying it's impossible, but I think niggas got to put in the work, and I think some of them kind of just I don't necessarily know what some of them be chasing, so it's hard to kind of determine. But I don't see it right now. I don't see it. Like I feel like you can name off a bunch of names, but I think we just will be naming off names, and I don't think you can sit here when you're trying to compare the Kings of Comedy. I don't think that's a real comparison. Like I think realistically, if you really saying off real names and something that people would even want to be able to compete, you would have to use somebody like Mike Epps. And he's old, but I don't necessarily know if you can sit here and say that about Cat Williams. I think Cat Williams got a classic comedy special up under his jump, but I can sit here and say he
got more than A. I think he might got 2.
Him and the Green Jones is 100% a classic.
Tank.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily know if he got one after that. Because I know that last joint, that new joint he put on Netflix, he mailed that shit in. Shannon. People keep saying,
I think it's the one in is it the one in DC? Constitution Hall one? I think we got like the black tank top. The all black one, I think.
I mean, maybe, but I know it ain't up there with that green, with him in that green suit.
I know it was like right after that one. It was one of his stand-ups after that one.
Like I said, maybe I know it ain't. You can't compare that to that green suit. That green suit, he went crazy in that green suit. But that's just my point. Like, don't think about how long some of these niggas have been around and they don't have that under their bag. And let's be clear. And I ain't sitting here saying you got to put out a special and it has to be on. It ain't got to be on Netflix or nothing, because shout outs to what's my man? I was about to call him Raphael Sadiq. That ain't his name. It's Ali Sadiq. He got listen. He up to I want to say Domino's. I believe it's Domino Effect 4 now. But the first jump is a classic. Go on YouTube and just you go look at the numbers on the YouTube and it speak for itself. I believe that jump like now probably like 11 or 20 million. It's between 11 and 20. I can't remember what the last, because I watched the jump when it first came out when it was like at 1 million and it was just trending up and people were just getting hip to him. But he literally, bro, he is. But that's my point. You can pay for your own jumps. And that's kind of why I'm sitting here saying, like, with any of them, it's like all that money y'all make off of just endorsements and social media. Why none of y'all ain't putting no money back to shoot your own special? Because if you go, like I said, y'all go, if you really into comedy on the YouTube, just go look at his Ali Sadiq. Go on Ali Sadiq on YouTube and put in Domino Effect 1 or 2. Go watch either one of them Jones. Them Jones, literally number 1. You can't even argue that John is a classic. But that's my point. But he's not big on social media. You know about him if you actually be on YouTube watching comedy, or if you really into the YouTube, like if you onto the podcast scene with the comedians who have, again, somebody like Joe Rogan throwing him the alley-oop. Like he was on Joe Rogan before he was on the Breakfast Club. So like I said, it just depends on like what type of rabbit hole you really go through with the comedians. But I do think a lot of those social media comedians, for them to have so many followers and such a big following via social media, I kind of my biggest critique to all of them, from whoever to whoever, why they don't have no special. And again, shout out to Country Wayne because he the only one with one. But I think Country Wayne is realistically the only one that's kind of business savvy when it comes to just running an actual business, where it's not just like I'm being funny on social media, getting paid. Country Wayne actually know how to turn his funny into a business.
And that's probably why I said the people that I said, because they do have specials that I've seen. That's why I said them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to me, I just feel like they kind of like older, where it's kind of like, damn, why do we got to go to them?
But see, but the only reason why I say that, because it's like, all right, all of them had TV, like during the Kings of Comedy, that all of them had TV shows, all of them worked together at one point in time in their career. So that's why I was just saying, I just feel like nowadays, a lot of these comedians, or what's named, like the social media wise, is like I couldn't see now if you told me DC Young Fly to host it, cool. But DC Young Fly by himself, do it really hit the same?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's my point. But I shouldn't still have I don't know with him. He should at least have one special out. Even if it's only a 30-minute special on YouTube, he should have one out.
Yeah, because that's why I said when I was thinking, I was like, but damn, who could really? Because like I said, I think about it because like you wouldn't. I don't think Drewski would be something that you would put on.
I don't think Drewski. I don't even think Drewski put himself in a category with that. I don't think he's trying to be like a stand-up comedian. I think he's just like a comedic actor. I don't think he's a comedian. If you get what I'm saying, like he's not a stand-up comedic.
Yeah, that's why I was like, when I was looking, I was like, damn, I don't know who could you do it with?
Yeah, I don't know, but I guess we can kind of move on in other news. Karma, is it what is this shit called? Because I don't use none of these. What is it? Karna or Karna? How do you pronounce that, John? Karna. Karna and DoorDash is doing a partnership where you can basically order food on layaway. Because I guess that's what it is. Realistically, it's not layaway, but it's like Afterpay. You pay for it later.
Yeah,
yeah. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I wouldn't recommend people doing that. Like I understand that y'all be
surprised how many people do it.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I understand that y'all be willing to go into debit for your drip, but don't go in debit for your food, dog. Because I can just understand, like, nobody's gonna want to pay a bill to some food you already ate. Like with clothes, it's a little bit different because you can still wear the clothes. You kind of remember, like, all right, cool. Like whatever. Like I think clothes is a little bit different because I feel like you kind of you don't be mad because you know you really couldn't afford it. But food, I can't imagine me wanting to pay for food after I already ate the food.
I can't imagine them offering that as an option. Because if they don't pay,
as much as motherfuckers be lying.
No, but I understand why they doing it because they see people complaining about food. So, what's the quickest way to get for people now? Oh, they can pay for the food later. They just want you to go in. They don't really. I'm sure for most of these, I don't know what's the business behind credit, but I'm sure most of the time they want you to go into debit. So now they get you at 21. You paying 21% on some chicken.
But if you don't pay it, then what? What happens?
You mess your credit up.
I don't think they don't go based off credit.
Some of them don't.
Klarna don't go based off credit.
I mean, they. I think it's more so.
Some of them do. Klarna's not one of them.
Because and that's what I'm saying.
It have to be attached to your credit. How they gonna get their money back? Because I can't imagine them just letting people finesse them. How they get paid? Like if you don't pay your bill, it has to go into your credit.
I don't think some of them.
Yes, they might not run a credit check.
Some of them do. Klarna doesn't though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they
Klarna
might, but you
doesn't.
still might have a card attached to it. Like your card has been attached to, but I don't think they run your credit score.
No, listen what I'm saying. Yeah, cool if they don't run your credit score, but what if you don't pay it? So what they not about to just let people go away free?
Some people, like I said, I have Klarna, and then you have us. I think Afterpay. Afterpay runs your credit. They do like a soft credit, like, and then they say, oh well, now you can't get this.
Yeah, that's crazy for food, dog. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like I'm somebody who just literally at one
What
point
would you
in time,
feel like it's okay? Like
I'm
if
not
it's
doing that shit for nothing. Listen to what I'm saying. For somebody who damn near had like a credit score of 750 and fuck that shit up, I wouldn't recommend nobody playing with their credit at all. If it ain't for some real adult stuff, don't not play with your credit, dog. Because I'm telling you, you don't know what you're doing. And the higher that credit score go, the higher shit they gonna offer you. Here go $20,000 credit card, and you get a $20,000 credit card at the wrong time of your life, and you ain't really valuing it. And then guess what you done? You done just fucked your credit up. So I'm speaking from real life experiences. I wouldn't play with that credit card, dog. Like that's a dangerous game to play. And I'm cool because I done had my experiences with it at a younger age, so it's cool. My time would be up, but if you get into it now and you man, and some of y'all got kids, man, don't play with that credit card, dog. Like I wouldn't do it. And I'm telling you, if you don't know no better, and if you somebody young, you listening to my voice right now, please be careful with them credit cards. Be careful with them cars, even because they'd be so pressed to you be thinking in your mind, especially if you really trying to get a car. Oh man, they about to give me this car, and you ain't paying attention, and that goddamn you 21% on that junk, you're gonna be a sick bastard. As soon as you drive off that road, you ain't got no value in that car. I don't care if you got gap insurance or whatever. That car don't mean shit because you way too upside down on that car. So like I said, y'all, you can do what you want. Y'all grown, but if you can avoid it, I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't do it. Like literally, if it's not for something being some real live adult business you got going on, and you some real life adult responsibilities you got going, I wouldn't play with my credit at all. If you can't buy it, don't get it.
I think it's the same because I know. See, I seen Apple starting to do the little pay now or pay later on this. So that's why I'm just wondering, like, when you say that for DoorDash, just like, what is it, like anything or just like over a certain amount? Because that would be, like I said, that would be crazy if you sitting there doing that for a $10 meal.
People gonna do it. Niggas is gonna do it. You crazy? Why won't they? They going to do it.
I feel like it got to be a certain amount.
The fact that even people be DoorDashing a meal, like y'all niggas is lazy. I'm not DoorDashing a fucking McDonald's meal. Like, bro, take your lazy ass and go to McDonald's. Like that's how, and that's again we talk.
That I never understand. Something that's right around the corner. You're paying more for them what you would if you'd have just got in the car and went.
And went. That's my point. But
now, if it's something that's some, you know.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I get it if you do it for a restaurant. Like if it's a restaurant, if you sit here and say, hey, I want to go. It should, even if you do it for like the wing joint, like if you about to have a Super Bowl party and you was DoorDashing 100 wings to your house for some, like, oh, that's a little bit different. But for people who literally be DoorDashing and doing all these other miscellaneous things for a goddamn A meal at Popeyes, a meal at McDonald's or some Chick-fil-A, man, stop, dog. And that be the reason why people be obese and people be out of shape. You so fat and lazy, you don't even want to get into your car to go get some fast food, dog.
That's crazy.
Hey, what are we talking about? Like that just add on to even when another pet peeve of mine, it ain't as bad as the kids with the shiesties, but don't, even when you be looking at people about the Chick-fil-A lines be wrapped around the goddamn building and there be nobody inside. You so fat and lazy, you don't want to park your car and get out the car to go get you some, wouldn't even have to wait in this line.
But you know what I think that
and then I ain't even talking about doing bad weather and it's freezing cold outside.
No, but I think that's the thing. People don't feel like getting out of the car.
Guess what? Chick-fil-A, they be long, but they be moving.
But listen to what I'm saying. Guess what convenience leads to? Diabetes and overweight. Because too much convenience for you. Guess what that means? When the last time you didn't just got up and actually just move? Because everything is convenient. Just think about it. Convenience leads to fat and lazy. Let's just say it with me, everybody. Convenience leads to being fat and lazy. And fat and lazy, if you black, equals to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and diabetes. If you're going to go eat some fast food, walk your fat, lazy ass inside the store and go order your food. Nobody in there. Literally, you in the drive-thru, 20 cars in front of you, and there's not a single person inside the joint.
So you go inside all the time?
I don't eat none of that shit.
No Chick-fil-A?
No, nothing. I love Angel Reese. I done bought Angel Reese everything. Guess what I have not done? Bought no fucking McDonald's. I'm not eating that shit. Like, no, it's certain, like, bro, if I'm gonna choose my day, if I'm gonna choose my death with destiny, it's gonna be behind these fucking Mike-and-Ikes. It ain't gonna be behind none of that other shit. It's not happening, dog. It's cool. I'm promising you, I won't do it. It won't happen. Like, I can't wait. Listen to what I'm saying. I cannot wait for the Target boycott to stop because I want to go buy 2 basketballs of hers. But I'm cool. I love her enough that I'm not going to sit here and that's like, damn, I want to support her. Go get the little 2 bag. They're only $19. Cool. I'll wait until after we done boycott. I'm not getting them.
They only in Target?
Yeah, and that's what kind of was pissing me off. I'm like, damn, why the fuck Wilson don't even got these shits on their own website? Like, that shit is dumb to me. Like, I didn't get that at all. Like, I didn't go to Wilson website, but I kept looking on social. I mean, not on social media, but I was Googling like, okay, where can you buy the ball? I'm like, why y'all don't have a Wilson
maybe
website
Dick's or something like that?
Oh, I ain't even think about that. You're absolutely right. But yeah, I seen it in the Target. And they literally at the Target was like right. The Target was like, and that was one of them times I was like, bro, the Target literally right here next to the gym. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing it, dog. And they had both of them. They had the pink and white joint, and they had the black joint that looked like the Unrivaled colors. But again, why I'm not running to it, and I knew why I was. I know that we ain't supposed to mess with Dr. Umar, but like my man Dr. Umar say, is black queens forever, snow bunnies never. And Quinta Brunson, it was married to a goddamn snow bunny. Dog, you cannot. I'm telling y'all, when it be some of them niggas that we be kind of on the fence while we be like, damn, why we really ain't click with them? 9 times out of 10 is because they married to somebody white, and that's what be off about them. And I always wondered why. I was like, why these white people love this show so much? And it made sense because it's made by somebody who get in bed with a goddamn snow bunny every night. I knew it had to be a reason. It was something. I knew it was a reason. Something about Quinta Brunson and that's whatever the fuck her name is. And
that shit is only in Target.
Yeah, so that's crazy.
You can, yeah.
What else? I wanted to play this Jonah Angela Yee. Like I said, that's why I always got to give Angela Yee some credit. I don't know what it is about Angela Yee, but I swear to God, she got the bat line to the wildest people on planet Earth. Like, I don't know what it is about Angela Yee, but Angela Yee just make the freak come out of people.
Dated this girl for like 3 years, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I love her to death. You know, every time we get intimate, all she want me to do is hit the back door.
Okay. All right. So no vaginal intercourse.
None, period, point blank, none.
Why is that?
She tells me that she wanted to save herself for when we finally do get married and all that or whatever. And, you know, that's her belief.
Have you ever seen her vagina?
Yeah, I seen it. I seen her vagina, man.
Okay,
you know
we got that covered.
Whatever, but
she just like it in the Duke shoot.
Yeah, man. I ain't trying to be the backdoor bandit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So,
But why? So why does she have this? Is it religious? Like, what is her reason for wanting to save that until marriage?
I honestly, I really don't know because I asked her, hey, you know, I don't want to keep doing this. She'll tell me like, you know, I've been dating.
So my question for y'all: do y'all think you could be? I mean, if you were like, I guess it's a hypothetical. Do y'all think realistically, could you be in a relationship with somebody who's sitting here saying that they were saving themselves for marriage, so you had to have sex or be sexual with them in an unconventional way? So like for a man, it's like she like basically we can do everything else, but you can't hit the box. Like, could you be in a real relationship and take this person serious without you cannot enter we can do everything else, but you can't hit the box?
No.
Erica, you think as a woman, could you be in a relationship with a man who like, we can't do no penetration?
No, I couldn't.
Yeah, that's all right. Like that is so, and I feel like in this day and age, I'm not saying I don't want to make it seem like it's a trend or something, but I do know it is a lot of women who kind of like almost be like, "Hey, I'm saving myself for marriage." And I guess my question for y'all: do y'all think it's kind of?
It's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's nothing wrong with it. But do you think it's something wrong with it if she already got kids?
Yeah, hell yeah.
You said it's wrong. Is it?
Do y'all think like
hell
so?
Fucking yeah. Because
okay, just for the people who listening, my question to the room is: do y'all think it's wrong if somebody already have kids? Do you think it's wrong for them to sit here and say, now you already got your kids and your kids could be whatever? Let's sit here and say your kid's 5. Your kids are 5 years old. You got 2 kids or 3 kids and they 5 years old or they all under 5. And you be like, I'm not having sex no more. I'm saving myself for marriage. And you could blame it like, hey, the reason why I got 3 baby fathers or 2 different baby fathers is because I wasn't living right. So now I'm trying to save myself. The next man I give myself to, he got to be married. Do y'all think that's unfair for somebody to try to save themselves after they already got kids?
No, it's your choice.
I mean, yes, it's your choice. That's not my choice not to deal with you.
Okay, you don't have to. What's the big deal?
I ain't gonna lie to you. That's kind of out of pocket, though.
How is it out of pocket? That's why I'm left with these 2 or 3 kids and all different fathers because
But
I want to do something different now. It's a problem.
It's not a problem,
no,
but it's like,
it's
damn, how you pull you pulling you kind of like, it's like you pulling the plug on a party.
I'm not, but we didn't do nothing, so I'm not pulling the plug on anything because we haven't done anything.
But yeah, but you coming, but now you saying I gotta wait for marriage, and you already coming with kids. It's kind of nuts.
Okay.
And you ain't been married before. Now, if you've been married before, and
this is why why I want to try to do it another way.
You know?
So okay, so then if it was the role was the other way, if the dude say, well, I ain't let me see, I ain't spending no money. I mean, I ain't be going 50-50 until I get married or something, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the equivalent for.
I ain't gonna say 50-50. I just don't want to step. To me, I wouldn't want to try to step up with no type of financial responsibilities until I can crack them cheeks. If you want to save the box until marriage, then I want to save all the financial responsibilities.
Yeah, like if I'm holding out, like, well, I'm not, what's name? Like, now if I was a trick and then now all of a sudden, no, I'm not until I'm married because I've been finessed too much. I'm not doing those big extravagant shit until I get married. You be
okay. That's okay. I mean, you probably be like, oh, well, you did it before, but you gotta respect the fact that that's what it didn't work out for them. That's why they feel the way they feel. It might change.
It may change. You kind of I guess realistically, you kind of rolling the dice.
Yeah, it lets you know the type of person you're dealing with. Because if you really into me, you would go with the flow because it could happen.
Dog, like all of y'all is dating the same dude. Like y'all is sharing the same.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do feel like it kind of we just got to kind of meet each other with a common ground. I do think if you going, but I don't want you to, I wouldn't want to do it where it's like a tit for tat thing. But I do think as a man, if you're going to put up with that type of thing, you do got to find some type of boundaries for yourself as well, just so you won't play yourself for a sucker. Because I do feel like some women will try to get over on you and she'll throw the religion thing in for why I'm not having sex. But then it's kind of like she still wants you to be able to show up at all capacities as a boyfriend, like y'all already married. And it's like, all right, well, if you holding off the box, let me hold off on a lot of the other things you will be looking for if we was having sex. Because if we was having sex, then it's kind of almost like an even exchange. And of course, in any relationship, it shouldn't be to that point. It shouldn't be a tick for tack thing. It shouldn't be, hey, you give me some box and I take you on a trip. But I mean, it's still, it's America. We kind of can't change the rules right now. This is how society already is. So I mean, they're like, meet me where we at, or unless we about to go sit here and go, what the fuck is that shit called? Get eloped. Like, I mean, what else did you? And I don't know too much else to say, but I do got another question while we on the dating situation. It is a video. Tamar Braxton that kind of was making his rounds via the blogs where she was talking about that she is taking. I'm gonna just play what she said.
I ain't for the outside, and I know it. And the reason why I know it is because I'm not going for what everybody else is going for. I'm just not gonna do that. Dog, like all of y'all is dating the same dude. Like y'all is sharing the same dude. Like it's giving Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Like what's the name of the day that you got him? And then when you get him, you got to sign an NDA, so nobody know you dating the same dude. Dog, signing an NDA to date a regular person is crazy. And then it's like, I'm not finna, like my time is precious. So it's given like, is my time not precious enough for you one-on-one? Y'all don't want to date one-on-one. Y'all want to date 30 people, everybody on your roster at the same time. Like, what is we supposed to go on a trip and then you come back home and tell somebody to dinner? What that look like? Or you buy 4 Birkins in different colors and everybody get a Birkin?
She was taking too long to it. I thought she got to it earlier, but she basically saying she be taking HIV, basically precaution medicine while she out here dating because people are just sharing partners. And I kind of, when I heard that, I was like, bro, you a little too old to feel you like that's how you're dating. That's how dating is going for you. Like, bro, you like, she got you like 50 something. Like, how you in your 50s and you just talking that stupid when it comes to dating? Like,
because she was sharing her boyfriend with the reality star Tommy. The little white dude or whatever.
Yeah, but you don't think that should be after a certain age? You should kind of be like, bro, what are
No,
we doing?
I agree, but I mean, it's just funny that she would say something like that when he was just, you know, you was just going back and forth for her not too long ago about the same dude.
Yeah, that was crazy to me because when I'm listening to that, I'm like, bro, you don't feel like you too old for this? Like that to me just seemed like sometimes it'd be like, bro, you a little too old for what you trying to be giving off. Like that kind of me is like just didn't make no sense. Like it was kind of like, all right, dog, you kind of out of pocket with this one. Like you gotta. Why do you feel like you gotta? One, you old enough to the point you shouldn't be having sex with that many people that you feel like you gotta be taking pre-precautions. Like you ain't out here, you ain't got the disease. You sitting here trying to present it. So that means you just out here doing like, or you just trying to date niggas that out here sleeping with mad women. Is like, all right, though, you out of pocket.
A confirmed case of measles reported at a school in Prince George's County, one of 2 cases in the county.
Prince George's County Public Schools says it's working closely with the county's health department following a confirmed case of measles at John Hanson Montessori School in Oxon Hill. Fox 5 has learned the last known exposure on campus was last Wednesday, March 12th. Due to privacy laws, the school district says it cannot provide additional details about the individual who tested positive. Medical leaders say people who have received the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine have a low risk of contracting measles. Prince George's County Public Schools says it is monitoring the situation, tracking cases, and implementing necessary precautions.
There is a confirmed.
So I mean, y'all the parents. I mean, is this a conversation piece that's going around? So I mean, as parents or in y'all emails or any precautions, or y'all just
No, like for my
I mean, you got older kids, so
yeah, so it's not.
Yeah, no.
They haven't mentioned it.
I think that's more of a
younger kid thing.
Mm-hmm. Because that's why me and Mom had the conversation the other day about that, and I was like, because you only get it like once. I mean, maybe once or twice.
I don't know
And that
how
was
it
back
work,
in the-
but I
yeah.
know, it ain't nothing that you want your kids to give.
No, it
Especially
ain't
not your
no.
kids.
But
You don't want your kids to give.
But that's what I'm saying. But I think that's what I'm saying. Mostly because that's what they say. I think they came from a foreign country or whatever, and like a lot of them foreign countries don't believe in that type of stuff. I think that's where it came from. Because like I said, I know in most schools when your kids getting put in school, you got to get those shots.
I mean,
so that's why
no, for sure. But I think it's starting to, because of course, you know, with the Trump situation, I think a lot of that is man, it was another one. Hold on, where was it? The other clip I wanted to play from one of them. I think it's because they trying to pull back on some of them stuff. Is it JFK?
What you mean pull back on some of the vaccinations?
Yeah, and I think that's where it really kind of got kickstarted in Texas, because I think Texas was kind of like in bed with all that situation like early, so it's kind of like it hit Texas hard like that. The measles then came back and hit Texas like OD. So I do think realistically, even kind of trickling over, because I didn't want to say New Jersey kind of had a few breakouts recently as well. It hasn't really, like, you hear like this one little off scenario in Maryland, but it hasn't really went as like in Texas. It got bad in Texas.
But that's because at one point in time they were giving parents the option
whether you want to get them vaccinated,
vaccinate or not.
I want to say it was during COVID.
All right, so I do want to play this last jump because of Robert Kennedy Jr., where he was talking about taking cell phones out of school. So I want to see what y'all thoughts was on
parents
this one.
do too.
The cell phones also produce electromagnetic radiation, which has been shown to do neurological damage to kids when it's around them all day, and to cause cellular damage and even cancer. So a cell phone use and social media use on the cell phone has been directly connected with depression, with poor performance in schools, with suicidal ideation, with substance abuse. And, you know, it's the other countries that have done this. The states that are doing this have found that it is a much healthier environment when kids are not using cell phones in schools.
Mr. Secretary, you've talked
And the
about
teachers loved it.
I bet.
Yeah, the parents do too.
So they're trying to basically, he said he's trying to make it where he feel like he can make it a universal law in America where kids can't take their cell phones to school. Do y'all think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Until you can prove that you can protect my child, it's not a good thing. Now, maybe if you want them to come in and maybe turn the phone over to the teacher and pick it up afterwards or something like that.
But then, okay, I guess if I had to give it some pushback then, but I mean, we all made it through high school without, I mean, we made it all through all 12 years without no cell phone.
We wasn't having no school shootings neither. These school shootings are happening quite often. We also, it wasn't like people just fights breaking out, schools on lockdown, kids going to school with guns. Like Roosevelt had a scare where they had a gun like a few weeks ago in the school. They found one and they got metal detectors.
Damn.
So it's a difference between when we was in school and what's happening now. But some teachers make it okay. Oh, well, look on your phone and look this up. So you can't say don't use a phone and then tell them to go ahead and look something up on their phone for school. Or you can get on your phone when you finish your test. Make a rule and stay by that rule, but taking phones out completely, like, no.
And listening to what he's saying, I get it, but do you really have proof that the cell phone is really causing this radiation or whatever the case?
I think that's my only. Me, I think to him, all his arguments, I think it don't even necessarily got to just do with school, because I think even if a kid got a phone at school, they're still not on their cell phone as much as they are at home. So I think realistically, I hear everything he's saying, but I think the bigger problem is more that the kid realistically gonna be on the cell phone 100 times longer when they get home. So it kind of like all the things, because what the things he was saying was like even saying making the kids depressed and blaming it on social media, like a kid in school. Not on social media while he's in school. So it's kind of like I hear everything you're saying, and I agree with a lot of stuff that he's saying, but I think a lot of that don't have nothing to do with school, with the kid using the phone in school. I think a lot of that is the kid using the phone at home, or the kid using the phone after he done his homework and before he going to bed, or the kid sitting here using it the whole entire weekend.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, I do, I guess, like, and I said, I keep saying last jump, but I forgot about this story. It was the two older white people. So I do want to play this clip. It was two older white people. Is it a news clip to this? Yeah. This is America. Oh, damn, it ain't no, I thought it was a news clip. They ain't had no news clip. But anyway, it was two older white people, and they did get locked up for it. They were basically adopting kids, and then they were
black kids.
Yeah, they were adopting black kids, and they was using the black kids and turning them into slaves. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, of course, I don't know the adoption thing, but that shit would have kind of seemed strange to me off the rip. Like, I don't necessarily know. Like, I guess I don't know, because I ain't never been in a foster kid, or I can't. So it's hard to kind of speak from that. But it's kind of like, how the fuck do you keep letting these old white people adopt all these black kids in the first place?
Because they need to be adopted. I mean, I'm quite for sure they do their background check when they came out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you probably have a squeaky clean and whatever you put on, that image. Like, it's a serious process, but and that's why I say I think they probably look at it like, oh, well, they're going to give them what they need and take care of the kids and all that type of situation. So
you can't tell them because you white, you can't adopt a black child.
Oh, all right, real quick. Okay, so cool. Real quick, I just want to play. I do want this last relationship jump. So Toya was on, and again, I told y'all this is why again sometimes when y'all say you got to pay attention to the whole, especially if you are creating content or you want to do podcasts or whatever, you got to pay attention to the space. And I told y'all this about Carlos King a minute ago. He like Angela Yee bringing the freaks out, but if you talk about the reality women and kind of getting them to go into just ridiculous, crazy tea stories that probably shouldn't be said, or things that shouldn't be. Carlos King will get them to say it. So Toya, of course, Toya is Ray Janae's mom, and of course that's what Lil Wayne's baby mother. So he asked her a question about Lil Wayne, and this is what she said. And y'all gotta remember, this woman is married.
Right, but and this is no shade to anybody, and we're having a real conversation. At the end of the day, if you told Wayne today, I'm divorcing, God forbid, and let's do this, he will say yes. That's the gag.
So, okay, my question for y'all is, so of course she just got the smiling or whatever the case may be. I don't know what her situation really is with her husband, because she is one of those women where I hate be feel like I be shading people because I just don't know who these people is. But I feel like, I mean, if you had a kid by Lil Wayne, anybody else after that, if it's not LeBron James or fucking Steph Curry, it's kind of nobody. So she is married to a dude, and they didn't even had a kid recently. But to kind of know that one in the back of your head, or even hearing this conversation and watching how she got to smiling and giggling behind that question, would you feel some type of way if you was her husband?
Well, she said that she admitted to that she could have him back if she wanted him.
Right.
She said that. So if I was her husband, yeah. Because you can't say I could have him back, but then say we like brother and sister.
Were they even married?
Who, her and Wayne? No, they wasn't married.
I thought they were.
Lil Wayne been married before?
I want to say he married her and they got divorced.
I thought it was to the other lady he was married to. What was it, Natavia or whatever?
Nivea?
Yeah, Nivea, that's her name, Nivea. But I just still bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. My male ego, I get it. Again, I get it. It's Lil Wayne, but nah, dog. And that'd be sometimes with again. That's why sometimes for men, you got to kind of be honest with. It's like you got to be careful on how good that relationship is when it is that baby daddy, baby mama situation. Like it get tricky because it's just like
they was married for 2 years.
Who? Wayne and Toya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, that would be tricky, dog. Because they still got too good of a relationship, and your daughter look like nigga, Rage and they go out, jump out the window. It don't matter what Wayne say. His daughter is rocking and rolling for defending her father's name on social media every time. It don't matter. It don't matter what the conversation is. If y'all talking crazy about Wayne, you better know for a fact it's about to be a tweet or it's about to be a video coming to Rage and they saying something sticking up for Lil Wayne. So that just kind of get tricky. And then it's kind of just knowing that like they never broke up on bad terms. Like I've never heard none of them talk bad about Wayne. So you kind of know she right. That doors are going to be forever open because they never bashed each other. Never. For that daughter is grown now. And so you some more 20-something years, you have never heard Lil Wayne talk bad about her, and you never heard her say nothing bad about Wayne.
That don't mean I still want you. I just respect you. Like we don't have to. I don't have. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, because you didn't.
That don't mean I want you back.
But you just said that if I wanted him, I could have him.
Well, for her, yes. That like I feel like that was disrespectful for her to say. You could have just,
especially as you don't get married.
Yeah, you could have just said, our daughter's grown. We know we got a good co-parenting or whatever. And left it at that.
Okay, but wouldn't that be anybody? When you, I mean, like confidence wise, like if you was your past relationship, you could say if I want her,
that confidence is different, and it's a different.
No, but
it's different when women say it and men say it, because men say it out of ego, women say it out of fact. Oh. Like if a woman say she can have a man back, and she ain't just saying it just out of smoke and mirrors, dog. I promise. It ain't too many. I don't know too many women who say stuff like that, and that shit ain't damn near a fact. And you can't take that. You could damn near take that check to the bank even on a Sunday and cash that one, Jack. I'm not gonna hold you. Like it ain't. It's not too.
I get what you're saying. It's more believable for.
Like, because men are saying it all the time, like, oh, I can have her back whenever I want. And that's just a man talking from his ego. And we done talked about the male ego a bunch on this episode. But it's a difference between when a woman say it, she's speaking because she know what type of chemistry they still have in the room when they with each other. And knowing for a fact, if she linked into that chemistry that is in that air or that feeling that's in the air, you know for a fact where it'll go to.
I agree.
And the crazy thing is, if Wayne dealing with some woman, guess what she can't do? She can't even question him about that because he's Wayne.
What can you say?
Ain't nothing you can say. You just gotta take that one to the chin. Oh man, all right, I'm gonna we leaving out of here with I wanted to drag Sherry Shepherd because but she's just one of them old people that I understand her audience that she catered to. Sherry Shepherd is for if you have older parents. Sherry, what I do is what Sherry Shepherd do. So I kind of be just like, all right, it is what it is. You take it with a grain of salt. But I did see people were very upset with her because she dragged Meg Thee Stallion. Like she went on like a 10-minute monologue on saying that Meg Thee Stallion should put on clothes when she went to the Oscars or whatever the case may be. Was saying that Meg Thee Stallion is supposed to be a role model for young girls. One, I don't think young kids, and I meant to say this when she originally said this, I don't think no young kids is watching no Oscars anyway, especially young kids who look up to Meg Thee Stallion. I don't think that one. So that one was out of the window with that one. And I don't think realistically with the blog pages that picked up Meg Thee Stallion's dress, I don't think no kid should be following those blog pages neither. So that kind of, both of those eliminated those conversations. But she went on, she had Jonathan Majors on her show this week, and she was in tears, crying, saying how Jonathan Majors is a role model that she would want her son to look up to. Now, do I think she man, she put on a different. I don't want to play it because I don't want to get this. I don't necessarily. I feel like she on one of the major networks. They may flag this episode for that, playing that clip. But she put on the act. I'm talking about, bro. That's all she put on there for Jonathan Majors was crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Charlamagne definitely put a lot of sauce on there when he was on the Breakfast Club as well, and do kind of make me want to go to the movies to see it. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I will take my time with some. I do, even just from seeing the clips of that joint, it do look like it's kind of fire, and I do like those backstories on bodybuilders because I do know like when they, even from the joints that I've seen on Netflix, when they do different little documentary or docuseries on bodybuilders, when they begin to play with them steroids, them stories kind of be fire because that person taking steroids make your personality go from completely two different people all the time. And the way how some of them people lash out on the people that's closest to them, it kind of do make the stories a little bit fire. So I'm sure Jonathan Majors. So I even go like on tomorrow or some may go check that John out the movie days. But you can't wait. And I'm glad that I waited on Dinner Thieves because Dinner Thieves is on Netflix now. I was like, damn.
50 Cent is a petty motherfucker.
Wow, what happened?
You saw it?
Nah, what happened?
So I mean, in the movie, right? It's a scene where the feds bust in, and right before they bust in, they got a Ciroc bottle, the original Ciroc bottle, the blue bottle, and it pans to that Ciroc bottle, and then all of a sudden you just see the feds coming in, raiding the whole place.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I seen the John was on Netflix. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. I was literally about to go to the movies. I'm just like, damn, I was about to go to see the movies to see that John. Like, it wasn't even a month ago, and I'm like, damn, the only reason why I haven't watched it yet on Netflix because I end up watching that the residency. I end up watching that instead of watching the Den of Thieves. But I literally seen it. I was like, oh, I'm gonna make sure I watch the John. But when I seen it, I was like, damn, that's crazy. I literally was just when I went to go see what was that John with SZA and them, and I was like, damn, it just like it literally didn't stay in the movie theater. It ain't staying in the movie theater no time.
Even Wicked is on Peacock.
I mean, but that kind of makes sense because that's like one of them type of Jones where I feel like they'll put those Jones on streaming service faster. But I kind of like for some movies it'd be kind of like I feel like for Marvel movies or some of them other like super big movies that go crazy in the box office, they kind of throw them Jones after they make their money back in the movie theater. They don't even waste no time. They put it on streaming
Because I feel like now,
fast.
what do you wait? I don't think there's no point of waiting. You might as well.
And I'm gonna tell you the smart thing that Netflix be doing, even if you got because I got the regular basic package. They don't go crazy with the commercials. They wait and they know when you really into the episode. So they wait, like let's sit here and say they made the first 2 episodes, they may only throw 1 commercial in the joint. By the time you get, so let's say that joint, I just watched the residency. I don't know why that joint just I can't even pronounce my words, but watching that joint, so like let's say the first 2 episodes, it probably ain't had no commercials, maybe 1 commercial per episode. But then when it kind of got to like episode 6 and you really into it, then that's when they kind of came heavy with the commercials. And like I said, the very episode 8 was the longest joint. They ran endless commercials through it. Like when they was getting closer to like who did it, it was like, bro, they kept coming with the commercials. I'm like, I'm not mad, but I'm just thinking business wise. I'm like, oh, they smart because they know for a fact you're not going to stop watching this because of the commercials, because you already at the end, you trying to figure out who did it. And of course, because this is a Netflix original, so they really know how to place the commercials and where to place them at, because they know for a fact they got you. You hear you episode 8, you trying to figure out who done it. I'm gonna get all the commercials right then and there, so you don't have no choice but to watch them. So I do take my hat off the Netflix for that. They were very smart for doing that one. And again, like we can kind of do a short one. Y'all seen Raising Kanan yet? Have y'all watched any of those episodes? What are they 3 episodes in now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you watch them?
Mm-hmm.
You got any takeaways? I guess my biggest takeaway I had so far is I like Kanan's girlfriend a lot. She kind of she's I don't necessarily know if she's smart or being a smart ass, but she actually know how to read the room very well. Like even making them sit here and go grab a new place, because it's like he ain't green, but he kind of ain't paying enough attention, and she paying attention to some of the smaller details that he probably should be paying attention to. And I think even Rock even kind of noticed that, because even when they had their little interaction, when Rock came to check in on, and he was kind of just like, I'm sure me and you'll be seeing plenty more of each other. So I like the fact that Rock can kind of pick up on that she's probably good for Kanan, because she even paid attention to how clean the apartment was when she went there. But then I like the fact that the girlfriend is kind of like on her P's and Q's, kind of like even giving him some pushback, making him have to kind of level his game up real quick. Because I'm sure the cheaper thing for him is me to live in this apartment, but like, bro, she like, you ain't supposed to be sleeping where you trapping at. So I like that she kind of called him out on that. That to me is probably like my biggest takeaway out of all the newer episodes. And of course,
the fact that Marvin about to mess everything up, trying to mess with do they dirty work for the Italians.
I know, because I feel like in his brain, he kind of, even when because I don't think he see it like that. I feel like he kind of just.
So why he lied to him when she asked him, was he there? Remember the lawyer told her that he was there, and she mentioned he lied about it. So if you're not doing nothing wrong, you straight, why would you lie?
Because I feel like them niggas feel like they're Rock always kind of the boss, where they kind of want to find a way to kind of separate it. So, but it's not like he doing something completely different. It's not like I'm back doing Rock to get some work. I'm doing
But the cops is watching.
He didn't know that at first, though.
But still, but why not just tell her, yeah, I was doing.
Because then I got to hear her mouth.
Because you about to mess it up for us. If they're connecting you to him, they will off of us, right?
Did they ever give him the heads up?
Give who? The Italian dude?
No, Marvin. Because wasn't this all this? It was this all off of the baby father, right? When him and Rock when they was about to get caught up, right?
No, he didn't tell. The attorney just told Rock, and then Rock took care of it. That's why Rock killed the father.
But none of this would have happened if it wasn't for them getting.
It was the baby father. The baby father was the one who tried to put it all on Marvin.
Yeah.
And now that the police is off of them as far as they know. Now you with the Italians, so now you back on the radar.
I mean, yeah, I feel like the real blow up is going to be the now that the attorney is dead.
Yeah,
Unique is a bad motherfucker right now.
No, he blowing me, dog. I mean, you need.
Shit,
I mean, you need. Listen what I'm saying. No, listen what I'm saying. You need that for TV purposes. You need that character. You need that character that everybody gonna hate. But it's just like, damn, like, dog, you ain't even using your comment. Like, you ain't even taking the time to even try to like. You could have went to me. Like, I mean, of course, if this wasn't TV, the right thing would have been to like, you should have popped out on Rock.
You said that was ego. Your ego. He don't even know what the hell the conversation was. That's your ego. You thought she was fucking with him.
No, I think he was mad because last that he heard, she was out the game. That's what he said in the beginning. And now that he's back, she don't know he back. Now you took my plug, you shot my brother, you back in the game. So he probably felt like you lied to get me out the way.
But that's what I thought that was just like him being jealous, seeing her with him. That was him. That was an act of, like.
I mean, yeah, with him killing the lawyer, that was him being jealous. But still, it's just like, bro, like you doing too much. Like you ain't like no, he has not took a second to you like nobody don't mess with your brother. How did you sit here and put your brother in a scenario to sit here and think that Rock had your brother sit here and come and like what made you think that?
I don't know. I'm glad he doing what he doing right now because if he wasn't doing this shit would be dry as hell.
No, that's why I said I get it. He making it good for TV, but it's kind of just like. And shout out to Lamar Jackson. I believe Lamar Jackson is supposed to be in, I think like 2 weeks. What is it? I think April 8th or April 9th or something like that. I think I seen them say. So shout out to Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson.
That's why that picture
will be in the episode of Raising Kanan the first week in April.
Is that what's name? Fabio, the rapper dude?
No, Partisan Fontaine, Meg Thee Stallion.
Okay, all right. I knew I seen him before. I didn't know which.
Bro, his voice sound like 50 Cent. Like he could easily do a 50 Cent voiceover because he sounds just like 50 Cent when he talking.
I thought he was gonna rob the Jew.
No, I did too. When he told him he kept the money in the house.
Yeah.
That soon as I swear to God, I thought the same.
Yeah,
thing.
when I seen him,
he said he keep the money in the house, I was like, oh yeah, he gonna get him. That's why he like. As soon as he said it, he kind of like his whole tone, and he kind of like, all right, he just shut up. And I was like, oh yeah, he gonna sit here now. He gonna hit your house because you just told him that you keep the bread in the house.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely gonna hit your house for sure. Like that, I definitely thought about that one. Yeah, that was a good job. And like I said, we can get out of here on Tiana Taylor going crazy on Amon Shepard. And I told y'all, dog.
Walked away with all his properties. I walked away with all my properties. Iman walked away with a car that I bought him. That's clear. But let's also, we're not going to sit here and make it seem like Tiana's using Iman for anything. Like at the end of the day, yes, Iman made his money and so did I. I've been in this business since I was 15 years old. We're not going to act like my bank account is like, nah, we're not doing that. I've had several Jordans. I've had several movies, several deals, all still active. All still active. And the crazy part about it is I said nothing when him and his lawyer told the internet, oh, Tiana's making more money. Tiana's bringing more money a month in than Iman is. Just because Iman played ball don't mean that this is a thing where it's like I'm trying to take money off of him. Iman haven't played ball since 2020. So yes, actively during the divorce, I was bringing more money than him in. I am. So it's just like, how are we sitting here making it seem like I'm being a gold digger or taking from him? And we're not going to do that. I bought my tour bus with my hard-earned money. I bought my Sprinter with my hard-earned money. I bought my Maybach with my hard-earned money. I bought my Maybach after Iman crashed my Rolls Royce and never replaced it. That I also bought. Okay? What are we talking about? Every single car that I walked away with, I literally paid for out of my pocket. Out of my pocket. Now, at this point, I made myself clear. Y'all going to think what y'all want to think regardless. Y'all going to still run with y'all narratives because that's what people do. But one thing you will have clear is that Tiana ain't take nothing from Iman. Oh, and that $1 million y'all claiming that 7-figure, 8-figure, it was a one-time fee of $1 million in damages. When Iman crashed the $400,000 Rolls Royce and Iman did whatever other stuff he did, that was the things he had to pay me back. Iman left me with a whole lot of shit. That's another thing. Let's be clear with that too. When you're dividing marital assets, when you're dividing houses and stuff, if it's still bills a part of it, if it's snatched away from the both of us. So to think that even if that was the case, that I didn't get a car and boom, 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 like that shit means nothing. That means nothing. That means nothing. That means nothing at all. I never tried to send Iman to jail. I'm still not trying to send Iman to jail.